Hood when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Chicks pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Chicks pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Downtown to engage in this kind of lawlessness. You are not welcome. Stay home or go home.
Indy's chief of police frustrated with violence and announcing new safety changes after a deadly holiday downtown. 2 teens killed and 5 other people hurt in a mass shooting just hours after 4th of July fireworks. Tonight, we are digging into the new plans from cameras to curfew enforcement to keep downtown safe. We're also hearing from city leaders and faith leaders pushing parents to be accountable for their kids. But let's start with what happened early this morning, that mass shooting that took 2 lives. Just hours after thousands gathered for the downtown fireworks show, an explosion of violence. 7 people shot, most of them teenagers. A 15-year-old boy and a 16-year-old boy both died from their injuries.
I gotta be honest, I'm tired of it. You should be tired of it.
So this police chief about to give his 2 cents on the 2 people that died, 15 and 16-year-old black males. Another 5 people were shot as well during this incident. You know, he mentions, and we're going to watch the clip, they made 20 arrests before this even happened. And he keeps it all the way tall. Now, one thing he doesn't do is say the culture, the community, the color, the nationality of the victims and the perpetrators. This isn't a siloed incident. We always hear every time there's a parade, Jamaican Day parade, Caribbean Day parade, like we got in Connecticut, you know somebody getting popped. You literally go out there at your own risk. We know this in advance. Every time we have a long weekend or a holiday, so-called holiday weekend, we see a lot of people getting shot, maimed, and killed, like these 2 kids in this incident. Listen to the police chief, see what he got to say. Now, he got to be diplomatic. He can't be super duper direct, but he got 1 million views in a day. I think he literally illustrates how tired people are. Is this the black fatigue that they talk about?
My name is Tanya Terry, and I'm the Deputy Chief of Operations for IMPD. As always, this information I'm about to share with you is preliminary and subject to change. Before I get to the incident, let me say that my thoughts are with everyone that was impacted by this incidents of violence out here tonight, including the victims, their families, and the first responders that were managing this chaotic scene and rendering aid. Here's what we know so far. At approximately 1:27 a.m., officers were investigating a disturbance at Washington and Meridian Street. They were notified of another disturbance down the street at Illinois and Washington Street. As officers were approaching that second disturbance, they heard shots fired, and as they arrived on the scene, they encountered several people suffering from apparent gunshot wounds. Officers and IEMS medics who were immediately began rendering aid to the victims that they were encountering. They also called for several additional ambulances. In total, we had 5 victims transported away from the scene to area hospitals for treatment. A 6th victim was pronounced dead on the scene. A 7th victim walked into an area hospital and is in stable condition. 3 of those victims are juveniles, and 3 are adults. We do not know the identity or the age of the victim that was pronounced dead at the scene. The victim who died at the hospital was a juvenile. We have also recovered several firearms at the scene. We do not yet know whether those firearms were involved in this incident. Our detectives will work to determine that. And we have multiple people, about 7 people detained for further investigation. We also don't know their involvement at this point in time. The investigation is early. I think that's the very brief facts that we have at this time. At this point, I'll turn it over to Chief Bailey.
Chris Bailey, Chief of Police for the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department. I'll just add on a little bit to what she said about our thoughts and prayers for the victims here tonight, their families, and the long road ahead for all of them as we try to uncover exactly what and why this all happened tonight. This kind of violence, whether downtown or any of our neighborhoods, is completely unacceptable and unnecessary. Unnecessary. Thousands of people came downtown tonight, enjoyed the fireworks, and went home. Thousands more chose to come down here and all night cause trouble. I was down here until about 12:30 tonight. I worked with my officers, took the runs with them, dealt with the disturbances, dealt with the utter disrespect for our city, for our laws, and for law enforcement. Hundreds of unsupervised kids down here. I don't know how many times I have to say it. We are not your children's keepers. You are. And parents and guardians have got to step up. A kid is dead tonight. And we just don't know the age of the young man down the street, still here, dead. He looks young. It's unacceptable. The police department all night long went from place to place to place, trying to prevent these kind of things. And I gotta be honest, I'm tired of it. You should be tired of it. This is not our job to do this. It is unnecessary. You don't have to act like this. Our officers, half a block away from when before this shooting started, dealing with another group of individuals fighting. We made almost, probably, well, we're still tallying them, about 20 arrests tonight. Recovered guns that I know of before this happened from 2 kids. One of them was an assault rifle stuffed in the front of his pants. I'm not sure anymore what it's going to take for some in our community to wake up. I've said it. This is where the kids are. This is where they are on Friday and Saturday nights. If you want to engage them, you want to help them, you want to prevent some of this violence, this is where they are. Here, they're here. Come down. I invite all of those who think that I'm exaggerating this or that I'm saying just because it's downtown. No, nowhere else in the city is this concentration of people in one small area, less than a half a mile. Come down and see for yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You can see them being dropped off by their parents, 5 or 6 at a time out of the car. You can see them jump out of Ubers and Lyfts. And you can see them jumping off the buses that they ride.
You know what's ill to me? All the chatter in the background. Now, mind you, this is an active crime scene. You can see the yellow tape behind him. So there's literally a dead body, like he pointed behind him. There's literally a dead body back there. We are so desensitized. We don't care to the point where you hear all the chatter, the behavior that he's literally addressing. You can almost tell he's projecting his voice on purpose so they can almost hear him. Like that annoyance along with the dead kid behind him is culminating. And you can see when somebody's sick and tired. Come down here and see for yourself. He ain't bluffing. Where does the honesty lie? Who is doing this? Who's perpetrating this? Who is perpetrating this madness?
Ride down that they miss and then linger around downtown. Heck, look to your left. You're still going to see some people that probably shouldn't be out here right now lingering. Not going to bars, not going to restaurants, didn't come down here to see the fireworks, shooting fireworks off at our community from the top of parking garages. Unnecessary. Any questions?
Is it going to take other city departments to step up?
No, see, we keep going back to what's the government going to do? What's the city going to do? The city's invested in this. Millions of dollars the city, taxpayers pay for police overtime to staff this 1 square mile area there was a couple hundred cops down here between state police and Capitol Police and IMPD and other police department agencies. Yes, we're going to keep doing our job. The city of Indianapolis, government, the police department is going to continue to do our job. We're not going to solve this. Not just by the police. We made 20 arrests tonight.
Maybe you're a dad.
Yeah.
What would you say to those parents out there?
I don't understand. I know where my kids are at all times. So maybe that's, maybe I shouldn't be that way. 16-year-old daughter. I cannot imagine letting her roam around down here tonight like she was, like kids were. Unattended, unsupervised, nothing to do. Some of these individuals were shot could have been very well not engaged in any kind of disturbance whatsoever. But it just caught up in a crossfire. Nearly down here, enjoying ice cream. Or maybe they were down here for the fireworks or wanted to see what's going on in the circle and got caught up in whatever's happening. But look, nothing good happens after midnight. Some of these kids should not have been out here, period. They missed the bus going back. With some of the stories that we heard, one of our officers prevented 2 young girls from getting into a stranger's car because they missed the bus to go back home. What, you have no ability to call your parents? Your parents wouldn't come pick you up if you missed the bus? There is a problem. There's a problem. It's not going to be solved by the police. It's our job to try to keep people safe, and they did it tonight. I watched it with my own eyes. I helped do some of it. They did all the work. They ran toward the gunfire down here as they were working another fight. They're all in. They're all in. So when I hear people say, oh, we're just worried about minor things in downtown Indianapolis, no, minor things turn into big things. The amount of guns that I saw tonight on people roaming around here with nothing else to do. We can't do anything about it. Like, unless you're a kid, there's nothing, unless you're doing something with a gun or doing something illegal. We can't go up and ask you what you're doing with the gun. That turns into bad things, especially when there's fights or when there's alcohol or there's weed induced.
So can you confirm it was one juvenile and then one adult?
We know for sure that there is one dead kid. The other one, dead individual, we're still, there's been nothing that occurred to make any kind of positive ID on that. I guarantee you, we're gonna share everything over the next day or so. All the arrests, what they were for. We're gonna give you pictures of the guns that we took from these kids, and we'll share more details about what happened here. And this could very well happen in any neighborhood. But this is where the kids were, and I told you this is where the kids were. This is where the kids are. I've told everyone this.
Where did he lie? And I'm glad that he cut the reporter off that tried to ask him, what are they going to do differently? He letting you know this shit starts in the home, the discipline. What's the likelihood if these parents were monitoring these kids that this will happen? The fact that they can't get a ride from anywhere. They just hanging down, basically loitering, right? They probably have little to no money and they just there, but they got the guns. They damn sure got the guns. An AR in his jeans. And he's saying kids. So these are 15, 16, 17-year-olds, I'm sure. But I'm glad he interjected there. Whose community has the most broken homes? What's the cause? What's the effect? What happens when there's no fathers around? What happens when the moms can't lead and don't lead? He said what everybody need to say every time this happens. And this qualifies as a mass shooting. We always think about what happened in Buffalo in the grocery store. You always think about what happened with the Dylan Roofs and things of that nature. The shooting in Las Vegas when he was shooting off the rooftop. You can see higher learning, I'm sure, in your head. But no, this is a mass shooting. And these happen frequently in our communities. Everybody that look like me, you'd be surprised when you actually reflect back about all the parades you went to and the festivals you witnessed and the cookouts that got shot up and 5 people got hit. 1 person dead. That's a mass shooting. If I'm not mistaken, the definition is 5 or more people shot and or killed. We got to keep it tall. There are systematic things that happened and now systemic oppressions exist, but we need to control the controllables. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And I'm out. Subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ HAMP staying people in the building. Yo, if this is not one of the most diabolical scenes I've seen in a long time, and this is not even a rarity, but the fact that with all the technology we get to see everything in real time, it just makes it that more excruciatingly painful and disheartening.
Mass shooting in the Grays Ferry section of Philadelphia. This shooting, just one incident over a very violent weekend in the city. Action News reporter Jessica Cartalia is live with more. And Jessica, you have new video showing the terrifying moments multiple people opened fire.
Yeah, Sarah, that video is incredibly difficult to watch. It's just hard to fathom that something like that could happen. Meanwhile, many of the victims of that shooting were brought here to Penn Presbyterian Hospital, where they are still being treated. Ring camera footage is now part of a police investigation into a gunfight early this morning in Grays Ferry. Hazardous waste crews scrub blood from the sidewalk just hours after that mass shooting.
There is a lot of video circulating online. It's pretty much a horrific scene.
Police say a gunfight erupted just before 1 o'clock this morning on the 1500 block of South Edding Street in Grays Ferry. After making several arrests over the weekend, police were monitoring reports of large gatherings and loud music. They were in the process of responding to a nearby call when they heard the gunfire. When they arrived on scene, they found a dozen shooting victims ranging in age from 15 to 24.
Almost 140 pieces of ballistic evidence has been recovered. We definitely believe, based on our observation, a gun with a switch was involved.
There was so much evidence at the scene. In addition to yellow markers, police wrote numbers by hand.
It's past frustrating.
Tyree Glasgow is executive director of the Young Chances Foundation, a youth center in Grays Ferry working to end violence and provide opportunities for young men. He knows many of the victims in this morning's shooting.
They are working to get jobs, going to vocational school and doing those things. So to have their lives stop, for gun violence is something that is frustrating and painful.
Glasgow, who grew up in South Philly, says residents are left to clean up the blood and remnants of this morning's shooting as city workers remain on strike.
When I come together, clean it up, but the blood, the trash, even the food, the activities that we're supposed to have today for our summer camp, we had to put on pause today.
Police say they transported 8 of the 12 victims to the hospital. 2 of the victims were juveniles. They are expected to be okay. And police are still working to determine what was behind this shooting here at Presby. They say that many people showed up after that shooting, including those police officers, to make sure that things stayed calm. We're live at Penn Presbyterian Hospital. Jessica.
Right, with the machine guns and such, and they got that extended clip. Who knows, right? They don't care what type of ammo is in there, and that's the crazy part, right? They can have all different types of bullets in there with different type of trajectories, and there's no aim. I don't even know how. It's sickening, to be honest. And you saw the boy on the porch, gun shaking like this, all over the place. A child, people that got shot from ages 15 to 23, 24. And they all had their hands on one of these. This the Glock 19, popular. He had that switch on the back. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him leave.
But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women?
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive, the majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just, because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I could see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so. That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow.
Like that. What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be balance.
Explain what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put them in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
Bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like, without
Is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
Poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles and what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting? Yo, check. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, all right? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. I don't know, we got a power outage, but we got to get it popping. They said it'd be back on pretty shortly, so I wanted to say the hell with it, man. Let's see what we can do, man. Put a 1 in the chat. I'm good. Let's do it, man. Yeah, so yo, that was a pre-record that I did. You know what I mean? So YouTube, that was green, meaning it was good to go. So that pre-record you saw where I showed the burner, it was good to go via YouTube, you know. And so the money mark was green, meaning it was fully monetized. So it didn't get flagged anything. I think if you on a live stream and you show a burner on live stream, I think that's when they flag you. You know what I'm saying? So, and I did that one time before. I guess it's more informational. You know what I'm saying? When you do it in the pre-record, right? And I think it shows a level of responsibility. But they do flag it if you were to show a burner on the actual live stream. You know what I'm saying? So salute to y'all. I'm waiting on this power to come back up because we got to get on the carnival stuff. And I had a bunch of videos queued up for that. You know, let me read the chat in terms of what y'all saw in the Philly incident. Now, like I was saying in the video, we've seen that stuff happen. I know that we all been somewhere. I'm not going to say I know that we all been somewhere, but we've been adjacent to where people start shooting and all that. But we attend those events frequently. The one thing I said at the end of the video, and I'll play it when I get back up. Yeah, facts, James. Right? Yeah, 100%. But let me ask y'all, when y'all seen cookouts and parades and all that get shot up, what was your first thought? Like, what was your reaction when this was happening around you? What were you guys' reactions to it? Because my notion is that we so desensitized, right? The apathy is probably the most dangerous. The one thing I was saying in the video is The opposite of love isn't hate, it's apathy. The opposite of love ain't hate, it's apathy. That's the thing, Black. Did y'all feel how Black felt? See, I would argue that this is not a normal reaction. I think we have a reaction of these niggas is wilding. Yeah, this one, right? And then guess what we do, Tom? We'll go to the club that's right down the street from the shooting after the shooting is done. Like, we don't have an overt reaction to that level of violence. I'm bugging? When you look at the CCTV videos, look how people respond. I think it's also in a way in which you don't want to trigger the trigger man. You know what I'm saying? So, like, let's say somebody got shot like near to you in proximity. You run, you know, you like an alert. You know what I'm saying? You alerting the person who doing the shooting, right? And people, if they get overexcited or happy, they shoot you by accident just because you start running or screaming and shit like that. You know what I mean? But most part, you know, if you're not close to the trigger man, you get low, you start running and shit like that. But do you go out after or do you go in the house? Do you go out after or do you go in the house? Let me ask you, do you go out after or do you go in the house after somebody gets shot where you at? You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing that I'm looking at, you know? Now, my focus today is us, to be honest. And I'm going to finish that video. You know what I mean? Put a 1 in the chat is after a shooting happened, you out for the day, right? You at a parade, cookout, barbecue, you going out for, you got a whole, you know, evening or weekend plan. After somebody get popped in proximity, do you go in the house? Put a 1 in the chat if you go in the house. Your weekend plans is ruined. Put a 2 in the chat if you kind of, damn, that's fucked up. These niggas is wilding, and you keep it pushing. I'm saying when you was outside, back when you was partying and shit like that, did you go in the house? Put a 1 in the chat if you went in the house. Put a 2 in the chat if you continued your night. I'm trying to see something. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to see something. Like, share, subscribe, man. Let me know if the music too loud. It's kind of loud on my end, but I'm good. So we got, damn. It's more 2s than 1s. Mostly 2s. One, 2, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. I think it's the majority 2s. Why is it? Is it apathy? Are we desensitized? Do we not care? The Philly video, right? Even if you've been in that environment, if you've been around, you know, that shit hit different to me. And Omar, he already edified on us. Sean said it, you know, 1,000,000 times. Them niggas ain't scared. They don't care. They had the argument about, you know, how many military men would it take to take over O Block or, you know, one of the known cities or places where, you know, the YNs are violent. The one with the switch looked ridiculous, right? Even his man next to him. He almost shot everybody that was on his side, it looked like. But did you notice the black boy that had the all black on with the backpack? I'm going to play it again when my internet come back up. The boy with the backpack. That's shooting like off to the side. He kind of leaning, ducking, stepping out. He no fear in that boy.
No, and I'm gonna play it again so y'all can see who I'm talking about. I think y'all know, but no fear in him. Yeah, his gun jam, right? And CJ, when his gun jam, he didn't even duck down. Did you notice? Like he didn't get behind. He just unjammed this shit and kept shooting. Did you see the boy who was like downstairs on down the stairs to the left, just walking around casually? Did you see the girl that was just walking away, kind of like crouching down? You see the people obviously climbing over each other, but this is customary. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is customary. Yo. Hold on. Yeah, Music Man, I don't know if they could shoot or not. You know, the assumption is that they probably haven't learned, but he wasn't holding the gun all crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's just interesting. Let me know if I'm breaking up. Yeah. No, the boy with the switch, and then James, when he got up, he just starts shooting, bro. I can't wait till this power come back on. He just starts shooting. Like, no fear. Hold on, let me do this. To guess. Yo, let me know if I got static. All right, cool. I'm gonna play that. I appreciate that, Sporties. Okay. Hold on. I'm trying to see. Okay. I'm good now. Yeah, I got it. I got it, Callie. I'm gonna play it. Matter of fact, let me do this real quick. Just cause let's see where Sherelle at. And then I'm kind of on the thing. So I need a little bit of help. See, am I back good? Put one in the chat if I'm back good. Should be good now. I don't hear it on my side. Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm gonna play that video. Thank you, Sporties. I'm gonna play that video when I get back up. Because I don't know. And I'm saving it obviously. But the carnival shit is more of the same. Let me ask y'all a question though before we even go there. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever dined and dashed before. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever dined and dashed before. Yeah. Crazy. That shit looks stupid. Put a 1 in the chat if you ever dined and dashed before. Where you dined and dashed at? I ain't gonna lie, I dined and dashed before. But I dined. You feel me? I ain't dine and dash at some black establishment though. But you dine and dash, you know what I'm saying? Waffle House, Denny's mostly, because Denny's was easy. You know what I'm saying? IHOP. You know what I mean? One of the chains. You know what I'm saying? I dined and dashed at Denny's before. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can hear me now? I dined and dashed at Denny's. You know what I mean? But not no black owned establishment. We had a level of some type of decorum, you know? And I remember I used to go rush in the restaurant, right? My mans and them, they be bullshitting, talking to the girls. I go eat my shit, pause, and bounce before them niggas even like got their food. I'll be sitting in the car or I'll be back outside parking lot pimping, but I had already ate. And then by the time they sit down, their bill come, either they pay it or they running out too. One time the Denny's dude, my man Ron, the Denny's dude chased us outside. That's the worst thing he could have done though. You know what I'm saying? That's the worst thing he could have done. He got his ass whooped outside. He start throwing rocks and shit. Cause we jump in the truck. He start throwing rocks, but then he hit the truck. So now niggas gotta jump out the car now. Cause now you did too much. You know what I'm saying? All he had to do was let us run out and then, you know what I'm saying? But I was just looking at it. Man, wrong is wrong, right? But what I'm just kind of pointing out is how much we don't care, it seems like, about the violence for each other, for anything in our neighborhoods. Are all black neighborhoods dirty? Yeah, he had to get jumped. Once he hit the rock with the truck, the rocks with he hit the truck with the rocks. I mean, it was different. But are all our neighborhoods dirty? All don't mean all, right? But when I look around, if you go up Martin Luther King Avenue in DC, there's a lot of trash. The MLKs, if you go to Baltimore, the MLK kind of take you like kind of right through the city. But my sister used to live next to John Hopkins, and she used to teach on the west side of Baltimore. There's trash everywhere. Cans, people just dropping shit. I watched this one dude named MMG. I don't know if y'all see him. He be making people eat the hot chips. But he be like in the world's he got the title the world's most dangerous hood, getting people to eat hot chips. When they eat the hot chip, they just throw the shit on the floor. And he be kind of like everywhere. He in Atlanta, he in Florida, he was in Chicago one time, and I seen that happen multiple times. They just take the package, throw it on the floor, on the ground. So I'm just thinking, like, what is that? Let me do this, man. Let me see if the ladies is ready, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. Excuse me. That helps the channel the most, man. I appreciate y'all. I'm gonna make sure I hit the read the super chats once this power come back on soon. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Yo, Lady Di, what's goody?
What's up, y'all? How you doing?
What's popping, man? Why your voice sound like you just woke up?
No, I'm good. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. We can hear you. It's just like you had that frog in your throat, like you ain't talked all morning.
Yep. No, I've been yelling at the kids. That's what happened.
It be like that, man. Salute Sherelle be up here in a minute. But salute the lady Di in the building, man. I know you heard me kind of monologue, and I'm going on a diatribe. They working on this power line, so the power should come back on soon. But it ain't so bad holding the phone. This motherfucker hot though. I don't understand why.
You got to charge.
I ain't got to try. I don't know, man. I be dropping it all the time because I don't have a case on my shit, so it's probably residual. You know what I'm saying? But Di, you have how many sons?
I have 4.
4 sons. And you look at what's the oldest?
14.
And you looking at this, right? Even like, you know what I'm saying? Like that PG County, DC. You know, I used to coach at Charles Herbert Flowers High School, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Wise High School isn't far. You know, Wise was the best football team. I mean, you got a couple up in Montgomery County, but Wise was good for a long time. One of the boys actually died his second year in the NFL for the Vikings. Him and 2 of the other boys, they got in a car crash. All 3 of them died. But he was from Wise. I forget his name.
This happened like a year or 2 ago, I think.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But even at Wise, right? And mind you, this is the upper echelon of quote unquote black people, right? Now, don't get me wrong, people will use an address in like Upper Marlboro to go to Wise High School. So the kids kind of come from everywhere. And the Upper Marlboro is huge, you know. But they had to put, I know there was a time where they were considering putting metal detectors in Wise High School, you know, fights and etc. And that's the upper echelon supposed to be anyway. Now it's not as bad as DC, where literally every school got metal detectors. But what's the logic or lack thereof? I'm messing up. Can you hear me now?
It's breaking up a little bit.
What did you hear what I laid out?
It's still breaking up.
Let me see. Clear up there? Okay. You can hear me.
I can hear you through the popping, but it's still popping.
Okay.
Okay, so my take. So I think at the end you was asking what's the logic behind what? What was that question you asked me? Okay, so I'm sorry. So I feel like now the kids today, they're trying to prove something like good neighborhood in black neighborhoods. We're talking about good neighborhoods, like the black neighborhoods that are good. They try to act like the people in the hood. So they will do a lot of fighting. They'll bring weapons to school, all that, gangs and all that stuff, just like the people in the hood do. And I'm still trying to figure out why, because I didn't grow up like that. I grew up in an area that wasn't that great for most of my life. So I know why people in the hood act like this. Most of the time, you know, it's either no parents in the house. Sorry. Most of the time it's no parents in the house and they're being raised by, you know, grandparents or aunties or whatever, or there's no dad in the house, or sometimes there's no mom in the house. So some of them have more, I wouldn't say it's an excuse, but they have more of a reason to act up because they don't have no one raising them. They're being raised by the streets or raised by, you know, all this other things. But people that live in a good neighborhood, most of them have parents. Even if it's a single family, you know, environment, they still have people around them. They have good, you know, good teachers. They got coaches. They got a whole bunch of, they have more of a community where they're more supported. So it's always weird to see good neighborhoods have, you know, a terrible school. You know, I also think too, sometimes in the good neighborhood, like where I live at, the kids are very privileged, But then sometimes it's the staff too. Like at these schools, the staff sucks. Like they are not the each one teach one. They're not doing that. They just letting kids do whatever they want. So I do believe that sometimes it could be the staff in the school that can contribute to a school being bad. And I noticed that with different schools in my area, when the staff is on point, they care more, the kids are better. Like they know they can't, get away with a lot of stuff. But then when you go to a school where, the teachers don't really care at all, they just there either for, I guess, the money or just because they got nothing else to do. Like, I guess they can get a better job. They just there watching kids, but they're not actually teaching them. They're not guiding them. They're not, giving discipline the appropriate way. They just letting them do whatever they want. So when you have kids do whatever they want, they're going to do that. So I think kids are being kids, but at the same time, they need structure. I notice when kids have structure, they're better, even if they came from a jacked up environment. So at the end of the day, I think it's really just the staffing to me when it comes to these schools. Now that I think about it.
So many of the, you can hear me? Am I staticky now?
No, you good now.
So many of the teachers are disengaged. They literally just going through emotions. But see, here's the thing. Hold on. Let me do this real quick.
Yeah! Now that's how you kill somebody, my brothers. You get right up on the motherfucker and bam! Throw his brains all over the sidewalk in broad daylight.
Rock the block, baby.
Yo, I might be static. You really was popping.
Hey,
what's up?
You are static.
So I know you was finished getting dressed and shit. You've been listening.
I've
One
been
thing I
on
wanted
the
to
camera. You can't see me. I've been texting you in the back, but I know you.
Oh, I got my shit on Do Not Disturb. I was trying to look periodically. So, but fuck them teachers though, Lady Di. The kids' decorum should come from their house.
It should, but what happens to the kids that don't have it? That's not an excuse to me for them to be just tearing up the school. I'm telling you, from what I've seen, I'm not talking about my opinion. I've seen a school where kids is bad as hell, but when you change the staff up, they think twice. I've seen this with my own eyes. So yes, it does. It should start from the home, of course. Like y'all know I'm on that. It should start from the home. Kids should know how to behave and know, what not to do when they go to school. That's correct. But the ones that don't have that, then what? They just gonna be shooting up the school or doing stuff they're not supposed to do. This still needs to have structure, period, in the schools. They're not doing that though. I don't care how I seen somebody say in the chat the teachers are tired. Well, you shouldn't go to that school then. Go to a different school. There needs to be a certain type of staff that needs to be here. Like the more, I don't know, let's say the more strict teachers. There's teachers that's not strict at all. They just, hey, do this, do that, and they expect kids to listen. Sometimes it ain't gonna be like that. So you need like teachers that don't care as far as what kids feel like. They're not caring about their feelings. I'm talking about. You need teachers that's just gonna, make sure that they're putting their foot down. Kids listen to structure, at least majority of them. I feel like these teachers are not strict enough. They not. I don't care. Like, I don't care what. I mean, that's just me. They're not strict enough to me. Because even a good kid would act up, like for real.
I definitely think it's the parents. Like it's just like this. It's just like trying to take care of bad kids. Say you want to babysit some kids, right? And their parents gotta call them bitches and hoes and beat them with belts and just anything that they see and they pick up in their hand just to get them to listen. Now, if your own parent have to curse you out, berate you, and beat you like a dog for you to listen, sit down, do simple things, when a regular adult who ain't gonna hit you tell you something, you ain't got. Can the teacher beat them? Can the teacher berate them? They can't do nothing the mama do. And then them 9 times out of 10, they'll call the parent. The parent gonna take the kid's side, come up there, want to get into it with the teachers. Like it really got to start. I'm blaming the parents.
They need more
They're not doing.
consequences. They need more consequences. You know what they do? I'm gonna take your phone. Okay, they're gonna get it back at the end of the day. Like that's not doing anything. I
Like-
feel like, yeah, go ahead.
Even at my niece's school, they make you pay for the phone. They make your parent pay $30 the first time, $50 the next time. That's Texas. You know what I'm saying? Texas is a little more stricter at the schools and things like that. Right. But they can do that, but the parents gonna come up there and hoop and hop about it. They bought it and you taking it, and that the parents got to be working because children know how to pit adults against each other. And once they can get Lady Di versus this person, they'll get the mama versus the daddy. They'll get the grandma involved versus the mama. They're gonna try to go find some type of sympathy card, and the adults are not on the same accord, so the children are just running laps around them.
That's true. So then it would have to be the parents and the teachers then together, working together. So basically the teachers can't do it by themselves. And the damn parents can't. I mean, they could do it by themselves. But at the end of the day, when the kid leave the house, they still going to be up to do whatever. Even though they know they got to come home and deal with consequences. But they outside for a good 8 hours. Yeah. So they can still get into stuff. So the moral probably is a team effort. Teacher, parent, and then the kid in the middle, right? To work to see how to help the child focus or whatever the issue is.
And since the majority of these kids are going to public schools, that means we're putting it on public servants, right? So teachers are public servants. They get paid by tax dollars, which means you're giving your kids to the government in one way or another. But then we don't want the government to chastise. So, like, is that the dangerous thing, right? If we're saying that the government is against us, people of color, or black people, niggas, if we saying that the government is against us, do we want to give them more power over our children? Because at this point, put them in boarding school. If they don't send their ass home no more, so that whether they gotta be in the military. The military niggas need jobs, right? Build schools for the troubled youth. You get caught with a gun, they gonna let you run away. You don't go to school, there's no consequences for these children, especially juvenile.
Right.
No consequences. They every day they stealing cars, they running out. Somebody said they gotta have a point system. They gotta steal 10 cars before they lock them up for 30 days. They gotta take 15 cars. Y'all, they gonna have to damn near off somebody to actually deal with serious consequences, and we can't be waiting until it get to that level.
Right, like parenting is the biggest part of it, but it has to be the staff too, because like you were saying, these consequences. I know, like there's a place where I lived in Virginia where they didn't allow kids to be bad like that. You know, they send them off. They send them to what's that? Alternative schools.
We have alternative school down here. My sister is actually an alternative school teacher.
You see what I'm saying? You out of here. They not like where I live. They don't do that. These kids are bad, and they don't send them nowhere. That's a problem. So that's why they keep going to school acting like that.
And then they distracting the other kids. That's why we have alternative schools, because it's like, okay, they got kids that's coming here that need to learn. And then they got kids that don't want to learn. You got to go somewhere else. You need to go to a school with a bunch of other kids that don't want to learn.
Thank you. So separation, then that's the consequence, because you're not going to get the same treatment. Like when they graduate, yes, they could go to college and probably go to a good school. But what's the likelihood of that? They still going to see that you went to alternative school on your transcript. You know, for the ones that do change their life, right? Okay, I don't want to be bad no more. I want to do something with myself. It's going to be hard for them. So certain areas just don't have proper consequences. They just like, I'm going to call your dad or I'm going to call your mom. Sometimes that's not enough. What can you do to take away from this child that they actually really, really care about?
And that's the corporal punishment. We probably gonna need to start doing that shit. And I don't mean for kids that talk back. I don't mean for kids that's eating class. I don't mean for kids that's late. But kids with switches, kids who steal cars, kids who are breaking into other people's house. Like I said, they had 3 teenagers went to jail in New Orleans for trying to rob an old lady, take her car. They ripped the lady's arm from her body, an elderly lady. They ripped her arm from her body. They dismembered this lady, trying to steal her car. Ain't no way. Y'all talk, because the young kids, they not gonna target no YNs. They're not targeting no grown men. They're targeting girls with their babies in the car. They targeting old women. They targeting anybody they feel like they can take down. They're not taking no chances on no grown man having no gun and doing something to them. Some of their asses,
I mean,
especially as a teenager, because to be honest, we used to be grown at teenage years. We started changing and trying to meet up with people's brain patterns instead of their biology. In their minds, when they hitting 14 and 15, they think they grown as hell. They didn't hit their growth spur. They didn't went through puberty. They stopped shooting dog water. Like, little girls, they got their periods. They think they grown. They can't be told nothing. We keep trying to wait for their brains to fully develop when they're 25. Nah, they gonna fuck shit up at 15. They fucking shit up at 16. They doing it at 14. And nobody's watching. They vaping, they smoking weed, they got guns, and as long as they can run from adult to adult and no consequences, they're gonna keep on. It's gonna keep on spiraling. Now they think they untouchable. Then they getting fed it. They think it's cool because it's our culture. This is who we put on the TV. All the little girls. Okay, the little girls out there fighting for 4th of July. It's a whole bunch of little girls fighting. A whole bunch of girls meeting up fighting. But every day they watch baddies. Every day they on Zeus Network. And what is it? Grown women fighting. All day, getting paid for it. Making money off it. So, of course, they're aspiring to be because they're looking like we get paid for stuff like this. We could go viral. This is an opportunity for us to come up by just tearing shit down. So it got to start with, like, your parents. You wouldn't have your kids out there, right? That's on the parents. Why your kids out there? And you ain't worrying about it. Right. It ain't even a family holiday no more. They just there. Why you don't know? They need to start going to jail. Put some consequences on the parents too. The consequences gonna be on the kids. Consequences gonna be on your parents. Matter, you put them in military school, boarding school, and let them go. Or every time he do something wrong, every time we catch him with a gun, we're gonna charge you with it.
But see,
they just think that they don't have to have no type of they out of control. It is what it is. So how do we help the parents who have kids that's out of control, that don't want to listen to the parents or the teachers? There has to be a next step.
Some of these military schools, like, they will only start at like middle school. They don't start. Sometimes these kids are bad in elementary school. They need to start as young as they could possibly start. But as far as corporal punishment, I do not think that teachers should be hitting kids. Now, inflicting pain, you could do that many ways. You could have a kid, squat on the wall with their arms straight forward. Okay, that's pain. You could do stuff like that, but I do not think that these adults should be hitting nobody. Why is that? Because if you ever hit a child before and you're pissed off, sometimes, you could black out or like so upset that you're just going to really hurt, or, the kid going to be in the hospital type of thing, right? But you're talking about somebody else that is not their kid. They don't have no love for this child. So I feel like it would just go out of control if you hit somebody else's child, especially if they bad as shit. You're not going to stop hitting them. I'm just saying, as an adult, you're going to fuck them up. Okay? I
don't think they should hit them with the fist, but when I was growing up, when I was in school, they used to paddle us. And that was okay. They used to have a wooden paddle. And if you got out of line, they was gonna hit your ass with that wooden paddle. And they wasn't gonna they wasn't gonna let the teacher who's in the anger mode, the principal, doing it. So it's the teacher that's not mad at you telling you to come get this paddle, but they gonna make sure you feel it. When we used to be late for band practice, it was like the bell ring at 3:15. We got 15 minutes to go get dressed. You gotta put your shorts on and everything that you marching in. Go hurry up and get dressed. You gotta be at 3:30. And at 3:29, Brooks looking at his thing, and Brooks got his paddle out. Everybody that's about to walk through this door after 3:30, at 3:31, 3:32, everybody gonna get paddled in front of the whole band, in front of everybody that's up here, because you ain't on time. So we used to get paddled for simple stuff. The way that these children acting now, they definitely need to be paddled.
So that means that there's a certain person paddling kids. It ain't the
It ain't the you the Kurt called this teacher fat B and she get to just pummel you. No.
Okay. I'm like no way that's happening. There's no way that's happening. All right. So
no, I don't think you tell your one of your male teachers, because some teachers don't like kids. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, sometimes we don't like people. Some teachers, some kids just rub them the wrong way. So your kid could be targeted. You know what I'm saying? So we don't want him choking somebody's kid. You know what I'm saying?
It's
choking
just not
somebody's kid and slamming them down and kicking them and stomping them. No, we don't want that. Like,
so the structure, all right. So there's a way to do it. Because when I hear corporal punishment to a child, like, all right, so there's a structure how to do it. Cool. Then maybe, I don't know. I gotta really learn the school and the staff. I don't know if I could just be like, yeah, hit my kid. But my husband, on the other hand, he don't give a fuck. He be like, yeah, beat his ass. You know, that's one less thing he gotta do. But I'm not like that. So
yeah, that's women though. I think women be like, sometimes women get mad when the dad discipline the kids. It's just hard to see them get the kids hit. The only one person they want hitting the kid is them. They be going hard sometimes too. I be like, okay,
right.
Nah, yeah, that's what I think. But it's the women. What about the women
hitting kids?
The women hitting kids, yeah, they be going hard too. But sometimes when somebody else got to discipline their child, they don't like that.
Yeah, like I just know people. I can't see someone just, all right, I'm gonna hit you 2 times, John. Like, no, you not. you're gonna hurt my child. Only person
Right.
okay.
The women in the way of discipline. Yeah, sometimes women can be in the way of discipline because they baby them. That's my baby. I'm going through this right now, bro. They gonna treat them like a baby, no matter how much you prove to them. This is not no child. You keep treating this 14-year-old like he a 4-year-old, and he gonna keep running circles. No, majority of the time. Did I say sometimes?
Nah, I feel you. Like, I mean, I go like in and out. Like, there's times where I'm like, okay, I don't care about your feelings. Okay. And then there's times where I'm like, it's not that serious. And then when their dad come around, I'd be like, all right, that's a little bit too much.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Maybe.
what it means.
Yeah. But
Because even my daddy was stern. My daddy was stern. My daddy was a discipline. Like, my punishment would be, okay, she fell asleep in class. She got to write 1,000 times. She will not fall asleep in class. She's going to be punished for the next 3 days. The next 3 months, she can't eat no snacks. She can't drink no cold drinks. She can't watch no TV. She can't go outside. My mom used to be like, what? You know what I'm saying? My mama used to be trying to ease me out of the punishment, ease me out of stuff. And I started noticing, okay, so women, you could play on them. That's what I noticed. She's more my friend. She's the good guy. You know what I'm saying? My daddy, nah. And he's going to punish me. I'm going to catch a whooping. So that it makes you more lenient to the parent that you can play with. Or maybe
no, it's like that for real. Like, I guess basically men should be more present in as far as discipline, because women are gonna let the kids get away with stuff, which could lead to, I guess, badass kids. I guess that's what we're getting at.
Yeah, and then your daddy not gonna let stuff slide. And that's the thing, like, even like it's just like universal, people know. Like when the mama tell her, I'm gonna tell your daddy.
Yeah.
Like even Hamper said, like, his wife be getting the kids ready, they playing, they all over the head. Hamp, get in line. They just in line. It's like, oh, we ain't gonna play with daddy. Like daddy got a real less wiggle room. They understand it at children age. Daddy ain't about to play with us like that. We could get away with shit with mama, but daddy ain't about to play with us.
But see, to me, it's like that in my house. Like James would be like, have them straight. But I'm trying to see why they don't listen to me, because I be putting bass in my voice sometimes. Like they don't hear it the same. I don't know. Maybe I feel like it's the bass, because I get mad just as much as he get mad, and they still be not listening. I had to say stuff like 5-10 times, and James be like, oh, "Stop repeating yourself. Just tell them once." I don't know, but no, men do have a big effect on this, though. All right.
Oh yeah, I did for kids to stay with their dad. Even with my nephews, my niece and nephews that I'm here with, they here for the summer. They don't never play with me. I'd be like, the way my brother be having them quiet, they keep stuff clean. When my brother leave and they just think it's Auntie Sherelle time, They don't care. They like, this lady, she ain't gonna do us nothing. She might scream at us here or there, but she gonna let us do what we want. Gonna come up in here asking me for chips for breakfast, snacks all day, because they just looking at me like I'm just not a serious person. But they don't play with my daddy at all. They daddy at all. So kids should definitely live with their dad. Dads be providing that structure. You know what I'm saying? And I know, let's just cover the bases of, we ain't talking about unfit fathers. We ain't talking about alcoholics. We ain't talking about the worst case scenario of a dad. We talking about a general regular dad, a regular man with kids. Yes, as far as discipline, structure, and order, it would be more fit for them to live with their dads.
I think that it should be a 50-50 if it can happen, because I know probably sometimes it can't. If it can happen, I believe in 50-50, like the kid is staying half and half. I don't believe like the kids should just see, let's say if they stay with the dad, the kids should just see the mom every weekend. I just want it to be where, however it makes sense, the mother and the father is there present daily somehow, or at least half the time. Kids need their dad for sure. They're better citizens, I feel, out in the world. But they need the mother too. I don't agree when women just take the kids away from the father. I don't like that. I think it should just be both. If it can happen, like a regular, like you said, regular household, I think both should stay.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that we're gonna like put the nuclear family first, with both parents being in the home. But if a divorce is to happen, the full-time parent should be the father. The thing is that, let's say y'all start dating again, the likely chancehood of a woman protecting her children from the new man she's dealing with is way less likely than the man protecting his children from some woman that he's dating now. He can protect it easy. He gonna have to protect her and the kids and the man and everything. Because he's there. It's just the intrinsic things that he have as the protector. Why would we take the kids away from the protector?
Yeah.
And then men are more lenient. Men aren't really dangling kids over women's head. So I just don't think that they should even have that power to abuse. Most men don't even think about that. If your mama want to come over here and cook, your mama want to see you today, your mama want to spend a holiday with you, you don't really typically see men like, no, you can't see you better stick to the schedule. Don't come showing up at my house. You show up at a man's house with some food, especially if he ain't got no other girl cooking for him. You show up at the house because I want to cook for my child today, so I brought food. Oh, great. Warm it up. Matter of fact, look, next time you come cook in the kitchen. Don't care. But when a man pop up and just want to see his child randomly and it's not on the schedule, don't just be coming at my house. Don't be just showing. It's never that way in reverse.
That's true. Women hold more emotions. So I was speaking for myself, I guess. If it was like a situation where we had to split, I'm being there. I'm going to see my kid every fucking day. I don't care what happens. That's just me. But I do understand what you're saying. There's some women that's not like that. You know, they like to pin the kid, like, you know, and take the, the breakup. They put the breakup on the child and they neglecting the child. And then the new man that they get, who knows what that man is doing. So I understand that. So I guess if we're talking about women like that, then the kids should stay with the dad.
And it's not even like necessarily always a spiteful thing. It's just that if you just notice women with kids, they have control issues. It's the whole scheduling thing. It's the whole, well, I have them on a bedtime regimen, so I don't think you should come to my house past this certain amount of time. It's just so much extra shit. And then when a man is not having sex with you and romantically involved with you, that extra shit he used to allow becomes so outrageous. Now I got to deal with so much outrageousness. Like, that's crazy. And they don't want to deal with it.
Why y'all keep saying some?
When we say something?
Shit,
I just said majority of women.
Every other word. Especially Lady Di.
I just said majority.
So what was I gonna say?
Let that baby go with his daddy. If y'all can't control, y'all can't control these kids. Y'all cannot control these kids. We fucked up out here. Let me show y'all this, man. I'm back now. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. These homes is let me show y'all this. Right? Lady Di don't want nobody to spank the kids, yell at the kids. You know what I mean? Sherelle is 30 years old. I don't know what school she went to where they was getting paddled. I don't believe it.
Warren Easton, clock it, 3019.
Come on, man. Please,
3019.
man.
We just had our alumni picnic. 3019.
Kids got guns, man. What you gonna paddle them? Then what? How you gonna get to your car?
They did get paddled. We had a couple of kids get shot at our school. We had a couple of shootings.
Exactly, but I'm in this paddling kids.
But we was getting paddled too.
Look at this, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Let's get back into it, man. Y'all did a great job holding it down, man. Let's finish this video.
Here was a father to a 1-year-old little boy and a paraplegic because he survived a drive-by shooting when he was only 17 years old. His family has been through so much, and they are devastated.
I carried him at his time when he was down, and now I can't be able to pick him up no more, and it hurts. Me too. It hurts me bad.
Troy Harris says he keeps a close watch on his son, the youngest of 6, 24-year-old Azir Harris, who has been wheelchair-bound since he was 17 years old following his injuries in a drive-by shooting in South Philadelphia. When Azir's friends got him out of the house last night, he says he didn't question it.
Well, I figured they'd either go to the store, get some juice or something like that. Never thought that he would be on the other side of town when that happened to him.
He identified Azir, an outgoing positive father to a 1-year-old boy, as one of the 3 victims shot and killed on the 1500 block of South Edding Street around 1 a.m. He says Azir's son's mother was one of the 9 other victims injured in the shooting. Emotional loved ones gathered outside Penn Presbyterian Hospital all morning for updates as police were seen towing vehicles away for evidence. As seen in this surveillance video, police say they believe more than 100 shots erupted during an impromptu block party gathering on the block. Police say this video is part of their ongoing investigation.
This is Azir right here, y'all. This is Azir right here. This is when he was 17, though. In the hospital bed, got shot in a drive-by. That's him in a wheelchair right there. Now, was it 8 years later, 7 years later? He has a 1-year-old son, but he won't be here to see him grow. 12 people shot, 3 killed, 140 rounds fired. Azir didn't make it. Every single person who was shot and or killed looked just like him, looked just like me. His dad said he was running to the corner store. He ends up across town. Mind you, he's been a paraplegic for 7-8 years. Got a 1-year-old son. Won't be able to see him grow up, though. Is it random? Was it random in the drive-by? Was it random in the shootout? Going across town, you asking for it? All these questions have merit. But the key is the boy shouldn't be dead. I bet you them boys don't even know who, what, when, why they shooting at each other. They can't even tell you what the problem is. They might even be related. This is the scene right here. When you watch this video again, look at the lack of panic. Yeah, everybody's scrambling, but you got people literally walking back and forth, walking around. 140 shots fired. Desensitized we really are. That shows how apathetic we are to what's happening around us. Ain't nobody screaming and yelling like you would expect with 140 rounds going off around you from automatic weapons, altered weapons that are illegal. There ain't no panic here. That gives me cause for pause. That really resonates with me because it lets you know how often this is happening. And as you can see, the verbiage has changed. Look at the headline. 3 killed in a mass shooting. The definition changed. You've been witness to this. You know somebody who's been around when a mass shooting actually transpired. It ain't just the hyperbolic shooting in Las Vegas anymore. Shooting at the Buffalo grocery store. Nah. 4 or more people shot and or killed in a given situation now qualifies. You're going to see this more and more. What did y'all see in that video? Did y'all see the lack of panic? Did you see the apathy? Did you see how accustomed they are to this happening? Hundreds of people out there, 140 rounds. One dude walking around, the girl creeping by. Yeah, they kind of scrambling over each other on the porch, but it's a lot more calm than you think it should be when 140 rounds are let off from automatic weapons. Even the boy. What y'all think, man? Let me do this real quick, because this is one of the things that she loved to talk about. Tiff, what's good? It's good.
How are you?
I'm doing good, man.
Good. How are you?
Did
What you
everything
think?
just freeze?
No? Are you frozen?
Am I? Can y'all see me?
Yeah. You good?
Okay.
What you think, man? The environment, right? The parents ain't there. So the one boy, I don't know if I said it in the clip, right? But his mom was out there. Matter of fact, his mom, like the news reporter said it incorrectly. It was like his mom's dad or mom's parent got shot too. Boy got shot 6-7 years ago. Now he dead 7 years later.
That
Across town always give me cause for pause. And across town just mean you in the wrong place or you at a place you. When I hear across town, I'm hearing out of bounds. That's what I hear when I hear across town. Niggas don't just go across town, do they? And not be on it. If we went across town, we was on it. Cause you out of bounds at that point. That's how when I hear that. So what y'all think? Like, yo, this shit is.
Yeah, this video I saw, and the boy with the switch had his eyes closed, right in front of the Ring camera. I was so scared he was gonna hit the crowd of people that was on the porch with him, because he was struggling to keep it up. And then it's just going off. I'm thinking, oh my God, he about to point the thing down. Like, he's struggling. It's just like, I don't get the idea. Like, if you have an op, go meet your op. Why why see a bunch of girls and kids and say, oh yeah, that's when I'm gonna take the opportunity to shoot.
The girls out there fighting. The girls out there acting like niggas. There's no quarter for women. And I think this is one thing that y'all need to really understand. All the challenges, we just like y'all, we could do the same shit. We deserve the equality. That seeps into everything. There ain't no more, don't shoot that nigga in his mouth because he with his girl. Niggas don't give a fuck. Niggas barely care about the kids. This one nigga got shot. They pulled up on him, shot him down, right? His little 5-year-old daughter, they didn't hit her. They wasn't aiming at her. And she ran off down the street. He dead as a doorknob. But the kids are totally, this was a while ago. No. Not the car wash stuff. Not in Dallas, no. This was a while ago. It was up north. I think it might have been in Philly too. Oh no, Chicago. But specifically about the women, that shit is damn near over with.
But I'm not talking about the women. The people who got shot.
Well, you said the women. Let's focus on the women though, right? About the women.
But I said the girls because it was a 15-year-old girl that got killed.
They don't care. Sure, it's the same difference. Them boys is 15. So the girls was out there fighting too. What's the little fat girl that's from Philly? She funny though. Meatball. How long Meatball been talking her shit and fighting and carrying on? She might be 25, 26 now, maybe. But Meatball is the archetype. We've been knowing Meatball for 4 years.
Philly girls?
Just the attitude, willing to fight, being outside. Yeah, we were just in Philly. The club had a 1 bullet hole minimum.
And y'all really ghetto up there.
If you ain't have a $150 on your face, you couldn't get in the club unless you could prove you had a criminal record.
That's unfortunate.
I'm joking, but I'm saying that shit is over with. Nobody don't care about no women, no quote unquote girls. It's up. Everybody Snoop. That's how the women get looked at. Snoop from The Wire, if y'all know. Mm-hmm. Everybody Snoop. So nobody want to hear that shit. You get smoked in front of your girl and she can get smoked too. Y'all just saw the 2 streamers. You see it? He shot both of them niggas down. He shot his wife. He shot him first and then shot his wife on the Vegas Strip.
Why? Did they rob him or something?
Talking shit over the internet. And then they went in his hood. They laughing and joking. He looking for him. Shot them both dead. Nobody don't care.
And that's the thing. Like you saying, like particularly to this porch thing. But in New Orleans, majority of our mass shootings be at like Bunny Friend Park. It be at a park on Easter. And you come and shoot at your ops, they got 2-year-olds out here. They got kids out here. Like that still just, it's not clicking and don't make no sense. if you're beefing with some guys, why shoot up a park full of kids? Why shoot up a place that got a bunch of kids here? It's Easter. They doing Easter egg hunt and y'all shooting. And then the majority of people who getting shot, kids. You're not even hitting the adults. What's the point of shooting if you're not going to get the person you're trying to shoot at?
Yo, y'all misunderstanding this shit. Yeah, let me just say this last point.
Not like these kids are belonging to your ops. I could understand you shooting your ops kids, but this is just regular neighborhood kids.
It's the neighborhood though, because who grow up to shoot at you later? See, this how niggas is looking at it. Like it's on some. It's like the Red Wedding on fucking what's that show?
Game of Thrones.
Everybody go. Nobody can because that kid at 12 years old, 13, 14, 15 years old got an AR in his pants like he did in Indianapolis. This is the transition of the thinking. There's no quarter for nobody.
I never thought that people shoot 5-year-olds because these are the kids gonna grow up to get me back.
You never seen them kidnap? They kidnapped the 5-year-old. Right?
No, I mean kidnappers are kidnappers.
No. They was looking for his daddy. Kidnapped him and killed him because they couldn't get to his daddy.
The baby?
Yeah, and I get it because that's your ops kid, but I'm talking about just random 5-year-olds.
But they don't care. They just shooting. They don't care who's around.
So
there's not like a perfect time.
And everything in, and I hear like everything valid, but I'm like, when you were talking, I heard like the parents need to be involved in this. It's very clear that there's an area of opportunity with parents, but I think about within the community, there was a time where people would come up on here and threaten somebody real quick. What you say, set it up. I think if we let these boys learn how to take a L, I think that's the difference. Like niggas fought when I was in school. You got beat up. You might get talked about all the way till you graduate, but then nobody died. Start fighting and stop putting shit on the internet. Meet me. Because you respect a person that lay your ass the fuck out. You don't have to respect a person that you shooting at from a distance. And enough people. Go ahead.
Niggas is stripped. See, the thing about the YouTube niggas is, right? Niggas is talking that shit, right? But it's far, far away, and they a little bit older. Now they have, like I just gave y'all the YouTube cats, right? You know? But the reason why nobody showed up to fight is because nobody really want to get embarrassed. That's why you notice when after the fights, did anybody get talked shit about? Wasn't nobody like, this nigga got beat up? Nah, because it's real difficult getting in that ring. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult getting in that bitch. You know, a lot of motherfuckers who think they can fight can't fight. I did a couple videos on that shit. But the embarrassment is why a nigga come back and boom you. Is why a nigga come back and park you. And the embarrassment, see, we used to get it popping. The only niggas who knew about it was the niggas that was there. Now, guarantee you're going to be on World Star for the wrong reasons.
But even then, before then, my nephew daddy died like that. Fighting a man, followed him, fell played, and shot him, killed him.
Yeah, no, it definitely been happening. But just now, like, remember Boom Gang, whole lot of gang shit?
Mm-hmm.
That's the norm now. Remember, Boom was like an anomaly that he would do that much shit for clout. Now that's regular shit.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we tried to normalize, you know, when we brought the boxing, but you see, it was an acute time period. But a couple brothers was brave enough to step up and get in there. You know, I love pugilism, but a lot of people act like they do and they don't. But it's deeper than that, though. It's deeper than, you know, man up.
It just seems like such a disregard for life. Like, it's no respect of life. And I'm just like, how despaired do you have to be? Like, you don't think you got shit to live forward to.
But a lot of them don't. Like, a lot of them don't have nothing to look forward to.
And then we have
because the people that you're supposed to be getting your love from is your parents.
Right.
And a teacher, it takes special teachers to love a kid to the point where they can fill that void of them lacking a parent. And when these parents don't take the time, because a lot of times we like to say these kids don't have fathers. Sometimes these girls don't know who the baby daddies is.
Who? Yo.
We had the Murray show, so don't try to make it seem like this just don't happen. And
No,
we a lot of
I'm
girls
saying,
like 50.
I'm saying,
We
what's
got
up?
maternity court now.
But let's keep it up. Keep it tall. What's up with us, man?
We destroyed.
Always got something to prove. All this competition between men and women.
But why are we such bad parents, though?
Because these parents are having kids that they don't even want. They just having sex and they don't agree with I guess deleting a child every time. They may do it once or twice, do a plan B or something like that. But they just having kids. No, how many kids are planned?
None. Like including y'all, us four.
None of us are
married, but
you said what?
I might have been playing. I might have been playing. Let me think. Let me ask my dad.
I was playing.
I was
but
playing.
You know what, Hemp, when you're
I'm
saying
the
what's
golden
wrong
child.
with us, the one thing that we keep saying is the parents. And I'm somebody that I'm always like, we have to be communal. And at some point, Sherelle, what you're saying is true. It's not enough for just the teacher to show up.
Hey, Dad.
What's that?
Was I planned when y'all had me, or it just happened?
Ooh.
Oh, nigga, you was playing.
Oh, all right, later. All right, so I was playing.
Hey, your daddy sounds so young.
He do, don't he?
You're strong.
Yeah. You tell about your brother?
He sound like he.
My brother.
He called his brother so his brother could lie. You
My
see, I
brother
saw
don't
that.
lie. My older brother don't lie at all. He don't even curse, let alone lie. But go ahead, Tiff.
Yeah, my nigga, that's how your daddy talks to you.
I think we have to get back to being communal. I think a lot of what's happening is like you had grandparents, godparents, play aunties. We've got to tap back into the kids. Like at some point, if your parents ain't gonna do it, and I know you gonna be engaged with my kids or my nieces, my nephews, I have to be invested in you being all right. I don't get to just turn my back and be like, not my problem. Like, no, nah.
But these aunties and these grandmas, like when my mother or our parents come over this house, they be so fucking nice. The kid would do something real crazy. And they're like, it's okay, let me give you a hug. Like, what?
Wait. Let me tell you what I've realized the purpose of grandparents are. All of the love that your parent can give you, they were disciplining you. They get to give that to their grandchildren because you have to discipline them. They get to love on them. So the way they love be way different.
Y'all better start talking for real.
This is some bullshit.
Look at the boy.
No,
Sporty sent me this. Now look at this. What I want y'all to. This what I want y'all to look at before you talk. That boy don't even duck all the way down to unjam his gun. He got two hands on it. He's shooting for real. This one right here. You can't see my mouse? No.
With that backpack, yeah.
With
Now
the
this one
backpack.
don't know what he's doing, but that one.
They
on the
acting
backpack,
like the
yeah,
boy. Hold on. Let me give you the commentary because I want y'all to look at everything. All right, the boy with the backpack ain't fucking around, right? He unjamming shit and he kid it popping. The one with the all black. The one with the switch, the gun going crazy. He don't really have his eyes closed. It just reflexes. You know what I'm saying? And then he almost shoot his man with the gun right there, right? He's shooting over the top of him. You know how loud gunshots are? Oh, God. Now, I don't know if it's the same boy because it could be one. It could be more than one person in the at the party with the wheelchair. But look across the street with the blue car and the silver car. You see the wheelchair in the street? Is that the boy that I covered?
Oh my God! You see him. Oh Lord, have mercy.
He trying to pull him, right? But he right there on the ground. They're trying to pull him between the cars, and you see his man trying to get him out of there. But he, motherfuckers is heavy.
Philly's just an ugly ass town. I did a show on stream on this.
Okay,
this really is an ugly ass town.
So that is the confirmation. That's the boy that I just covered.
Yeah.
Go ahead, y'all can talk now.
People is ghetto. Wash them up.
No, not people. You. Not people. Me.
I ain't shooting people.
Not people die. Not people tiff. Why we keep putting it on other people?
Because we're not shooting people.
So,
hold on. Now we had plenty of conversations. Niggas done been in trouble. Niggas done been knocked. We got niggas around us that will really literally kill and die for us. And we could call them niggas at any. Hold on. We can call them niggas at any moment. Nah. We can call them at any moment and we can leverage them when we want to. Why are we acting like we so far removed from this shit? That's the problem.
They got people who are, they got plenty of people who are willing to live and die and kill behind what they love and what they believe in. That's from every race, culture,
Love and
anything.
believe in.
That don't mean they in the hood shooting up blocks. That's
Love and no, we not. We talking about the ones that are. Yes, they are. Right? Because guess what we not doing? If somebody that we love shoot and kill, we ain't telling on them. We ain't snitching on them. Everybody around us, we know who outside getting it popping. We ain't submitting nobody to the police. We ain't turning in guns we found. We ain't turning in the killers and the drug dealers.
We also know that we can go talk to the police about some shit that we heard or we seen. You wasn't there on the site pointing it out. You're not going to get a conviction from that.
See, the assumption is, you know what you just did is a cop out.
It's not a cop out because you're talking about hypothetical things. I didn't watch my
real
cousin do
shit.
some stuff, and I know my cousin did some stuff. He don't know it, and a family member risked their life because they seen him do it. What? Now she in trouble. Now her life in danger because guess what? Whatever he did, the court couldn't prove it. Now what's gonna happen? Now your ass gonna be on the line. Now who gonna protect you? Because the police ain't gonna protect you. They ain't got protection unless it's
that's what I'm saying. The juice ain't worth the squeeze to clean up our neighborhoods. Nah, the juice ain't worth the squeeze to clean up the neighborhoods. And every time somebody get killed out here in the streets, man, he was such a no. The fuck he wasn't. No, he wasn't a good person. Hold on. No, he wasn't a good person. Right now, he got to go GoFundMe. This nigga can't even afford to die. He leave his mom with a bill. This affects everybody more than what we understand. And because one nigga got off and now they looking for in the hood, ain't that the problem?
That's nuts. I'm just saying. I think we all can probably do more for some people.
And the thing is, real quick, too, what Sherelle said is valid, but that's the fucking problem in itself. The fact that you in trouble if you try to clean up your neighborhood. Go ahead, Tips Mo. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think the juice is worth the squeeze. Like I know us, and I sent you something in the back. It's a Nikki Giovanni. She interviews Muhammad Ali, but at the end she reads a poem. And the poem that she talks about, there's a part where she talks about how sometimes Black women and Black men we don't pay attention. Like, so I just don't think you just start shooting. Like, that came from somewhere. Like, when you were little, was it something that, like a flag? Like, what are the signs so we can get you some additional help? Because you're going to be integrated into a community. You're going to go to school with people. Like, nah.
But they're not.
See, that's the thing. Like, everybody who always think the juice is worth the squeeze have moved from the hood. Y'all don't live in the hood. Y'all ain't raising y'all damn kids in the hood. Y'all ain't sending y'all kids to them things. Y'all don't got y'all kids on them block. You don't think it's worth the squeeze. You think you need to do whatever you got to do to get the fuck from around them people because ain't no fixing the hood.
Sherelle, I'm from the country, girl.
It was a government science project that put it together, and no lab rats ain't fixing that shit.
You think
the only thing a lab rat could do is try to get the hell up out of that environment, and that's what most people do.
But you don't think
they either get the fuck on or they stay there. If they can't afford to leave, they sit there and they mind their damn business for survival because that's what we're gonna do as humans. We're gonna survive. So everybody that's always saying let's change the community, let's impact the community, the juice is not worth the squeeze. They're the ones that's not scared. I'm gonna be on the front lines. Niggas don't live in the hood. You don't gotta sleep here. Your kids don't gotta go to school with them. You can snitch. They ain't coming to your front door and offing your kid. Now if you gotta sleep with your life in danger every day and be a community activist on the corner and you doing that, I'll commute you. I would commend you. But most people are not about that.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
About that.
Nobody want to hear that shit.
Nobody's not
So
about
if you live in DC, right? If you live in the northeast side and the southeast side, and you know what Alabama Avenue is, that's where my house is at. I mentor at Anacostia High School. You understand? Niggas ain't fucking afraid. We saying the bullshit is the bullshit. Nobody want to hear that excuse shit. It's too much of that. Yo, they don't want us on boats. You heard? They don't want us on. Look at this, right? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. They say, how can we keep these niggas? Our money ain't no good here, Sherelle. Look at this.
24 people are now banned from sailing with Carnival Cruise Line after getting into a fight. The video from Saturday appears to show a group of people. You see them here shoving each other while disembarking a ship inside of a terminal in Galveston. You can see people being pushed to the ground. In a statement to NBC News, Carnival says this happened in an area under the authority of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and has been turned over to law enforcement. 24 people are now banned from sailing with Carnival Cruise Line after getting into a fight. The video from Saturday appears to show a group of people. You see them here shoving each other while disembarking a ship inside of a terminal in Galveston. You can see people being pushed to the ground. In a statement to NBC News, Carnival says this happened in an area under the authority of U.S. Customs and Border Patrol and has been turned over to law enforcement.
Come on, man. This behavior is outside of those 5 mile radiuses that we continue to talk about. This shit is our behavior, Sherelle, is everywhere. And the propaganda is bigger than. No, I'm just saying that the propaganda is bigger, and now generally most of us perpetuate the stereotypes. That's why when Lady died, I could say Wise High School because she probably know where that is. She probably know the median income that's in that area, and yet they had to put metal detectors in it because it's bigger than just the 5 mile radiuses. Go ahead.
And that's in a good neighborhood.
A great neighborhood. Like, Sherelle, this school that I'm talking about, they probably have 8 kids in the NFL right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an amazing area.
Yeah.
I DJ parties out there. There's a particular neighborhood. Let's say there's 60 houses in the neighborhood, and I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating at all. 60 houses in the neighborhood, 55 of them are black. And you got a couple Latinos. The average house cost in this neighborhood is $800,000. Like, but the behaviors though ain't siloed to the hood. See, that's what we got to get to the crux of. What's the excuse for the behavior? Is it systematic still?
No, I think at least the young kids, they mimicking what they're seeing. They want to be like something else. But then the kids that are in the hood, it's just they don't have respect for each other. That's all I see. There's no respect for nobody. Why? I don't know why they don't have respect for each other. Can we blame the parents on that? Like, oh, it's a parent's fault why they don't have respect. Like, you should care for somebody else. You have to teach kids how to care. Like, is that what we're saying? That's why I don't understand why we got to teach kids how to care about somebody. Like, it should be kind of natural for you to feel sympathy for something. So there's no sympathy for them. And that's weird.
But these are adults. Like, you paid for vacation. You took off. You made an investment to show up. And y'all couldn't. Oh my God.
Y'all. Why we keep saying y'all?
Us. We couldn't hold it together. I'm just like, the way I would be pissed off if I was like, I'm finna go get my turn up on and something. Y'all can, oh my God, I would have been like, what? Lord. And then the twerking in the Lululemon, like, yeah, it's a us thing.
I'm just trying to figure it out, man. I gotta go a little bit harder than like I'm just trying to like it. So systematic, right, are actual things that are part of the systems in the government, right? Systemic are things that stem from that, but not exact to like the law or the structure put in, right? The behavior though. What's our excuse for the behavior?
Yeah, no excuse. It's like right now we just talking about sperm milk, and then niggas keep on saying it stink. It ain't gonna unsperl. Milk goes sperl. The shit is a wrap.
So you're saying you can't unspoil it.
You can't unsperl it. And
so if it's spoiled, then you make some cheese.
It's the one thing I live this shit. These kids don't give a fuck. They ain't never gave a fuck. Ain't nobody never gave a fuck about them. They ain't got no conscience. It's no more church. It ain't nobody going. Don't nobody believe in God. Don't nobody believe in shit. Niggas is doing what they want to do. Niggas is vaping at 6. Niggas is vaping at 7. Niggas is having sex at 12, 13. Their parents leaving them inside. They running around doing whatever the fuck they want to do. They got guns at 14. They stealing cars. They smoking weed. This is who they are. I see this shit every day. You ain't saving this shit.
Hold on.
Shit is done. You think you gonna save them?
Even up to the fans.
Put their ass in Alcatraz or wherever Trump about to send them to that shit.
Think about this.
Huh?
Think about this shit. Think about this shit. The carnival shit. Have y'all been watching this? I'm just gonna say obesity. Niggas just tired of niggas being fat. They done banned the fans that I seen everybody carrying. I seen a nigga with a fan at the beach. That shit had a battery in it.
Oh, you took like the
Yeah, the one you got, Tiff. Yeah, that one.
I thought you was talking about where the fans at.
Excuse you. I know you
Robin. That ain't the point, Robin. God damn it. But I see them fans. they done banned. They sick of niggas with the fans everywhere.
That's amazing.
And we just be doing shit like we just got the stink ass fans. We got our little boombox, right? Blasting and blaring the music times 10. They sick of niggas.
I got a question. It just made me think.
Go ahead.
So, do you think? I'm just asking this. Do you think that if a person, let's say the guy that's fighting in the video, if he was a doctor or a pharmacist or something like that, you think he'll be out there fighting? Meaning, like he got something to lose, which is his license.
Yes.
You think doctors fight like YNs?
No, not like the YNs. There's levels. But I'm a DJ for real, right? Like for real. Washington Bar Association. You heard? The first Black Bar Association. National Bar Association. I got baking soda. Turn the music down. You know what they say? I got baking soda.
I got baking soda.
You heard? Niggas perpetuate these behaviors. Now, does it escalate as quickly for anything? No. But I'm not exonerating nobody from the conduct.
So because they know rap song, white kids know rap
song. Yeah, come on, brother.
No,
brother.
I'm just telling you. I was there. Okay? You niggas that don't go outside, hush for a second. You know what them niggas do? You know what them niggas do?
Niggas were singing along to a rap song.
Nigga, don't make me drop y'all down. All right, bye. God damn it. You ain't Mr. Fantastic. I'm not getting interrupted today. We having this conversation today.
Oh.
Both of y'all snaggletooth. Now, snaggletooth 1 and snaggletooth 2. All right. They start arguing. They getting drunk. They arguing over niggas. One nigga fucking both of the women. One of them a board member. Yeah, y'all niggas is come on. Don't do this. It ain't worth it, bro. Now it's levels to it, right? There's better conduct. The more people have to lose. But you know what? Mr. Fantastic got a lot to lose, right? We in Houston. Mr. Fantastic say, yo, you got your shit on you? Because it was 4 potential YNs walking down the street. Mr. Fantastic ain't getting his car and pull off. Mr. Fantastic ain't come running in the house and everybody get in the house. He said, Hamp, you got your strap? Yeah, I come outside. Now we both. That's what I'm saying. Don't do this shit, bro. We got a whole lot of shit to lose. I got, how many kids I got? 6 kids. Mrs. Fantastic called me. Boom, I'm outside. And then it happened to be my man 1015. All praises. So I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, let's not do this. I'm not letting y'all do this shit today.
I agree. I agree. I just had to ask. I'm just trying
God
to see.
damn it.
No. Shout out to everybody. No, niggas knowing the lyrics to motherfucking, who's that? OT Genesis?
That was one. Don't get so hyper focused on the lyrics. I gave you the whole play.
Niggas knowing the lyrics to a song is not the same as niggas just hooking off for nothing. Like you said, in customs. I don't even think niggas understand that, right? Like, bro, every time, Spirit Airlines and Frontier, even that, those are considered the nigga levels. That's why it's mostly motherfucking occupied. Huh?
I'm VIP on Spirit.
Exactly. Nigga levels. Like I said, Mr. DJ, baking soda, okay? That's why. You're the clientele they want. Okay? And then,
I get the big seat.
Then exactly. You're not a poor nigga. That's even better. So now you a uppity nigga. So you make the business actually look good. So he gonna pay his money. He ain't gonna fight. You know what I'm saying? His shit come out every month without question.
Mr. Fantastic, let me interject this, right? Because in my video, the one that I was just playing, right? And they mentioned it here. The price point, you get a particular clientele, right? It's almost like Carnival did a level of it to itself, right? For being so cheap, just about anybody could come on it, right? But here's one other point I was making in my video, but I lost power. The stereotypes are outweighing all of our conduct. If they see us, like Mr. Fantastic, how you dress casually right now, you don't dress like a 90s nigga. Like you don't got an Averex jacket on, but you dress comfortable most of the time. You ain't dressed up. You are the nigga that's doing the shooting to them. You are him. We are not outrunning the stereotypes. We're not. Nobody knows. Hold on, let me finish windmilling. Nobody knows the stats, just you. Nobody give a fuck about that CNN report about us being in the middle class and shit like that and us not going to jail. But still, the people they see going to jail is still us. Even if it's down.
And that's the part I think Sherelle and they was talking about. That's they. That's not us. I'm not no street nigga. I'm not no YN. I can't get away from growing up in fucking Macon, Georgia. Okay? All right. I'm never gonna stop saying what's the name. All right, people, what the hell is that? I don't know. I don't even know what's the name.
Don't do it. Don't do this. Don't do this. You're not even home. You don't got your microphone. You can't overtalk me right now.
I'm not overtalking anything. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, I did cut you off. I apologize, but I'll apologize later after. I'll text you. Now, if a nigga get into what's that shit called? Road rage with you, are you sending him to Uncle Charles if he step out that car?
Oh, most definitely. He come running to my car in the state of Florida, brother. That's legal. That's not even moral. That's legal.
No,
I got what Biggie said, nigga. I got kids to feed. You feel me? So if you decide to motherfucking step your ass out that car and run towards me in an aggressive manner, and thank God, I'm gonna let him put his hand on my door to like try to force it open. Guess what he finna catch?
What's that?
5.7 by 28 at close range.
Oh, just saying, bro.
But that's not even nigga shit. That's anybody. We can't blur the lines of reasonable self-defense and self-protection, right? With nigga shit. If you out here, I'm on the block and I'm holding and I'm hanging out in front of the liquor store. That's totally different than I'm being in my car minding my business and some fucking lunatic, no matter what color he is, run up on me over, you know what I mean? I cut you off. You feel me?
Yeah.
The problem is...
Yeah, go ahead. No, I'm just simply saying that, right? We quick. You know, let me ask you a question. When you go into a bar, club, especially you peeping the scene, you scoping it out. You figuring out what who's who, where the exits are and all that?
You know it.
When you go in there, are you on your Dean? You on your P's and Q's? You ready to rock if necessary?
Gotta be.
Do them crackers have that same modus operandi when they go out?
Most of them, no.
No, because you know what? You come from Macon. You superseded the stereotype there, right? You made it out, but we can't tell the difference. They can't tell the difference. Mr. Fantastic walking down the alley, he's the nigga that just was shooting in Philly.
Yeah, not like that's something. That's what I'm saying. That's something that I can't. I'm not trying to or worried about from that aspect, right? Because I'm not participating in the activities. The part of it is people's perception exists that way because of the niggas that's actually out there shooting. So even though I'm an upstanding, citizen of society, I get the bag or the fucking stereotypical nigga shit because of the niggas doing nigga shit. So it's still on them. It's not on me. I don't have a criminal record. You know what I mean? I ain't out here motherfucking hitting old ladies over the head at the ATM and shit. Bro, this shit is out of hand. I'm not having random shootouts and, like you said, hitting innocent people and killing kids. You feel me? So the problem is them niggas. I am not them. I am not them. They are not me. Like I said, I know that shit and I can identify it. And like I said, I'm not afraid of them. I don't even hate them. I understand them. But at the same time, if it's me or them, who the fuck gonna leave here? You feel me? And that don't make me a nigga for that. That don't make me a nigga. That don't make me street. That don't make me none of the bullshit. The stereotype, the problem, like you said, is that though. The stereotype are the niggas that act like niggas no matter what. Damn, you know this shit. I hope most people know this shit. Bro, you do anything at customs, that is a federal charge.
Yeah.
Okay? If they and then especially now, you niggas talking about you hate Trump and you this, that, and hey, these motherfuckers got a point to prove. They sending messages. So you want to get off a Carnival cruise over what? Over nothing? At fucking customs? Okay. Now you can play the system. No, it's not the system. And that's the shit. That's the main show on the issue. Thank y'all for killing this system argument. Hamp, you did it single fucking handedly. You can't blame the motherfucking system when your ass carry this shit outside of Philly. When you carry this shit outside of Chicago, when you carry this shit outside of Memphis, your ass in motherfucking Barbados, you in motherfucking Dubai, niggering it up. That's got nothing to do with a system. That's a decision. That's a choice. You completely remove yourself from the environment to where you don't got to be in your P's and Q's. Everything cool, family fines and whatever, and you got to be loud. You got to be fucking ghetto as shit. And that's the problem. Them niggas make it worse for, Aaron here, niggas make it worse for everybody. They make it harder. They make it harder for upstanding black people. And until black people say, hey, we are not these niggas. We are not with these niggas. We don't support these niggas. Shit is never going to change.
All right, let me read these real quick. I seen Lady Di unmuted. I got her 2 cents. And then we'll get Mr. Williams and T Leaves, man. Salute, man. And see if Sherelle got something. Harrison, what's goody, my boy? Been a member for 15 months. Spoozaza in the building. What's goody? Spoozaza with a 20 Canadian says, if black culture results in a child or adult dying every time, why the fuck would or should that be accepted anywhere? Wow. If that's black culture, the 70% that voted yes can keep it. Salute Spoonzaza for the first 20 ball of the day. There he is. Salute for the 5 gifted memberships, man. Appreciate you. Whoever got blessed with one, say thank you and please maintain it. Harrison with the $5 says, we talking about corporal punishment? What about the smoke detector? You probably need a ladder. Aaron with the $5 says, by the time y'all reach out, these kids, for the most part, is too late. At least for most to handle. So many of my peers was giving up on. All we have is one another. Damn. Ed with the $2. They going crazy on that smoke detector, boy. American First Rifleman with the $5 says, if I told you once, I told you twice. Stay away from large numbers of black people. Damn. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, best cap. Not all women, but always a black woman. LL Unk Man with the $2. What up, Unk says, bullets don't have no names. That's a fact, though. AFR with the $5 says, didn't black women say the Pookies in the video shooting are our warrior class? They can't even use their guns properly. Oh no, warriors got discipline. Sean Brewer with the $10 says, women are the leaders now. Remember? Look at other cultures where men are the leaders in the house. Also, we don't want to talk about it, but these places are Democrat ran and black mayors, black chiefs, etc. I'm just saying. But Indianapolis had a that white chief, but I think the cities that he's probably referring to. See the Nathaniel with the $2 says, we are in the wrong nation, but we love it here. Aaron with the $2 says, these kids are depressed and not a soul cares. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, another good option. Not all black people, but always black people. But black people versus niggas. Y'all not tired of niggas yet? Separate is the only way. See, that's what I'm challenging a little bit. Because the behaviors, well, we'll get into it. Aaron with the $2 says, why care about anyone if no one give a fuck about me? Arnold with the $5 says, Tiff and Sherelle would expect the men around them to be violent if they were disrespected. Y'all want to respond to this?
Anybody would. That don't mean I'm sending nobody to do anything dumb. If somebody threatened my life, I'm going to protect myself, or the men around me should protect me. Just like any man here is going to protect the people around them. That's according to every race, culture, creed, all around the world. That's very normal. Y'all try to take that shit like I'm just saying, oh, I don't like Arnold. Guess what? If I was a treacherous bitch, a lot of y'all would not be living. Get that shit clear. So stop trying to paint that jacket on me like I'm just saying, oh, yeah, I'm just going to get niggas to kill niggas. Nah, not a lot of you niggas will be dead. Get the fuck out of here as much as y'all disrespect me.
Tiff?
If I was sending niggas to kill niggas because I get disrespected, a lot of y'all niggas disrespect me and y'all still living. Get your shit together. If you let somebody come and slap your mama in the fucking mouth in front of your face, guess what? The whole world going to expect you to do something about it. Your sister, your girlfriend, your cousin, period. And that's what my family gonna do for me.
Tiff? You want to respond?
I don't understand what he was trying to say. So
yeah. This is what I know, right? This is what I know. If my wife got disrespected outside of somebody touching her or doing something, you know what I mean, egregious, and I'm not there, she probably ain't gonna come tell me.
That's what he's talking about.
Arnold Allen
he applying that to me like as if somebody didn't touch me, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to send somebody to get them done. But y'all do it, and y'all living proof that I don't do it. So stop trying to paint a false narrative.
Arnold Allen with the $5 says, we not talking about trash culture when y'all can't change a $5 9-volt battery. UT with the $5 says, you could blame the fathers if they had the same power over the kids as the mothers do. I ain't even make we are pointing out, remember, we were talking like majority parents. Parenting. And this is what I'm going to keep reading, right? Yo, motherfuckers is lazy parents. Thank God for these iPads, nigga. Right? When we get in the car, they come home, especially I go to the gym, go pick up the kids. I'll be dog tired. So we got this thing that go across the bar in the back, and the iPad sit on it like this. There ain't no TVs in the car. And these motherfuckers baby shark all the way home. But they 3, 3, 2, 2. I'm talking about the smaller ones. Is that an opportunity to sing the ABCs, right? Something. But this is why I'm saying it's us. Motherfuckers trying to act like they be doing all these. Yo, I'm telling you, bro. Niggas be so worn out. This technology enables us. UT with the for 2000. HAMP is the same as the young niggas when it's hood shit. Nah, I actually give a lot of grace until I don't. Just to be
It was
honest.
all of us though. Fantastic, but it ain't him though.
No, I said no. I give a lot of grace until I don't. I'm not saying he wrong. Like nigger, I have no grace for. You know, if I'm in person, somebody start talking crazy, I'd be like, chill out, and then it's going. I've been saying us. I'm the one that said us.
Can I see your knuckles?
These is old scars.
Put your knuckles in there.
These
Yeah,
is
that
old
stuff it all.
though. I'm just saying. I'm just listen. I'm saying us. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Because it's you. You trying to say it's us because it's you. Everybody else put your knuckles. Let's see if we have any.
Mr. Fantastic just got in 2 televised fist fights over words.
With boxing gloves on. That's
they were organized and sanctioned.
Every day he got a new story.
You did win a belt, right, Mr. Fantastic? You did have a belt. I forgot.
Organized and sanctioned.
Let's leave it. Remember, for 15 months. Let's rival but the stereotypes and strongholds and thrive. This might be risky, fam. Oh, wrong one. Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Damn. Nah, but UT got a point. I'm just saying. I just know what it is, man. Now, I will say, when I was younger, though, a nigga get a hall pass if he was with his kids. I'd say that for sure. Like, a nigga definitely get a hall pass. You know, and with his girl, too, for the most part.
Not no more.
No, that's what I'm saying. UT was saying, I'm saying back then, like, I seen one nigga, he was slipping. And you make sure you make eye contact with him. Let him know, like, nigga, you. But we used to throw hands a lot more, way more, too, right? So I think that was kind of helpful in terms of, you know. Who's up here first? Mr. T. Lees or Mr. Williams?
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams, what's goody?
What's up, y'all? How's everybody doing today, man? Salute to the chat as well. Yeah, man, I just think it is a lot of punk ass parents out here, man.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know where your kids are at all times, that's a problem. I don't give a damn if you don't have custody of your kids or whatever. You can find out where the fuck your children are. And you should. You should know at all times what your kids are doing. And we starting to give grace for this punk ass parenting shit. And then we want to blame each one. Now, I blame both parents if you don't know where the hell your kids are at 12 o'clock. Because for one, should they even be out at 12 midnight? Hell no. 15, 16, your ass should be in the house. I never played that with my children. All 8 of my sons, I didn't give a shit. There was no fucking curfew. You're going to be in the house, or if you're at a sporting event, one of us are going to be there. After it's over, you bringing your ass home. And I think another thing that we don't do, we don't pay attention to who the hell our kids are hanging with. If you get in contact with a kid, I'm going to their house. I'm going to meet their parents. I'm going to know what the hell is going on and who the hell they're going to be around. There is
Mr. Williams, for you, do you blame yourself for everything that your kids do, good or bad?
No. I take responsibility for everything I instilled in them. But if you make a decision, then you're going to suffer those consequences. If you embarrass me, I'm going to embarrass you where you embarrass me at.
But do you blame yourself?
No, fuck no. They make their own decisions, but they know the consequences. They know, hey, I'm all about discipline and structure. So if you disrespect an adult, best believe that's your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass.
But if they disrespect an adult,
I'm kicking
where'd
their ass.
they get that from?
They didn't get it from me. And
why?
Because I don't play that. It's all about respect. You can get opportunities just for showing respect, being courteous. Those are things they were taught not only at home, but from elementary school on. You're taught how to be that. Now everybody's not gonna do that. And I don't give a damn if a teacher does something. I think this is the biggest problem.
But Mr. Williams, why are you not blaming yourself? See, that's the when Big Shook when Big Chug go to school, right? And every day they call and say he hit somebody. Guess who fault it is? Mine.
Yeah.
Because we fight every day.
Yeah.
He come to the gym with me a couple days a week, right? Every time he come home, he got to do push-ups and he got to hit his bag.
Yeah.
Right? So when he go to school and he at 2 years old, he don't understand the difference.
Bro,
and he
I'm
better
saying when you
protect his
understand, because he's
but
a
wait, but he protect his sisters at all times, right? And that'll never change.
Yeah.
I'm the reason why he getting in trouble because I'm instilling this in him.
Yeah. But you have to that means you have to change your way of structure.
But what I'm saying is, so all what I'm giving a very direct, and it's obvious that I'm to blame, but it's for good reason as he grows up, right? So, like for instance, Rocky go first. He open the door, make sure Rock go first, right? So he don't listen to the teacher. So they say, "Chill, go out the room or go outside, go to play." He say, "Harlan," he call her Sissy. So he'll go once he get her because that's his rules.
Yeah.
But he technically not listening. You see.
Yeah.
But he got something he got to do. But so when he getting in trouble, it's my fault though.
Yeah. But you're talking from a toddler aspect where I'm talking as they get older. Like now, all my kids are grown, but they knew the rules. And that's what you follow. That's why none of them have been locked up. They haven't even been in court for a citation. But I had to start that from the time they were young. But it was just certain rules. I didn't play about education. You're not gonna you better act like I'm standing over your shoulder when you're in that goddamn school. Because if you think you're gonna disrespect the teacher, I don't care if you don't like what the hell they say. You come to me if it was something really outlandish. Because if the teacher comes to me, I'm gonna ask you what you did. And if you lie to me, that's your ass. I can only go to war for you if you did what you were supposed to do. And that's the thing that we have to teach these kids. Can't put it on the teachers. The teachers are handcuffs. We have to do it. We have to be involved in the schools. That's our fucking fault. Because these teachers do have it rough. You got 15, 16 kids and they tell you to eat because they don't like the fact that you said, put your phone down. Phone shouldn't be in damn school in the first damn place. They going live during class. And parents will use the excuse HAMP that pisses me off the most. Well, anything can happen, and I need to have contact with them. Well, goddamn it, why you ain't got contact with them even when they out of school? And that's why they got switches, and they doing drugs, and they running with the wrong crowd.
So if he's 16 disrespecting the teacher, do you blame yourself?
Hell no. I blame him because he already knows my rules. Hell no. Now, when he goes out there, it's gonna be my responsibility, and the blame is going to be on me. But once he walks out that door, if he goes against my rules, then that's on him for his consequences.
Okay, let's get a response from Mr. Fantastic and Tiff because they both been making faces. So I want to see what they got to say.
I used to work for juvenile corrections as well, so I've seen the revolving door of kids.
Well, I definitely disagree with that though.
We got you. You at work? Hold on, Mr. My bad. One second. You at work? You got to go soon. Tea leaves. Sorry, say it. My bad.
I still got a little. I got some time though, and
All
my
right,
audio's fucking up too.
Let tea leaves go. I can wait.
Okay, because y'all want you and Tiff to kind of respond or give commentary to what you was hearing. Go ahead, T. What's popping?
Yeah, and I'm just making a statement anyway, so I'm gonna state what I got to say, and I'm gonna dip. So I apologize for my audio messing up. I'm on Wi-Fi at the job.
It's good. It's good.
Here's what I wanted to say, right? And this is not to try to take shots at nobody, right? This is not trying to. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, just say it. See, you good. You don't got to preface it.
Okay.
You good.
I'm not trying to take shots at nobody, right? All right. So in the community that we used to call a space, now it's community. In the community, Mr. Fantastic can attest to this. We've been talking about the Pookie and Ray Ray thing, right? And how that dynamic has shaped a lot of the constructs or the dynamics that we go through in life in these situations, right? The spaces that I've watched and listened to, they've talked about this thing when it comes to what the dynamic of mating with these men what happens and then how it kind of it poisons the water of other people, right? So for me, I'm a military brat. I stayed overseas. I've been in one fight in my life. I never really seen violence like that until I moved to Maryland, right? If I'm a person that gets on these platforms and I say, hey, that's wrong, we shouldn't have this level, a certain amount of admiration and respect for that street lifestyle, the Pookies and Ray Rays and things of that nature. We should go a different direction. What happens is that the men who either live that life or were in those situations, maybe they made it out, or maybe they're making their way out of it. They start to get offended because they like, well, nigga, who are you to try to sit there and tell me you ain't experienced shit. You ain't been through shit. You ain't done nothing. How are you going to tell me what I was doing was wrong or this, that, and the third when you ain't been through shit? Right. So we get in the back and forth with the men about the Pookie and the Ray Ray, the hood, all of this dynamic, and they get really offensive. And then we ask these guys, like, well, what do you want us to do? You want us to come back to the hood and try to talk to the youngins who don't care? If they don't care about the lives around them, how are they going to care about my life, right? So it's just the overall point is, I think we need to have a deeper discussion about the people who have lived the experience in the hood. They have to accept that what they're doing or what they've done is bad, and then not try to get so offended when someone who hasn't lived that experience calls it out and says like, hey, you shouldn't be you shouldn't be mated with, or you shouldn't have this certain particular outcome because you have done more of a detriment to the community instead of a positive. So that's really the only thing I want to say. It's controversial, I know, but when a nigga like me get up here and start talking about that's just wrong, we shouldn't be doing this, or I don't do that, I haven't experienced this hood lifestyle and snitching, all of that, I'm telling, it is what it is. I'm not ashamed of that. But it's like now it's like, oh, so what you trying to say? You don't like you don't care about the niggas who gotta go through, like it becomes a bigger problem. So I'll leave it there.
I'm trying to kind of make sense of like summarize it. So essentially, if you don't have the either the cachet of somebody who lived that lifestyle, the understanding or experience, you're
You're not
told
allowed, you're not allowed to call it out, or you're not allowed to say that that's wrong.
why?
Because it's like you trying to say that you better than them. It's trying to seem like you, like, because you didn't take no risk in life or you didn't do these particular things that, oh, now you trying to say you better. Like that's not it. It's just right is right and wrong is wrong. And they get those men get so offended by it. It just, I don't understand why they do it, but they just do. And we have these back and forths about the people that have been in the streets and then the people who are nerds and things of that nature. And then it becomes this big butting of the heads of like, okay, well, do we listen to the people who've been through it and come out of it, or do we listen to the dudes that made the right decisions or didn't make the bad decisions? You know?
Yeah. Okay. There's a song, I don't know if you heard it. You ever heard this? It's like, y'all wanna live my lifestyle. Never seen a brick, never seen a crack house. That kind of understand. So but why do you have to shut up if you're making a good point? Is it because you don't have no, like, the credibility is shot, or you don't have a credibility? Or is it just an argument amongst two men who have a difference of different circumstances?
It's an argument amongst men who have different circumstances who disagree. And a lot of the times, if you can't come to a conclusion, I think is, well, you can't beat me. You can't beat me up. So, I mean, it is what it is. Shit.
So how does the conversation sound? So let's go. Let's So what would you say? So you come up here, you hit the link, go ahead.
So for me personally, I've never experienced anyone getting killed. I've never sold drugs. I've never been arrested. I've gotten one fight in my life. For the most part, I have tried to be on the straight and narrow when it comes to, being around the right people, and not like I've never smoked a day in my life either. So it's like if I'm telling another guy like, hey, like I didn't experience these things, and here's kind of like a different perspective of how it comes, how it's looked at, like it And most of the time, the contentious part is the women. We're usually talking about the women and what the women are attracted to. So when you start inputting the women into it, then that's when it starts getting a lot of
But
well, nigga,
but
you
let's have
women.
the
Yeah, go ahead.
conversation. Let's do a hypothetical. Like, let's do a
Go ahead.
role play. So you come up there and say what? Like, what do you say?
If I come up, it depends on what it depends on what the topic is.
What would the topic be? The way they tell you to shut up because you don't have the experience. Like, what would the topic be?
So it's like, I don't know. I,
I got you. So
yeah.
Ham, it happened here a lot, Ham. Like, it's
Okay.
a disqualifier, right? Nigga, you don't know, you don't even know, nigga, you weren't there, you never experienced it, you never picked roaches out the cereal box type shit, right? So again, it's the whole get it out the mud mentality. Niggas with the best struggle. I don't know if you saw this, but the streamer niggas just did this, went viral for it. One of the ones from New York, and then the cat Young and Ace. They was talking about, nigga, I came from the struggle. Nigga, I grew up poor. I just, it's like the struggle Olympics. Niggas only respect niggas that's been through the worst, right? And if you haven't lived that experience, the worst of the worst, both of your motherfucking parents was crackheads. You know what I'm saying? You grew up in the motherfucking projects and you caught 3 bodies before you was fucking 17. You not qualified. You automatically disqualified from the thing. And like I say, that's because of 2 things. The nigga mentality, and then the black people accepting the nigga mentality and playing by the nigga rules. So that's why niggas are quick to do that, bro. You ain't no real nigga. I don't want to be. I'm not trying to be. I don't want to be.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
Let's work through it. The concession of I don't want to be a real nigga is not a concession you should make in that conversation. The definition of a real nigga is not a crash out nigga, right? Or it shouldn't be at the very least.
No, that's what we got it. So no, let's reconcile. It shouldn't be, but what is it?
I think
it shouldn't be.
I know. That's what I'm saying. When you make the concession of I don't want to be a real nigga, I think that the definition is entirely wrong, and who's considered a real nigga, we need to change that.
So we're saying the same thing, but that's the problem. The problem is the definition of real nigga. The problem is the definition of blackness.
Okay, but now if we talking about street shit, if you never done no street shit, what is your commentary other than
his commentary is wrong? It's wrong. He's telling this is the wrong way to do things. This is not okay. This is not normal. Niggas expect, like you said, if you in Philly, Chicago, you know what I'm saying, New York, Atlanta, or whatever, niggas is expected to see bodies. That's not normal, is what he's saying. So when you're the person to be like, hey, you know that shit is like barbaric and wild, right?
Yeah.
And the women shouldn't be attracted to it. That's another thing.
Gary, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Ham.
It's popping. How you?
I'm all right.
All right, we'll get you in just a second, man.
All right.
Go ahead,
But
Mr.
yeah,
Van.
I don't know if anybody else want to respond to that, but that was all I had to say, though.
Okay. Yeah, I hear the argument in terms of, people are told, hey, you don't belong in this conversation, essentially, because you don't have the experience, right?
Right.
You don't have the credibility. I just wonder if it's a conversation about street shit, essentially, right? And they literally saying, this is what happens when X, this is how people respond, this is how you do this, then the third in terms of drugs and etc. If Mr. Fantastic and Aaron are talking about military and the different the structures, or when they were having the airplane conversation, I asked clarifying questions, and most of the time I was quiet.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is about when it comes to the attraction to men and that stereotype and that archetype of women being attracted to that archetype of man. That's where when you're trying to solve for the solution, go for the talk about, well, what's the solution? How we stop the problem, whatever, right? And we may say like, okay, well, we got to stop dealing with those type of niggas. Then it's like, well, what you mean by those type of niggas? Or so you saying this, or you saying that? Oh, so you supposed to be the representation of what we supposed to be? You don't do this, you don't do that, you don't do this, you don't do that. And it becomes an argument back and forth between the men, but instead of being about what the solution is.
Okay, so the women like the hood adjacent, or whatever the case is, they like that archetype. I mean, how you saying? Do they just connect it to? Do they let me say that, do they mistakenly or naively, is that a word? Connected to protection?
Yeah, just like how children, I'm not trying to compare to children. I gotta preface everything. But just how children, you can tell them to do something, right? And then through what you tell them, they can misinterpret it because they're still learning or they don't really know. So they could misinterpret what you're saying, and a negative outcome can come from the good that you're trying to get to them to tell them. A negative outcome can come from it, and then now you got to sit them down and talk to them and tell them why they got in trouble and and how they got to apply it the right way and not apply it the wrong way. Hopefully
So
that's a good comparison.
do you think, let's say, because we kind of using, like you're using yourself, right? Do you exude protection to women? Like, do they see you and think protection? Because and the only reason I'm saying that is because you said you never done these things. So, because protection is still do we think that's a nurture or a biological thing that they want to feel protected, Mr. Fantastic, before you respond? Mr. Fantastic, too busy reading.
Oh no, no, I was adding to the joint. Yeah. No, that's like what he's saying is, I remember.
No. What I'm asking is, do women innately want protection?
Yes, innately, yes.
Okay, go ahead, T Leaves. I'm wondering because we're looking at the response that we're getting from women, what women think is appealing, right? Aaron, now maybe because he's a big ass dude, pause, right? He doesn't have a street demeanor or anything like that, but he exudes protection, right? So they making associations. So do you exude the thing that they're looking for?
Believe that I do, right? Because
Okay.
my concept that I've always talked about when I come up here is that there's levels to a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
For example, there's levels to disrespect, right? Some forms of disrespect require you or you should walk away from it because you responding to that level of disrespect could actually make you look worse than the person who's actually doing the disrespecting, right? I think there's levels to leadership, right? I think there are different types of leaders. There's different ways to lead people. It's not just the trope of you pay all the bills and you're the leader. Like there are multiple ways. So I believe that there's levels to things. So for me personally, yes, I I was in the military for a little bit. I went through gun training there. I got my conceal and carry. I know how to shoot a firearm, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? But are there other things that need to be improved on or need to be worked on? Of course. Yeah. Not saying I'm perfect at all.
But do women know that though? Like when they see you, so he used Aaron as an example because Aaron is like big and tall, right? So you look at him and you're like, oh, protection. But for you, when a lady's looking at you, how do they know that?
That is a hard question to answer. I don't know if they know. I think they maybe by conversation they can figure out or tell things of that nature, but I don't know. They would be judging off of what they see more than what really is if they are trying to make that assessment beforehand.
Yeah, the problem is like you said, like Lady Di, I get the point that you and Hamp are making, right? So women operate off of visual first, right? So it's either the physical prowess or your actions, crash outs. So the thing is, if a nigga is not, because most of these YNs, these crazy niggas is not BABGs at all. They got team GS Jordans and skinny jeans. These are not big niggas at all. But because they're willing to be incredibly violent over little to nothing, that false equivalency with protection and making crash out and protection the same thing is what he's talking about as the issue and the problem. I don't know if you guys remember the super chat that somebody gave a few years back. They were calling all the crash outs and shit, you know what I mean, the warrior class of the motherfucking of the black community, right? Yeah. Of the black community simply because they willing to go out here and kill any and everything over nothing. So that's the issue and problem with black women's definition of and identification of protection. It's incredibly skewed and flawed. And if you're not the biggest, baddest nigga in the room, well, you the wildest nigga that's gonna, like I said, shoot up a motherfucking nursing home and a nursery at the same time.
And one more thing I want to add to that too. It's gonna be real quick. One thing that I try to do to make sure that I kind of show that outside and in is while I'm like, for example, while I'm at work, I try to work extremely hard, not break my back hard like slave nigga hard, but I try to be dedicated and put effort into whatever I'm doing at my job because it is something that I'm going to make sure that I do outside of my job as well. So if I'm dedicated to you as a woman and I want to work hard at our relationship, I'm going to protect you. I'm going to do everything I can to do that. So that's just one little micro way that I try to, you can put an example to it.
I guess the point is, go ahead, Lady Di.
No, I was gonna say women look at protection a little different. That example makes you look like a very hard worker, which is amazing. But protection look different on a lady. Like they were mentioning when you're at a restaurant or something like that, are you looking at exit signs and knowing like if something was to pop off, where you gonna, how you gonna escape and stuff like that? Those type of conversations too, a lady's hearing like, oh snap, he's ready. He's ready to, get down if he needs to. That's just a simple conversation. Stuff like that, protection women are looking at. But go ahead, Tam.
No, I just don't know, like, how we know and etc. Who's willing to do what at what time. We would hope that we're capable. But if you never done it, you would have to prove it in real time. And so without experience, right, it's hard to really tell.
Yeah, and on top of that, to respond to Lady Di said, like, shout out to the people in Texas that with the floods, right? Like, you never like that, all of that, checking exits and stuff like that. When shit hit the fan, it was a story about a man and a woman. They was getting swept away. The man did everything he could to protect that woman and hold on to her. He said he wasn't going to let her go. And she confirmed the story, right? And it was in the news. That's how my mind thinks of it. I understand that that's not how y'all may see it, but that effort, dedication, the hard work, he literally did that for his woman in that time. So that's how, I feel like I believe that I'm moving in the right direction when it comes to that mindset. So it is what it is.
Can I get in on y'all?
You could get you always get in, Sherelle. I think here's another thing, right? I'm just gonna say it. Give a fuck what these women talking about. We talking about niggas doing wild shit, getting stereotyped. Now we talking about if these women like us or not. Nigga, are you doing your 100 push-ups a day? Are you doing your hundreds of sit-ups a day? And I ain't even talking to tea leaves, but we just be on some other shit. We just watch these niggas shoot the shit out of each other on the block. Now Lady Di don't like me because I'm skinny. Kiss my ass, Lady Di. Well, not her directly. Sorry, I'm going too far. But you know what I'm saying? Like, Tiff got a husband. Hold on, let me finish windmilling. Tiff got a husband. If Tiff got a husband, nigga, T. Lee's can find a wife. Goddamn it. My bad, Tiff. My bad, Tiff. All right, I'm just joking, Tiff. I'm just joking. Go ahead, Sherelle. I'm just joking.
Yeah, I think I don't understand where the conflation came from. I think that's what I was trying to do, to just get back to it. Now I can understand, just like earlier you was like, Sherelle, you're not outside, but it's like, y'all never.
Hey, Ham, just last thing before I drop. My overall point was about.
Hold on, T. Lee. Can you hear Sherelle?
Oh no, I can't hear. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Sherelle. My bad. I apologize. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying just like to give credence to it. Like you were just saying, like Sherelle, you're not outside, but it's like I'm aware, and that's why I'm not outside. I've been to enough things that get shot up. I've been to it, so I'm just great at avoiding shit because I'm aware, and it's like everybody's not just ditzy or dumb. Some people are just aware and they stay from around bullshit. A lot of times you get black people together, y'all drinking, y'all gonna be on some fuck shit. 9 times out of 10, that's just how y'all is. So I don't go around random black people drinking and getting into it with each other. I like my life. So I think that's just what the conflation is, right? It's also like, don't try to dismiss people who are avoiding it. Because when people do try to remove themselves from the negative parts of Black culture, then we tend to try to ostracize them as if they don't have an input, or if they're assimilating to somebody else's culture, which is, I guess, white culture, as if they don't get into it, but a culture that's above the degeneracy that we are adapting as our number one token thing. I think that was the major platform outside of what women like. You know what I'm saying?
Or claiming
let me
that
retort.
niggas is scared.
Fantastic. You more long-winded than me. Let me retort this real quick. We were talking about a specific thing. So we were saying the conduct of this echelon of people, do they do X? Right? You Mr. Fantastic, you say yes, they do. I'm saying, ho. I'm a professional DJ. I'm actually in these environments with these people where they're the predominant demographic. So if you're not outside literally there, then your commentary, you simply wouldn't know. But yeah, I understand that you have experience, so you know how to identify potential problem situations. So my bad if you thought I was saying like just overall. I was saying that's like, you know what I mean? That echelon of people
And I'm not just
DJing their
specifically
parties.
talking about the doctor situation. I'm saying that's what
Generally.
Tea Leaves is saying, is
Yeah.
that people would disqualify you if you're not on fuck shit. Then you're not really Black. Like, they'll take your Black card. I'm pretty sure
But here's the difference. He from Macon, you from a third world country, Sherelle. So y'all know what this shit really look like. Y'all know, and the food in New Orleans is shit, by the way. But that's a different conversation.
You a hater, baby.
Shout out to Mr. Time. Go ahead, lady.
Where you from? Connecticut?
To me, I don't know Tea Leaf's overall point, but it sounds like, to me, I don't have experience with shootouts. My mom and my dad took me away from that. Was I in the environment like that? Yeah, but I went to different schools. I don't have experience to give a solution to that type of stuff. So I don't say nothing. But that's just how I look at it.
Well,
I'm not
right. That was my so I'm gonna drop after
Oh,
this. My
Mr.
overall point
Fantastic,
was
let you
trying to
talk,
say
Mr.
when you
Fantastic.
try to get no, I'm about Fantastic got it right after I'm done, right?
Mhm.
All my overall point is when we try to give the solution in the community that we've been in, that people give us so much hate for, we've tried to tell this, Mr. Fantastic, we've been doing this for a long, well, you've been doing this for a long time about that particular archetype. We get pushback on it. And I've just pointed out one specific point of pushback, which is you ain't never been through it. But also, Fantastic will get other forms of pushback on his side about his just the degeneracy that comes with that. He just like that's a no-go. Like you shouldn't be with a person like that, or we shouldn't be in that type of behavior, doing that type of thing. That's my overall point, is that we shouldn't do it, but the messenger gets caught up in all the bullshit a lot of the time. So that's it. That's all I gotta say. Appreciate y'all. Have a blessing. All right.
No doubt. Let me see something real quick. Mr. Fantastic, go ahead. I just want to, Gary, you there? All right. If Gary get off the jack before Mr. Fantastic finish, if not, we'll get Aaron and AFR in. AFR in another country too, I think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, listen, like Sherelle said, HAMP is this disqualification shit, and you got idiots talking about niggas is scared. Bro, once you've been to the hood, once you grew up in the hood, you are not afraid of the hood. Like fucking Sherelle said, you just know to stay away from it. I'm not finna be out on no block party, none of this shit with random niggas and drugs at after fucking 12 midnight, okay? All right? And then, nigga, I'm gonna need you to tell me how many hood clubs you done motherfucking DJ'd and it was fucking breakout fights, okay? As soon as that motherfucking baking soda came on. This might be risky, right? Majority, minority, nigga. How many of them bar associations and doctors fucking organizations was motherfuckers just hooking off?
Nah, it's more at the club.
All right, then. God damn it. Playing with niggas.
Gary, are you there?
Kind of conflated. You up here acting like them people that you don't like.
No, it's the same idea, man. I've been there. Gary, are you there? Nigga, Gary.
He on the phone.
Aaron, what's good? God damn. AFR, what's popping?
chilling,
Die.
man. Living life, DJ Hamp. I'm loving it, man.
What's goody? What you got for us,
Hey,
man? What you think?
Sherelle, how you doing, Queen? My beautiful Black American Queen. How you doing, ma'am?
Hello, how you doing?
AFR, what you think, man? Go ahead.
Listen, it's the same old stuff I've been saying forever since you've known me. A lot of these Black women don't know a real man from a tin foil hat from a hole in a wall. They just don't know. I'll give you an example. You know, we've already said if he's not acting like a degenerate or an idiot or foolhardy in some way, he's a lame, he's a buster, he ain't, you know, even though being a black nerd doesn't have a negative connotation like it used to have years ago, it still has negative connotations. Because I distinctly remember on some live streams, a certain somebody was making fun of people for being nerds and stuff, and you know, being all book smarty and a little bit. I'm pretty sure that happened, but I might be crazy, you know. But anyway, so I'll give you an example. Me, somebody with my voice, my demeanor, because you know, I smile to people I don't know. I'm very easy to talk to. I'll talk to them about anything, whatever. I try to be helpful, things of that nature. That's foreign to a lot of degenerate Black women, of course. And I'll say I have actual combat experience. Okay, like I can handle a rifle, a pistol. I have trained people to do that. Okay, I know how to gunfight for real. Okay, and it's not even tuning my own horn or trying to like act out like, you know, it's just something that I did as a career and I kept it going as a civilian. That's it. The YNs in that film you saw, totally dangerous. Like that's the warrior class. You want to fight, you want to go up against white supremacists or to actually defend somebody. They're a danger to themselves and others just by their actions. So it's just par for the course, you know. So they'll look at a lame like me that actually has experience. They'll judge me by how I talk and how I look, but I'm actually a real killer. And I'll just leave it there.
Yeah. So happy on mute, honey. But okay, are you gonna talk? Did you want to talk? Okay, yeah. So that's the thing. We keep talking about a bigger issue on the decorum of Black people and the shooting up things, and it's like y'all keep bringing up these Diary of a Wimpy Kid stories. The wimpy kid is always the wimpy kid across creed, breed, everything. White people pick on the wimpy kid. When you go to all white schools, the jocks, the boys, the cool boys, the tall boys, these boys, they're popular. And then there's the nerd kids who are ostracized. That's global. Yes, it is. So it's like, we're not talking about Diary of a Wimpy Kid. That's not even the point of the show. Like,
yeah, but for real, I don't think it's a Diary of the wimpy kid thing, because that stops at adulthood. So the difference with niggas is niggas never get out of high school. I always say this: niggas are perpetually in the 13th grade, right? So niggas will be, you know, we see it 40 and still trying to, you know what I mean, carry it like they 18, right? So I'm with you if we're talking about, you know, coming up and being teenagers and shit. But the problem is niggas never fucking graduate or elevate out of this adolescent ass mentality. And that's men and women, right? And the thing where the women come in is the niggas do it, right? Because that's what the women like and that's what get the pussy. If women wanted niggas that fucking wore 3-piece suits, niggas will wear, every nigga go out and buy a fucking 3-piece suit tomorrow. Okay? But being that the requirement is drug dealer, killer, gorilla, right? And you know, drug dealers got more money or got faster money than doctors and lawyers. This is being put out there by only our fucking culture.
You think the
only
majority
our
of women
demographic.
would rather? You think the majority of women would rather drug dealers than lawyers and doctors?
The majority, no, I wouldn't say the majority, but a
So that's what I'm
large
saying. So if the
minority.
majority of the majority of women are already they wish everybody was a doctor and a lawyer. That'd be the top careers, right? I want a doctor, give me a lawyer.
But check this out, Sherelle.
It still haven't produced a bunch of more doctors and lawyers.
I feel you, but that's the same across all the demographics, though. That's a very, very small. What I'm saying, though, Sherelle, find me the Asian woman even speaking that. Find me the white woman even speaking that. Find me the Hispanic woman speaking that. Find me the
I don't speak
Arab
their
woman speaking
languages,
that.
but I've seen like they have ghettos and they be doing hip hop shit, and then there's little girls that follow behind them in the hip hop
really quickly?
So I don't expect nobody to outdo our culture more than us. Now, this is the thing. I do feel like we're not ostracizing our degenerate culture. We promote it, and that is an issue. But I don't think that talking about this overall issue within that is always trying to compare it. There's men that you could, like we said, we respect Aaron. Aaron ain't got, we don't look like he toting guns. It don't look like he shooting up blocks. He ain't got tattoos on his forehead. He ain't got teardrops under his eyes. But when we look at Aaron, he's a man that we respect. We don't look at him as a wimpy kid. And there's
you also know Aaron is
that's not the issue.
Aaron is a real life fucking kingpin. The light skinned version. That's why. That's a big part of it. Aaron's a big ass nigga. Let's not, like you say, so he has the physical prowess to where, and then like you say, his demeanor is there. And also subconsciously he told you this, the nigga was a sniper. He's a killer.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. But he's not
using Aaron as this example.
Hold
on, Sherelle. No. This nigga is a killer. He can be nice.
I don't got a problem with that. Men
he can be nice.
I have to understand that. So that's my thing.
He's trying to save everybody else.
Y'all trying to make it the same. The overall concept, come on, because I'm on 2%. I'm about to switch out. But the overall concept is the same, right? These things are attractive about men. It's only senseless when if Aaron is shooting up blocks and being a murderer to just random people for no fucking reason. It's become senseless. That's the issue that we're taking in, the senselessness of the shit. The fact that there is no cause for it. The fact that he's willing to live and die to serve his family and his country, that shit is commendable. That shit is respectable. But the fact that you don't have no cause and you just out there doing shit all willy-nilly, just trying to be down and senseless and shit like that, that's when it becomes a problem.
No, that ain't the Sherelle. That's the point.
AFR said he's a killer, right?
You just made the point though.
He's a senseless murderer. He probably killing some deers and animals that don't deserve to get killed. You can tell by the jacket. But we just saying, like, other than that, he's not killing senseless people.
He eat them deers. He's talking about it's not senseless. He be eating them deers. But anyway, listen.
He'll eat every deer.
Sherelle, most of them. All right, either way, majority. All right, either way, Sherelle, this is the thing though. You just made the point. They still see Aaron and AFR trained marksmen and actual combat people that know how to shoot. Shout out to AFR. Pistol and rifle. There's a difference. Okay? They get less respect than the niggas out here getting it popping and cracking on the street. Because all motherfuckers care about niggas know is, oh, that nigga putting in work. He'll let it go. He'll motherfucking, you know what I mean? He'll up that shit, right?
Yeah, but
hold on.
niggas for their own society and nothing is gonna be done in society. They look at you crazy if you ain't got kids. They look at you, they try to it's backwards. Everything is upside down in the hood, and you know that.
Thank you. That's what we saying, Sherelle. That's exactly what we saying. And because the shit is upside down and backwards, this is why shit is fucked up, and you got to get away from these niggas.
Okay, we're accepting that. We're not about to talk about why women don't like wimpy men. That's not the conversation. Get back on the conversation.
I'm not on. I ain't worried about the pussy. I mean, but yeah.
Fantastic. But hold up, though, y'all. I think you're missing a big point. Nobody is out here. Not these women. They're not respecting these little young dudes with these skinny jeans with these hoodies on. They are not respecting them. I don't know where the hell y'all getting that from YouTube. They are not respecting them. They actually, these women fear them because they out here in 100-degree heat with hoodies on, skinny jeans with a pole in their goddamn pants.
Yeah, Miss Williams. Now, Miss Williams, who that baby daddies is?
It don't matter. I'm talking about these white.
It do matter. No. It does matter. It does matter. The same niggas in the skinny jeans and the GS Jordans and the motherfucking AR pistol in his pants and a bubble coat in the summertime. That's they baby daddies. They haven't. They procreating with these niggas. They not scared of these niggas.
These little young dudes out here. Do you realize most
They
of
actually
them
submit to them, a good amount of
15
them.
and 16 years of age? They are not respecting them. They don't.
Again. Again, yeah, they're
Bring me
kids.
up on my phone. It's on my tablet.
I bet. Okay.
No, they're not doing that.
Oh shit.
Because majority of them that are doing the shooting are between the ages of 15 to 22.
No, well, I would definitely say 25 more than 22.
These little young dudes. These
okay,
dudes,
and
they fur them. They fur
and
them.
niggas start producing sperm at like 13, Mr. Williams. So again, these
but to put that label, I'm saying y'all putting a bad label on this shit.
No, it's bad, but it's accurate. That's the problem.
And then y'all want
It's
to talk
accurate.
about nerds and shit. You know what? I was a street nigga, a nerd, and an athlete. And you know what? I never had a problem. Never had an issue.
Yeah, the street niggas cancels all the other shit out.
I love shooting up shit, and I used
Yeah,
to
the
play
street-
video games and play ball.
Yeah, the street nigga cancels all that other shit out though, Mr. Williams. You kind of killed your point.
I'm just saying,
What's the argument?
This is the whole thing about YouTube sometimes that y'all do.
It's not YouTube, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, you older than us. No, it's not. Mr. Williams, hear me out, bro.
Funny
Mr. Williams.
You know what? If you have that demeanor, then guess what you do? You go
Mr.
to
Williams.
the sector. You go to the sector that is for you. So if like
No.
AR was talking about, AFR was talking about, well, they'll listen to my voice. They'll do that. Then go to the white preppy motherfuckers. I go to the black square.
No, and that's the problem. Again, y'all keep saying this, and Miss Williams, you older than us, bro, but we all like damn near 40. Okay, I done live fucking life, bro.
I'm not even
Hold on. So hear me out. So hear me out. Y'all gotta stop putting this narrative out here that niggas just talking about YouTube shit and niggas ain't never seen shit. Okay, especially when all of this shit we hold on, bro. Hold on.
Mr. Williams, you gotta let him finish.
Bro, y'all keep saying, and the thing about it is, everything that we said and we told y'all niggas swears fucking internet shit is literally translating to real life every fucking day. Literally. Y'all swore this shit was just, oh man, it's just internet talking point. It's just nigga talking shit on internet. No,
I never said that. I never.
You literally just said it. You said it's internet shit. It's YouTube.
I'm talking about the YouTube talking points that y'all fucking stick with instead of really talking about the reality of it. That's the whole point. Y'all say one thing, oh, well, the women don't want this, da-da-da-da-da. But then at the same breath, y'all scared of young niggas, and that's why y'all not doing nothing for the community. Are you not, you're not trying to help anything, but then we'll go to the black women, because that's what the fuck we showed did.
It's not okay, great. So all right, so let me let me respond. So again, you just
and we get these young niggas in order. That's what it should have been. But no, we don't went all around the goddamn world. That's
okay, cool. All right, okay. So now let's address it. Now you literally just told the problem and why it all revolves back to fucking black women who are having these kids.
Oh my God.
Who are they having kids? Hold on, bro. Let me stop cutting me off. I'm letting you get your shit off. You keep cutting me off.
No, I don't want to get my shit off. I want to come to an understanding that I said this earlier about punk ass parents. It's men
okay,
and women.
okay, all right, okay. So let me get there. Okay. So we can start with the punk ass parents who is what? Predominantly what? Black women. The main people you don't want us to fucking talk about that's doing what? Having kids with the ain't shit niggas. Be it YN, street niggas, drug dealer, killer, gorillas, the main niggas y'all talking about. This is not oh, you just a lame ass nigga. You just a this. No, this is bitches picking the wrong niggas to let nut in them. And then their offspring is overrepresented in the fucking, in the community. And now you claiming it. I'm not scared of nothing, nigga. Wait, please stop saying that.
I wasn't talking about you.
Oh, hold on. I'm speaking for all of the regular 9 to 5 straight and narrow fucking black men, bro. 90% of niggas grow up around niggas. I am not afraid of niggas. I'm afraid more so what I would have to do to a nigga for niggas being niggas. And I got shit to lose.
I know that.
Yo.
All right, so please, but y'all not saying that.
Saying the fact that's fantastic. If both parents don't know where the fuck they kids at, whose fault is it? It's both.
Thank you. So listen, I'm with you. It's not well, yeah, it's both, but it's mainly who? The custodial parent, the person that raises the child, that has the child. So if a bitch go out here, hold on, bitch go out here and get pregnant by an ancient nigga that's never gonna be there in the first place, she done fucked up twice. Cause now she gotta try and do everything by herself, and then she a piece of shit parent, she don't give a fuck anyway. She using the kid for survival. So what the fuck are we gonna get? That's the problem. The result, the ending and the start of it is the women that are choosing the niggas to none of them and have ain't shit motherfucking little niggas.
Listen,
that's the problem.
Yo, we already clarified that it's 30% of the kids that don't have no father figure. The overwhelming majority have a father figure, right? And we focus on this shit. I understand it. You can't escape that shit, Mr. Fantastic. You can't escape the stereotypes. Nobody gives a fuck who fault it is outside of us having this conversation. The results suck for all of us. And only 30% of those kids don't, I don't want to say only, that's a large minority, don't have a father figure. And I know we can't overcome everything that the mother is instilling, but we're failing in damn near every single aspect, up to reading levels, because the parenting is lazy, even if we have the kid. Because here's what actually happens when you get the kid on the weekend. Fathers don't be doing a bunch of disciplining. You're just trying to make the most of the time, right? There's a lot of things that are being skipped over because you got to just try to say, hey, let me love on the kid, let me push the kid, etc. You know, but that still fails the kid. And now we got the results of all of us acting a fucking fool on a boat to where they stop playing hip hop music. I DJ'd in a lot of clubs, right? And they don't let me play, like in DC, I can't play go-go. In like maybe like 2 or 3 clubs, I can't play go-go for brunch specifically because of what it may incite. I can't play Baltimore Club at particular times because of what it may incite. These are stereotypes, and this was owned by a member of Omega Sci-Fi, and his manager was black. But based on their experience, I had to negate, or I had to eliminate those songs from the playlist for a certain time period. When the sun went down, they would give me a little bit more leeway. But for people that enjoy brunch, right? Those beats, the music, whatever it is, incited a different type of reaction.
Damn, niggas turning up the go-go? Go, them just dancing ass DC niggas, the go-go. They dance too hard?
You been to a go-go?
Unfortunately, yes.
Niggas will knock your fucking head off at a go-go. I went to the Legend the first time I moved to DC. They would knock your damn so but it just and so what happened was the people who like go-go and who conducted themselves okay didn't get to enjoy go-go. We covered the man in Dallas who didn't who had his restaurant and his DJ was playing whatever he was playing, and the women started twerking on the table.
On the tables, yeah, on the table, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We saw the nigga in Philadelphia. He was looking at the other girl ass, and the nigga parked him in front of the gas station. These is grown ups too. Was it Philly? I think it was Philly.
It was Texas. Was it Philly? Or was it Chicago? Was it not Chicago? That was Chicago. That was Chicago.
My bad. But you know who I'm talking about. The light skin dude. Yeah. That nigga was 41 years old.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying, I'm agreeing with y'all on that. There's weight, but it's still, we got to get to the problem. It's lazy parents because it's not enough parents. It's a lot of birthers out here. It's a lot of motherfuckers just making kids, right? That 30% don't have what we know. What do we know, right? One bad apple spoils the bunch. So of that 30%, I would say at least 90% of the issues and problems we have come from that 30%. Like you said, even though 30% is a small percentage, that is a
large percentage for bad.
If you got 30% missing out of your check, motherfucker, somebody finna get talked to that day.
If you owe me 100, you can't give me 70.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what we saying, Hamp. So we keep being forced to this point of no, it's a minority. It's a minority. Well, okay, it's a minority, but how much trouble did that minority cost? We said that all the time. Mm-hmm. I would give you at most 10% of the hood street niggas living in the hood is doing all the crime in the hood.
But let's keep it honest, though. The man, because we shifted to this when it's really all of us. The man that was crying about his son dying, right? It's lazy parenting, even from the fathers that are involved.
Yeah, so why is your son in a wheelchair out at 1 in the morning? Was he grown though? Was he grown?
Yeah, he was 25, 24. Why is your son in a wheelchair? And he got shot in a drive-by. Let me get Gary in real quick. Gary, what's popping, man?
Hey, Ham, sorry about that. I was on the phone with FedEx. Somebody threw my package, so I had to talk to him real quick.
You need me to come down there?
Yeah, I mean, come through, man.
All right, man. We're gonna stake out next time. They ain't doing that shit, man. No. What's up, Gary? What you got for us, man? You been listening?
So I don't know, man. So I'm assuming you're talking about the shooting in Indianapolis, and then the cruise with the black people and no rap music.
Yep. So yeah, all encompassing, right? You see, I got black culture banned, right, from the cruise. Black parents suck, and then I kind of circle back with the all encompassing black fatigue. But yeah, all of those things. What's your take?
I mean, there's nothing really wrong about it. We're failing in all aspects, from the men to the women, and the kids too. So we got. I mean, last time I was at school, 2016 is when I graduated from high school. I went back to talk to my counselor. He told me these kids ain't like y'all. They don't listen. Their parents are their number one enemy. They're at the school cursing out the teacher. They getting in the teacher's face. You can't help people that don't want to be helped. And that's the thing about with some black people. It's like there's no point in trying to lecture to them, preach to them, pray for them, because they don't want it. You can't help somebody that don't want to be helped.
You think it's the majority or minority of black people that ain't listening?
Say it's a minority, but the minority is almost even with the majority. So that's why it doesn't really even matter if we're doing the right thing out here, because they're our representation.
What would you say the percentage? So 60% good, 40% bad, 50. What would you give it?
I would say 60-40 is fair.
Damn.
Because even if we're the majority, if we're out here staying silent, that means we're co-signing their behavior, and we're saying it's okay. When you don't check that lady being a bitch or rude in the Walmart parking lot, acting like a fool with her kids, if you see that her son needs belt to ass because he's on the floor acting a fool in Walmart, when you see another student talking rude to a teacher, when you see your coworker acting like a fool because she doesn't know how to behave, when you see your brother sagging, all that are symptoms of behavior that needs to be checked.
Talk your shit, Gary.
I'm for real, man. Like, black people act like other people are a problem. No, we're our own worst enemy. And every time you let somebody get away with it, you just make it worse. Keep your boot on their neck. Every time you see something, stomp it out right then and there.
Damn. Gary. Yo. So the passive are complicit, huh, Gary?
Exactly.
Damn. But AFR, are you intervening in foolishness, or you just ain't gonna be around it?
Nah, I just realized what it was years ago. I can recognize patterns, so I remove myself completely from the black community, and my life has been pretty good since. I had no worries, and I haven't faced massive amounts of racism like other people have complained about. Like everywhere is a microaggression, whatever. And I'm not obviously I'm not saying there's no racist white people. Racism doesn't exist. Yes, we know it exists, but me personally, I have been spared the indignity of racism by the grace of God or whatever. I don't know. So it is what it is. Not every black person has my experience, but most black people that have sense and have money, whether they want to admit it or not, get the hell up out of there. So yeah, that's it. And also, last thing I'll say is the point where I'm not, when I said I'm a killer, that's not to boast or whatever. It's just to say between my experience and things I actually train for. Like me, I've been training MMA for the last 2 months on my own, watching YouTube videos, getting my boxing up or whatever, just so I can have another skill set, because I don't have experience doing combat sports and stuff like that. But one thing I learned is just you just have to stay tough. You got to stay hard. Even though I've lived in very peaceful places like Oregon and stuff like that for many, many years, you know, there still could be a situation where I need to, you know, you can't be caught slipping, because I grew up in the mean streets of Elizabeth, New Jersey. You know, I used to go around Brooklyn and Queens and stuff like that, like Left Rack City, Iraq, back in those days, you know, like Capone and Noriega. I was around those days. Okay. I remember that stuff. I remember the violence and the destruction and people dying or whatever. So that's always stuck with me. And then going into the military, it made it worse. So I'm just always ready for something to go down, but I'm not like the toughest guy or whatever. But like I said, I also am a very kind person, and I'm a service-oriented person. So I volunteer and I do what I can. And like I said, because of my beliefs, I've been rejected by the Black community wholesale. Like when I come to most Black people with my ideas, but I'll say mostly Black women, they're rejected and I'm ridiculed most of the time. So why should I just deal with that on a daily basis and be in a place where I'm gonna get shot by the spawn of a single mother? Nah. So yeah, that's all I'll say.
So one thing you got to find a gym for sure. That the YouTube university gonna get your ass whooped. Go to a gym for sure, so you can really learn how to actually implement those things. You know, you can get a very low level baseline from watching, but you'll be surprised. There's so many details that you won't be able to identify until you go to like a gym and like have to apply. But you got to start somewhere, right? So you know. Yeah, the contact make a difference, because you be thinking that 1-2 work until they throw a two at the same time you do. You know,
I do have access to a little bit of light sparring out where I'm at, but yeah, no, you're definitely 100% correct.
Yeah, but that's good though. That's good though. You got to start somewhere. Gary, let me ask you a question. When the last time you intervened, Gary?
Intervene? Let me think.
Are you a big guy, Gary? Pause.
No. I'm only 5'8", but you know, intervening doesn't have to be a physical thing. It could just be saying something. Or the last time I remember, I would say this weekend when my niece, my little niece, she was getting a little, you know, smart at the mouth, and I told her, "Don't be doing that, man. You know, respect your mom, because she needs you to behave. If you help behave, it's gonna make your mom's life easier. It's gonna make your life easier, because people are gonna respect you."
Okay, fair enough. Aaron, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. What you got?
I would like to open first. Greetings to the panel and everybody in the chat. I would like to open with saying that DJ HAMP pretty much kicked everybody's ass today. And then Gary came and batted clean up. Going back to the conversation about, you know, kids in school and all that. Discipline, decorum, all that, that's not to be picked up at school. It shouldn't even be anywhere near that. School is for an education, well, indoctrination, but an education, well, that's another conversation. But if they haven't figured out how to behave by then, there's nothing that we can do to advocate for schools to change that. All that begins in the home. And when we say it takes a village, right? It's the village that's fucking up. And I think Amp alluded to that. Each of us as individuals are not walking the path that needs to be walked to make these corrections. We're not living it. We don't, like I always say, we don't treat each other properly. We're far too informal with one another. We are interested in marginal and trivial shit. We don't have our priorities aligned. The things that entertain us are goofy and destructive at best. So even if we develop the plan to try and make the correction in the youth, what kind of foundation are we standing on? I can tell you, it's made of loose rock, gravel, and sand, right? There's no concrete, there's no bedrock in that foundation at all whatsoever. And as far as like, you know, making the correction on the fly and intervening, I think that's step 2. Step 1 is we have to intervene and make the correction in ourselves. That in and of itself will kind of sort of be an intervention. I've never intervened. Well, I have, but not really, like not anything that I can, you know, stake claim to, but I think it's because the opportunity doesn't present itself to me. Even when I'm in the hood, when I walk into the corner store, I open the door, I look everybody in the eye, evening, gentlemen. You know what I mean? Excuse me, sir. You know what I mean? I talk to them like they're all the president of the United States. Not only am I setting the example, but I'm showing them how I need to be treated. And the worst of the YNs cannot refute that. Evening, sir. What's he going to do? Oh, Poindexter. No, he's not. He's not. He's not going to call me a Poindexter. And if he does, oh, my apologies. You're mistaken for someone else. My name's Aaron. What's your name? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? It's a lot of blowing smoke, but there's no accountability. Nobody's looking in the mirror. It's the entire community. It's the culture. That's why they're cutting off the culture in all of these spaces, because it's the culture. And what's the culture? All of us collectively. It's fucked up.
I need to play the rest of that video for sure, man. Salute the Robo, salute the Key, salute the Bravo Tech, and Darius for extending the show. We had 3 hours and 10 minutes. Let me do this real quick. I want to play a little bit more of the Carnival video, Key, if you don't mind, and Robo, and then y'all could get in first once we get there.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on. Wait a minute. Whoa, my money here. Get the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here. Put him in the bedroom.
Niggas want me dead. Put prices on my head.
The cock my shit and I pop my shit.
These supers real quick. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Sean with the $10 says, Sean Brewer with the, Sean Brewer with the $10 says, ain't no saving black people. You will get your life taken away trying to save kids that don't want to be saved. My football coach told me people that want to help will find you. Get away and let them seek you. Black Dawn with the $5 says, the niggas voice though. Aaron with the $5 says, y'all be stunting on men as soon as they say something you don't like. I look better than you. I get more hoes and I can't fight. Hood nigga talking points. Ed with the $2 says, shout out to AFR. The hell to the king. T Leeds with the $2 says, remember we talking about coming to a solution. Sean Antonio with the $2 says, this nigga from Jersey, hold this L. Rainbow Kid with the $5 says, Hamp, send you a video clip on your IG. Chief Bailey is tired of young niggas and called the parents out. Young niggas are not the government's responsibility. Is this from Indianapolis?
Yeah, you see that one.
Yeah, I did a whole video on it. Matter of fact, I played it earlier. Cloud House with, I'll drop it in the chat. Cloud House with the $5 says, kids clearing out 4th of July parties, but you talking about why women respectfully don't want you. Get out of here, man. Aaron with the $2 says, so why are we here? Niggas on here talking with street tones. Homeboy with the $10. Shalom Ak says, Shalom, great show. Keep grinding. Indeed. Luo was popping. But the 20 ball said, it's not that quote, black culture isn't welcome. Degenerate parts of black culture isn't welcome. And it should be shunned enthusiastically. Yeah, I agree, except for everything is conflated together. And they don't know what part of the culture you are. And the assumption is that you're the degenerate part. Before you start talking, before you're able to converse. And it could be simply because of your wardrobe. Because what's propagandized along with what's popular is usually has a negative connotation. Sean Brewer with the $5 having 8 kids or more by different women, that's an issue because you can't seriously raise that many kids at different homes. We have to be real. Leslie been a member for 15 months. Said, let's rise above the stereotypes and strongholds and thrive. This might be risky, family. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Oh, shit, I missed this one. Black Dawn with the $5. Gary, I'm 5'8". Sherelle turns camera off. That's odd. No, she didn't. Aaron with the $2 says, none of the vets told us they was a killer until you. Talking about Black Dawn with the $5 says, AFR. I'm doing martial arts training via YouTube clips. I think you should just join a dojo. Hit the like button, man. Oh shit. Sean Brewer with the 10 says, I used to coach kids. Nothing you can do or say to them kids if the mama not on your side, because mama buys them J's, clothes, etc. So if you say something they don't like, it's a wrap trying to reach that kid. All right, let me, because I ain't really played much of this, so I at least want to play just how, and this everybody implicated here. I mean, even from the little things regarding this. So let me play this real quick.
No more hip hop cruises. This rebranding effort to change all your rules and regulations in hopes of getting more sales is absolutely not going to work. The vast majority of people are never going to go on a carnival because you allowed yourself to become a reckless. This idea of limiting or not playing rap or hip hop music seems to me extremely racially targeted. The music is not the problem. The problem is that you allowed reckless behavior. You allowed way too many people to be doing way too many crazy things. You allowed marijuana. What did you think was going to happen? It was eventually going to become like a nightclub. And guess what? What happens at nightclubs? Reckless things. So if you want to be a nightclub cruise, go ahead, be a nightclub cruise. But don't sit here after you've done it for all these years and now try to change it because some TikTok videos are putting you in a bad light. That is extremely fucked up. The vast majority of people already do not go on these cruises. In fact, cruises in general are probably the dumbest fucking thing you can do. If I'm going to go on vacation, I'm sure as hell not going on a Temu vacation. Carnival's got a real problem on their hands. Lacked security. You allowed people to do crazy things. The whole thing with the pool seats and people reserving or not reserving, people stealing each other's seats, crazy. Sometimes you do something so long that there's the point of no return. And I can't imagine anything they could possibly do that would get the vast majority of people to ever want to go on a Carnival cruise. Most people nowadays that go on a Carnival cruise are going for that wildly fun nightclub environment. And if you want to take that away from them, then they're not going to go. But that doesn't mean that the people that weren't going before are now all of a sudden going to go. It's not going to work that way.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. So we got to follow up on the viral story involving Carnival cruises because they're getting a whole lot of backlash from the EBT community over what some people are describing as racist rules against black people, right? Designed to discourage black people from coming on these cruises because black people, put it this way, a certain crowd of individuals, right? The ghettos, okay, they have been a problem, a big issue. A lot of fights, a lot of illegal drug use, a lot of chaos, destruction, just, all types of, behavior and things that Carnival, they don't want to be associated with anymore, apparently, right? And this is why they are basically updating their rules, and they are also emphasizing that they're going to start enforcing rules that they already had. Like, for example, when it comes to drug use, right? Like smoking marijuana, right? Apparently, that's a thing now that they're going to actually really start to enforce these things and to really double and triple down on the fact that, hey, you can't come on this cruise and act a certain type of way. Now, again, there's a lot of people who have been accusing Carnival Cruises of targeting black folks because some of these written and unwritten rules that they see as targeting black people, like, for example, the rumor that they have banned rap music, which apparently is based in some truth.
Hello, everybody. It is Bree, and welcome to Carnival Panorama July 3rd, 2025. Is it true that they're no longer playing hip-hop on Carnival Cruises? Yes, it is. I even spoke to the source. Just to get confirmation instead of rumor, I spoke to a DJ on board, and what he said was Carnival's testing out these new themes in the club, and none of those themes include hip-hop. They are monitoring their playlist, and what they cannot do is play hip-hop music directly and outright. He's been allowed to go ahead and mix some things up, like play the beat, basically the instrumental, and they are approving that. But to just play the hip-hop song straight out, it ain't happening no more. What he did say, though, was this is a test program that they are rolling out, and they're waiting to see what the feedback is. And right now, the feedback is negative. But the point is, there is power in those surveys. And if you do not make it vocal and make it known what it is you want, your likes and dislikes with Carnival, then whatever they put in place, they're going to keep in place. They're waiting to hear from you. That is what he said. I'll give him that they are waiting to hear what you think. But the theme nights that they have, we've got R&B and soul, dance, house, and pop hits, Latin and R&B, 70s and 80s theme, and blues and funk. Those are the themes that are approved for Carnival to be played in the clubs. They ain't even played a wobble at the Cellaway party, y'all. He said it just started this cruise for Panorama, so June 29th. So for those of you that are like on your comments saying that I was on last week ain't got nothing to do with this week. June has nothing to do with July. Currently, right now, and as you can see, I am on board Carnival. So from the horse's mouth, from the source, no more hip hop.
Y'all saw Carnival trying to ban black people
I mean, they're doing it around the way by taking away hip hop and taking it. Now they're saying they're taking away the wobble. Can't even do the wobble dance. They took away the fans, no boots on the ground. Listen, so the last decade, what did they do? They did rock bottom prices, catered to black people. We saw the videos, catered to black people because that's what every business do when they are underwater. They cater to black people to get their business back up and running. It's the same thing that Red Lobster is doing right now with the seafood boils. Everybody's seen online that black people love seafood boils. So what are they doing? They hired a black guy and he brought in seafood boils and now their company is being turned around. And Carnival did the same exact thing. And now they want to say, "Oh no, we don't like black people. We actually don't like black people. Black people are a problem for us." Yeah, you used us to keep your business afloat, no pun intended. And now that your business is back up and running, now you want to abandon us. That's what businesses do.
Even though when people book Carnival, they know what they are booking. They know they are booking a turn up cruise. Period. Everybody on there is looking to have a good time, party, and have fun. We know what type of people are on there. Like everybody on there, it's just Carnival cruises are so much fun. Like everybody is just a vibe, right? And it's like anywhere there's going to be like alcohol, things might get a little rowdy. That just comes with the territory of people being drunk. It has nothing to do with like, being black, being this, the music. But these people done banned the fans. They saying no more hip hop music. So, child, that was the whole purpose of us going. So now we are not going back to the drawing board because no, ma'am.
Now, this is my thing. Black people, you are seeing that they are strategically shutting things down and not wanting us there. Let's just be honest. So what are you going
I
to do
hate
about
bonnet heads.
Still go and support? Because we all know, just like with Target, our black dollar matters.
Yeah. So you see that, you heard that. Okay. You have a lot of people, mainly emotional black women, who are upset by this, right? They're accusing Carnival of targeting black people. Okay. And you have The Root, they have chimed in on this. They've written an article about some of these rules, again, like stricter enforcement.
What y'all think, man?
Yeah, I'm gonna let
T-Mobile.
Birdie go first. What's going on? What's going on, Hamp? Panel, how y'all
Mhm.
doing? Man, I'm
What's
blessed.
goody?
I'm blessed. I'm blessed. So I just got off. It's funny. I just got off the Carnival cruise. I went on June 22nd through the 29th, left out of Miami, and I had a blast. I had a fun, like hell of a fun time. And I go cruises all the time. Me and my family goes once a year, and I go with my bros once a year too on the Super Bowl cruise. So how I see it, um, it's kind of weird what the changes are happening. The changes are kind of not needed, to be honest with you, because like I said, I go to cruise. I'm like a gold member, about to be a platinum member. So that's how far I've been cruising for like at least 9 times. So I literally know how the cruises go, and it don't be as what a lot of things what people be showing. To be honest with you, I mean they show the same videos over and over where they're trying to say that the black people are literally tearing up stuff doing this, but they showing you the same 3 videos that's been going on circulating for a minute now. And it's not that it don't be fights like that. It don't be crazy like that. It be fun. It be like straight up fun. Everybody, all the cultures, all the races are literally trying to blend in with each other, doing all the different dances. Black people, doing our line dances and do whatever dance that they we doing. White people try to join in, try to learn how to do it. I guarantee you, you learn. You see so many people, white people try to do the Dougie and shit. Like when that shit come on and all that, the wobble, all that. So it's like I don't like how people are making it seem like it's like ghetto and all that. It's nowhere near ghetto. You feel me? Don't get me wrong. It has some, you have some people that want to come out there with some bonnets on. You feel me? And or talk loud and stuff. But that's not every black person on the boat. It'd be 1,000 of black people on the boat. And they just showing one group of people where thousands of people are literally having fun, enjoying themselves, not having no problems and stuff. So the black culture thing is getting out of my. I really over it how they make it seem so negative, where it's not as negative as what people are trying to make it seem.
So you're saying that it's black people acting up, but not all of them.
Yeah, if they're. I mean, when I mean small minority, I mean on Hemp. I've been on these boats like ninth. This is my ninth cruise. I haven't seen only one fight on all the 9 cruises, and it was black people one time, but it was 2 dudes, and that was it. And literally, you hear these a lot of fun, and I mean it'd be a lot of black people on the boats on the Carnival cruises. So for them to make it seem like this Carnival black people tearing up the boat, far from it, like far from it.
Okay. Okay. Is there any conduct that you see that could be checked that goes unchecked?
Yeah, I would say the kids. I say I ain't gonna lie though, the kids that they be on the boat, cause low key be nothing for like say you 13, between 13 and 17. It's nothing for them to really do on that boat, to be honest with you. Not for no kids that's never really really had nothing to do. They really don't have no service on their phones, no nothing. So they be running around crazy a little bit, playing tag, doing all what kids would do. Someone be talking a little bit reckless. But I think that's all. That's like the white kids running around, the black kids, the Mexican kids. They all running around all together, all acting a fool. I mean, it's just the kids in general. Period. But the turn up, the dancing, and all that, man, it be vibes. I mean, literally, it be good vibes on there, man.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to rebut that. I think a lot of times you have to understand that Carnival, even though you may be privy of 9 cruises, Carnival are privy of every cruise at all
Okay.
times.
Mm-hmm.
So if they're saying that a common denominator is bringing down the brand of their cruise, because we all understand what they say about Carnival cruises. That's the
What?
black cruise.
It's the
That's the
turnip
ghetto
cruise.
cruise.
No, that's
That's
what.
that's the
No, that's
black
the turnip
cruise.
cruise. Not a.
That's
That's why
the
I don't like. That's
ghetto
why I don't
cruise.
like, to be honest. Sure, not to.
Well,
Go
she
ahead.
she
Go ahead.
mid
Go ahead.
tenant.
Go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
That's the black cruise. That's the ghetto cruise. That's if you that's where the black people gonna be. And typically every time we see, because that's what you ain't never seen you Virgin cruises where people are fighting. You don't
Oh
see these other
yes.
cruise lines with a whole bunch of stuff going viral. Every time something negative go viral, it's Carnival. And at the end of the day, if the people feel like we about to scrap this shit and we're gonna change our dynamic because this is killing our brand and it actually may be stopping other people from wanting to get on the cruise because they're not getting the tickets as cheap as the tickets are, nobody's buying the tickets but the black people because we're catering to them. So if it's
That's
bad
not.
for their brand, they gotta switch up their brand and it is what it is. Y'all mad? Go build a cruise line. Black
So,
man.
respectfully, Sherelle,
You
that's
don't got
not
one.
true.
So as long as you on
Sherelle,
their
what?
shit, you gotta follow their
Sherelle.
rules.
So, Sherelle, that's not what's going on. So, first of all, people are coming on that cruise. That like I said, I just came off the. That was just a week and a half ago. I just got off that cruise. Sold out cruises. Carnival is not losing nothing. People are still running to Carnival, and it's not a ghetto cruise, not for the black people cruise. It's for the fun cruise. Where I've been on other cruises where they're not that as fun. They don't play certain music. They don't play at all no music. They don't have no entertainment with you or anything like that. They just pretty much for you to kind of be on your own solo kind of thing. So a lot of people come to Carnival to turn up because they play the music. They play the certain stuff that you will actually want to have fun to. So that's why where people always get switch up where they mix where black people are having fun to being ghetto. That's us having fun is not being ghetto. It's not us having fun. It's not ignorant. You feel me? Because we play the music and we know how to dance to it, doesn't that mean we got problems? It's no like literally. Like I said, I've been only, like you said, I haven't been on all the cruises, but if I've been on a good amount of them where they making it seem like it's just fights over fights over fights. They're showing the same 3 fights over and over, and that a lot of them fights would happen 2 3 years ago. They're showing things that already been done, past done. They're not showing you the things that's literally been going on. They don't show you all the black people that's having fun. They don't show you the white people that's literally trying to do what the black people doing on the dances floors and all that stuff. They don't show that, but they would love to show that one thing. And a person like don't hope that we do better as a culture. But when they show that on a carnival, it's overrated. It's overrated. Not like I said, it's I feel like it's overrated.
Well, we understand that all things that they show is nominal, and if it's not happening on your block, it would never reach you. The fact that we have the internet, we can see what's going on because they didn't just do all of this. Everything that we just watched, it was in Indianapolis and Philly and all of us. We in Texas, we
We
all these
talking about
other
carnival,
places.
right? We talking about
But it's
carnival,
just,
correct?
the point is, just because you're not there doesn't mean it's not happening.
I
Where
never
Mr.
said that.
Fantastic go at? He ran.
The carnival people are there. They're on site. The workers are there. The cruises are there. You're not there. They're there. So why should we take your word over them
So
when they're there?
none of the people that we just listened to are the people that work there. That's first of all. So you're listening to people that
No, we're
say they
not
go on
talking about
cruises.
the people
So hold
that
on,
do it. We're
wait.
talking
No, no,
about the
no. We got hold on.
decisions.
Make it make sense. We got to
We're
make it
talking
make
about
sense.
the
You just
decision
said
that Carnival is making by removing Black culture. That is a
they're not removing
Carnival
Black culture. So
decision.
that's what another thing.
You're talking
What's removing Black culture?
the
They
commentators. That's
play.
totally different. These people are making some shit for the brand. Instead, y'all killing their brand with y'all ghetto asses, and they have every right to. And if that's what they gonna do, then that's what they gonna do. That's they fucking boat. And at the end of the day, guess what? Carnival is not. They sell cheap tickets. There's other tickets where white people ain't playing hip hop, and them motherfucking boats be they expensive as shit.
So
The
let
bottom
me
float
school you on something.
It's
so
textbook
it's not
racism,
about
in my
let's always
opinion.
think
I
y'all
don't
making
think
most money, y'all not.
Sherelle don't know what she's talking
Them
about.
white cruises be making way more money than Carnival.
Okay.
She have no idea what
With
she's
the
talking
nasty
about.
food and everything.
So
Y'all
look.
not there. Y'all always trying to make it
Okay,
seem
so
like
look,
it's
there's
on
another
9
cruise
fights. I
line.
never seen a fight, so it never happened.
Okay, so first of all,
I've only
Norwegian.
seen 3 fights, so they not fighting.
So first of all, Norwegian just had a fight, just literally had fights just not too long ago. They have fights on all the cruises. All cruises have fights. And majority are the people on the boat are white people. Okay, so let's understand what's going on. The people are not. It's white people that are getting stuck,
She don't know
having to
what
be
she's
locked
talking
up in a
about.
fucking jail cell. White people are in a carnival jail. White people are getting stuck in their rooms, but they're not doing that. They're showing only those very slim people. And a lot of times, I'm gonna be real with you. Black people don't give a fuck what the other white people are doing on these cruises not to publicize it. We don't give a fuck what white people are doing. We're enjoying our cruise. But one time black person do it, they let us show it. They let us show what we're doing and trying to make it seem like
Yeah.
it's everybody, but it's not.
So, Key, real quick, let me do this real quick, and then we get Robo. Address the argument and the fact that they're making policy changes that, by proxy of the policy, ostracizes particular groups. So, if hip hop music specifically is being banned from playing, they understand that the interest, even though hip hop is very popular genre, right? We know who that is directly associated with. Right. So by proxy of that, those people will be less likely to attend. Also, the rewards programs and the pricing is increasing a bit. So that seems like they're targeting to ostracize particular demographics. And it's not based on your anecdotal, but rather what they've experienced the majority of time on several cruises. Right. It would probably take more than one, because to your point, there's fights on YouTube from 7 years ago, 3 years ago, 6 months ago, 4 days ago. And so now they're making these decisions based on data, not just the few cruises that you've been on. So what would you say to that? That's her overarching point.
Okay, so first to the them cutting off cutting off rap. So would you say hip hop, R&B, and it's another one they doing oldies. Would you consider that those are black culture genres as well?
Yeah, but they're cutting out hip hop specifically.
Or just rap. Like I said, they just cut this rap, not hip hop particularly. Just saying rap
Well,
music.
they
not
said hip hop. So they said hip hop.
Yeah, like I said, I talked to the DJ too, as Bloody said, but it's really just a rap music because they said not playing no rap music, but they play like all the hip hop songs that's like vibes. But my thing is, like you said, they ain't cutting off the R&B and everything like that. Those are black things. So if you didn't want no black people to come, you would cut them off too. If you don't want no black people to come, you'll make sure you cut all their music off. You would just cut one little genre off. You will cut all the genres off if you just don't want demographic. Then the fans, they cut off the fans in the nightclub. The nightclub is it's like a living room. It's not a big nightclub. So when you do them dances, yes, that does have a problem. It can hit somebody, but they did not ban them on the Lido deck and on the outside boat, and they still played the music, played the Lido deck. I have videos on my Instagram. I just went fans going on and everything, but they playing it on the outside. They're not banning it from completely. They just banning it from the nightclub inside where it's very small. And I forgot what your other thing was about. It was the music, fans, and the price and the rewards. So yes, they're changing the rewards program, and I won't say that's due to the demographic for black people, because if you go on a cruise, I say 80% of the black people that be on the boat, well, I'm gonna say 70% are first time cruisers majority of the time. They're first time cruisers. So the loyalty program is really for the people that have been going cruising for years and years. it's really stopping them, and that's majority of the white people. Like, I'm being real with you. Those are the people that go on a consistent basis, loyalty. That's what they messing it up with. So I wouldn't say they are targeting for that part of it. They're not targeting black people because majority of black people don't go on cruises. And every time I go on, they literally say, "Oh, this is my first cruise, first cruise." I think you look in the poll, a lot of people haven't been on a cruise before. So
Okay.
I don't think they're pushing for that demographic. So that's what I to that part.
Robo, what's popping?
Salute, salute. Salute to you and the panel. You know I always come respectful, whether we disagree or not. But to me, listening to the topic and everybody's opinion, you know, it seems like another case of textbook racism. Why? Because, you know, hip hop is not the only genre that includes violence. All right, rock and roll. All right, and they have their own them raves. So they run into each other in those white raves. They play screamo music. They beat each other upside the head with beer bottles. So this seems like a textbook case of racism because it's like if you want your cruise to be more safe or you don't want any violence on the cruise, then that's up to you and your security to enforce the rules. Now, if you're allowing people to get on your boat with a gun and paraphernalia, that must mean you have a shitty process of actually getting these people up here without searching them, without making sure they're coming up there without no paraphernalia or guns. You don't have no process of vetting these people. So that speaks to your leadership in that business. You can't really put that on anybody on a cruise. It's just like a job. There's plenty of McDonald's out here that's trash. The ice cream machine never works. Does that mean people going to stop going to McDonald's? Are they going to ban black people because of all the service that they go into the meet? No, it just means you go to a better McDonald's. So it's really on the cruise ship themselves. What are they enforcing on the boat that these things are happening? It's called laws. It's called enforcing rules, not the people. Pretty sure white people's, you know, having their situations up there as well, and I'll land there.
No, I mean, I guess it makes sense. I guess you don't have to go to Carnival. You know, just looking at the behavior and seemingly every time they want to, they're able to. They're able to propagandize the stereotypical behavior. I just wonder, why is there so much ammo in that gun?
Honestly,
Why?
I think because the Diddy, you know, all of this, you know, all of this, the hip hop and and it's all falling down. You know, the white people have a bad taste in their mouth about black people in hip hop. It's the truth, right? A lot of there's rumors of Diddy doing the sex trafficking. You know what I'm saying? And he was touching Justin Bieber. A lot of people don't like what happened to Justin Bieber. So this is just a way to get back at black people because the truth is, what is hip hop, getting rid of hip hop gonna do to black people when white people are the ones that fund that industry? So that's actually sending a message more than it is trying to prevent black people from coming on your cruise. Like the man mentioned earlier, it's a lot of black people that they don't even like hip hop. It's black people that like classical. You know, there's different black people out here. It's not everybody that, you know, just hip hop is their number one thing that they go to. So that was a message to me more than it was them trying to enforce something.
Okay. Anybody got any commentary? I just want to make sure I'm clear. So, you think Carnival is in response to like just the Diddy or the entire?
Nah, I'm not agreeing with that part. I'm not agreeing with that whole thing. I feel like just it's like the whole just the black fatigue kind of things. People just running with certain stereotypes. That's true that we have. I mean, I don't think these stereotypes ever gonna go away. Stereotypes on all sides of the fucking spectrum of all races, and they're never gonna go away. I don't think they're ever gonna go away. So you can always point out a demographic as like literally, like you always can find one person in a group and it's gonna have something bad gonna happen. I think that's always gonna happen for anybody. I just think that we're always the highlight of all stories when it comes down to it, because like I said, if you look, I don't know, you can look it up. I want to do some, I do want to really do some research on Carnival, because I'm telling you, if you see how many white people literally get in fights on the cruise, and I'm like, I've been on them, and there was more white people like fighting and going and getting locked up in their stuff, you'd be like, why are this like, why it's not talked about? It's really the alcohol. It's literally not talking about. It's literally the alcohol. Is you can drink nonstop. You for a drink package, 15 drinks minimum. 15 drinks per day. And if you don't have a drink package, you can have as many drinks as you want. So it's literally people that get very highly intoxicated, and that's when it gets crazy. And they don't want to get really clear about that. But that's where that money is. They're not going to talk about that because that's where the money is. That's where they get their money from, alcohol. But that's where a lot of stuff happens from. People getting highly over intoxicated. Then things just happen over. It happens.
Damn. So the music don't have an effect?
I strongly don't believe so.
Go ahead, Gary.
It's a lot, man. But to tell you the truth, it's really, I think they were just gonna implement that quietly, the phasing out of rap, but it just blew up into a whole social media thing. But black people gotta stop taking everything so personally. You know what it is? It's the same thing that will happen to you in the army or if you're in school. One person ruined it for everybody. Now the whole class got to be quiet. Everybody got to run a mile. And we got to hold ourselves accountable. If you're traveling with people that you know is going to act a damn fool, you need to call them out. Don't invite them. Don't travel with them. And you know what? It's also on Carnival's part too, because I don't know. I've never been on a cruise, so I don't know. Like, are they just staying in the U.S. or they're going to like other countries and stuff? But if they are, have your staff identify these people. Hey, these people are problems. Keep an eye on them, and call the local police and have them deboard off their ship, and you can figure out your way back to the U.S.
They do that
Stop
now.
the problem before they get worse.
They do. They just see they implement it more now. See, that's why people they implement more a lot of things now, even more. They like first they didn't have drug dogs, sniff dogs on there. Now they do, but I think they're doing that a little bit too. I feel like that's a little bit extra to me a little bit because I feel like they're only targeting one particular illegal drug and not illegal drugs. Period. To be honest with you.
Why? Because when you get on the deck right there on the sideways, always. Every time you go to Carnival, you get to that little side part right there on this side.
The smoking session.
That's the smoking session. And it's always a bunch of who?
Everybody.
Blackies.
That's what bothers me about people.
It be blackies
you think
over
black
there
people only want to smoke?
It be the blackies. I've been on Carnival cruise,
that's crazy.
It be
that
the
you
blackies
think
over there smoking weed.
The white people. So that's what bothers me when y'all think that white people are not the ones that are doing the fucking most drugs. They're the ones that smoke the most weed. What are you talking about? That's what throws me off. Because I mean, literally, it's
when
white people that ask me, "Hey, you
session.
smoke?"
Wait till they do the TMBR cruise.
The what? I'm down. I hope y'all do one. That'd be hard.
Go on no cruise.
I should do a cruise. Ham, do that shit. That shit be crazy.
I can't be on a boat that long, nigga. Fuck that.
Yeah, but they did up the. But they are doing certain things for the ignorant and the people that can't afford certain things. They are doing that for, like, say they used to do 3-day cruises. You cannot find 3-day cruises no more. They only doing 4, 5, 7, 9 days, like literally long day, like where you can't get no days off, where you can't get that many days off. So that's where that's for all the ignorant people. I'm cool with that. You can't afford, that long cruise. Don't be on there. I think that's what gets more better people on the boat. But that's cool with me.
I'm gonna tell you, man. I don't know, man. I just think. Go ahead, Gary.
I was gonna ask you too, Hamp. From your experience as being a DJ, do you think stopping certain songs from being played matters, or you think if something was gonna pop off, it was gonna happen anyway?
No, the music definitely matters. I mean, you see it even when I play football. We listen to certain songs to get that energy. Depending on what music is played, the vibration of the room changes. And you do it on purpose. Like I play fight music. And then I'll play some, slow shit after it, or a song, reggae, something where people dance with each other, because you have to de-escalate the room. Literally, we had songs that used to come on, it guaranteed if somebody would have bumped into one of my mans at that point in time while that song was on, it probably was going to pop off.
What's a good
But
what's a
him,
song?
look, I just thought about it. They was playing Nuck If You Buck in there
Huh?
at the cruise. They were playing Nuck If You Buck. Now, if you, well, that song right there, with that song normally you would think that would get you lit, right? Nuck If You Buck, Fod, Nuck. I feel like they know, but they were playing that song. It's like certain songs they were still playing. I feel like that, people are taking a little bit over extreme. They're not playing, the hella shit that's like curse word after curse word. I can see they probably not stopping those, but they was still playing some stuff that you literally would still get you lit, like still get you hype in the club. Like that's why I was kind of like, they not cutting everything down. They cutting certain things down, but not everything. And just black people. I'm like I say, like Gary said, we all try to make it too high, make it so black people do it. No, it's certain shit, but not. It's not as high as people make it seem it is.
I don't know. Gary said 40% of niggas ain't shit, and then the other 60% are complicit.
Damn, I don't agree with that.
I think. Go ahead.
I want to say this though, Ham. I could probably say it's probably less than 100 of those extreme events probably happened on the Carnival cruise, but it's just because it's how social media is nowadays. It's just blew up into this whole big thing. It probably wasn't even that big of an issue, but because it's in the news now and it's on social media, they had to address it. I don't think it was even a big of issue for them because as long as they're getting paid, they don't really care. They're gonna, get them off the boat if they have to, but they got their money. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Does the green clear? But you can't be breaking their stuff. It's the exact same stuff like why some people don't want to rent to Section 8 people because you know what's gonna happen to your property. They're gonna come in there, usually signs, they're gonna break it, bring bugs, don't clean it, maybe even set your stuff on fire. It's just, do you want to avoid the problem or is the money worth the risk? Pick your poison.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think you see them trying to mitigate, right? I think the juice is not worth the squeeze. You generally get what you pay for in both clientele and service. The clientele usually matches the grade of the quality and then the cost mostly. So I definitely understand that just from a DJ perspective, even. Because people and then people's expectations be off. They want you to make exceptions for their behavior, or it's not that bad. What does that mean? Like even when Key said it's not that bad, I don't know what that means. It's not that bad.
On what part when I said not that bad? Though?
Well, like it's not as bad as they make it seem. So it's bad, but not as bad as they make it seem.
Well, they're making it seem like people don't get into it where all people get into it. That's where I'm saying like all demographics on that boat get into it with each other. Black people get black people, white people get them, and they vice versa. They black get on white, white get on black. It's different people in different states all in one place. That's where a lot of people understand. It's different cultures, and even all each black person in different states don't even act the same. We all different act in a different atmosphere. So that's where a lot of the confrontation comes from. It's not because we're black we can't act right. No, it's because different people are acting different ways. We got
Did he cut out or am I gone?
No, I think he cut out. But I just look. Let me see if I can find something. What this look like? Is black people? Huh?
That's definitely a black man. You don't see him with the dreads? That's who threw the chair.
Let me see. Maybe I can find some. Hold on. But sure, I think that's a pretty valid point. Like, there has to be something that they are predicating this decision on more than just,
Yeah, they have gels on the boats.
Yeah,
so
they
have all of this. So it's like you wouldn't be privy to that if you haven't been on a cruise. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on cruises, and the thing about it is people when you get to see the fight, it's so damaging to their brand. They are on control. It's like any type of media, right? If there's something negative that's about to come happen, people try to get on top of that. Carnival tries to get on top of shit like this. They hate when it has to come out like this. So there's plenty of things that they're hoping won't come out, that they can hurry up and manage it before it gets out of control like this.
I think
But
Kyle was
that's what I'm
saying
saying. Like I've been on a Carnival cruise. He's saying he been on it. Even if you've been on 100 Carnival cruises, you're not privy to the information as Carnival is, because Carnival is privy to every trip that sails the sea. This they business. They get paid to be in this business. So they know everything that's going down on every ship, and they got cameras everywhere. So if they got cameras everywhere and they was cool with it, they will be putting more shit out because they getting the fights down pack. This be from people's cell phones when we check.
Yeah. Nah, man, it just, I don't know, and I get it, right? People act up, the violence in the earth, we didn't start it, that's for damn sure. But what we perpetuate, how we react, and again, you can look up CCTV, especially on, Twitter. That shit is no joke. And I think the fact that 140 bullets were fired in that shootout, that could be anybody doing anything fun. We have a lot of parades in Connecticut, and every time you go to the parade, you expect that somebody gonna get shot out there. 100%. Like somebody gonna get shot. On so-called 4th of July, you wait till Monday to see what the shootings look like in the big cities. Like, we know that. How many niggas got shot in Chicago? We say, how many niggas got shot over the weekend? How many cars got jacked? And yeah, it's the minority of people, but none of us can avoid the stereotypes.
It's just like, and that's a veer too much off the cruise ship thing. But the man in Dallas, he's a black man. He had to tell the black girls to stop dancing on top of his tables.
Yeah.
Stop beating on the glass.
Mm-hmm.
And then what they said, it's the music. Y'all started that shit. He playing that type of music so we could do whatever we want. Black people started that shit, that the music get us crunk. The music get us going. It's the music that do it to us. So when these people are saying, y'all say music make y'all want to fight and music make y'all want to shake y'all ass on glass tables, whether y'all in a black establishment or white establishment. Okay, we do want you, we want y'all service, but we need y'all control. We'll stop playing the music that make y'all want to fight. Because we don't want y'all fighting on our goddamn boat.
Yeah, the logic is consistent, right? We wouldn't twerk if you wouldn't play twerking music.
The twerk the Barney. I love you.
But it just, I just think I think that the submissive nature and the simple separation, I ain't them niggas, so it's cool. Let me make this clear. It ain't 160 million of us like it is white people. You often see with our people, the degrees of separation are much less. There's a lot of associations with the people that are so-called the degenerate class. I don't think we have the same luxury to just simply separate. Could those be your brothers and cousins and all that other type of shit? What Gary's saying, I think, has to happen more and in different ways. I ain't saying you need to be breaking up fights, but that may be a facet of it. But what can you do differently to help change the trajectory of these young folks and old folks? Because this shit is ugly, man. And it's been ugly for a minute. But I'm going to tell you, they let me show that video on YouTube, which is a guideline change, I think, from maybe a year ago. So what does that mean in the grand scheme? Maybe nothing.
Maybe because it was blurred out.
I had to blur it. Yeah, maybe. And I put like the smoke on it and stuff.
Yeah.
So you can see it, but even the sound is intimidating. And quite literally, the boy that died that I covered is on the video dying. that is just them niggas ain't gonna work. That ain't working. Go ahead, Gary.
So for the YNs, Hamp, you know there's only one thing. So we got some jail cells for you, and maybe if you get out in 10 to 20, we'll try again. But that's all we got for you, because we can't save you from yourself. If your parents failed you, I'm sorry, but at some point, life responsibility, it's on you. You have to figure out how you're going to make it, how you're going to have to avoid all this crap, because I'm sorry to tell you, life doesn't get easier, it just gets harder. You're going to have to figure out how to be a responsible adult. And then if we really want to get down to brass tacks, we gotta stop with the single parent households. It's just so detrimental. You're killing them from the start. You're shooting them in the leg and telling them to win the race. It's just such a setback. Even if you try your best, even if you're a good person, it's hard to overcome that. Even after years of, if you do therapy or whatever you do, you got good family around them, it's just hard to overcome that.
Yeah. Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, how do we enforce that? Right? Like you live in Chicago, you know, people on your block don't make it off your block to 20 to 25, but you still have kids on this same block. So you already understand the trajectory of the life that's gonna happen if you coming from this set of projects, which y'all still having kids in here. Like, how do we tell them to stop? It is no stopping. And then if you say, well, we got to give them consequences. Well, the consequences is the destruction of their neighborhood, the loss of their children. They're already facing the consequences, and they still don't care. I just don't feel like we can make them care.
Oh.
Because when Trump saying send them to a different country to go to jail and shit like that, it's like, we like, okay, that's outrageous.
What's the interesting part? The cities that have the most, like the places that have more stringent gun laws, have like so much violent crime, as an example, like gun crime. So what's actually happening? And I'm not saying all of them, but most of them, it seems.
Well, in my opinion, Hamp, because I live in Chicago and our gun laws are garbage. It's really just, it makes it difficult for law-abiding citizens to get firearms to protect themselves in their homes. It does, because no criminal has gone to the gun store and bought a gun legally, and they're using that to commit crimes. They usually either have a ghost gun that they could 3D print, or guns in circulation from the street that have serial numbers removed that they use for crimes. They're not the idea of the gun shop owner is supplying guns to the streets of Chicago and other local suburbs is ludicrous and it's stupid.
Nah, that's real, man. That's real. I don't know, man. It just, and I understand what Key was, trying to present, but I think that adds to our issue. That separation game ain't working. It's not me, it's them. That shit ain't working. Cause cause Gary fit the description too. And they justify it by everything and they justify it with every video they see. And then when we try to separate ourselves, you know what niggas start saying? Who could blame them? Right? If the cop is policing in a particular area, in order to make it home, does he have to make certain assumptions? And then he justified in doing so.
You know what they say, Ham. We stereotype ourselves, we profile ourselves. You know who the usual suspects are. If Mr. Williams or Aaron or Hamp, or if you're going to any type of store, if you see some kids with some hoodies and the pooch heisty mask standing on the corner against the wall like this with their arms like this, you already know, let me, give myself some distance. Don't make eye contact and just keep moving. Get in and out because I don't want to be around something pop off. So if we can be honest with people, it's not about race. it's really about economics because apparently I don't know why it's a thing now, but before poor people, used to actually have some type of pride. Hey, even if I'm poor, I'm gonna still act like I'm a decent human being, have common sense, manners, and be God fearing. I think it's just a big societal collapse. People have gotten away from order and stability. There is no father in the home. There's no man leading by God in the Bible. Nobody follows anybody's rules. It's a free for all. And you know what? Let it be. It is what it is. Because if they can't follow their husband or the man they choose to lead with or lay down with, if they can't follow their teacher, they can't follow what the police officers say, you can't save these people. They want it. They want the chaos. They don't like order.
Fo was popping.
What's up? Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. Let me read these real quick. You can jump in. Sean Brewer with the 10 ounces. Sherelle, this is how you stop. Take the government taking care of them and watch how fast they stop having babies. They know if I have a child, it will be fed and housed. Let's be honest. Sean Brewer with the $5 says music matters. Nobody ever did a pat by playing what? Drive by? Playing Kirk Franklin. When you want to have intercourse, you don't play Kirk Franklin. My bad, I messed that up. I know I did. Bravo Tech with the 20 ball says, what? The TMBR cruise? Let's fucking go. Nah, man. I don't know, bro. I can't be stuck on no boat. Salute the OG Bravo Tech in the building. Bino with the $5 says, I'll listen to Miley Cyrus on a cruise as long as I can smuggle my Mary Jane. They can take the rap. Mike Brown with the $5 says, let's go to DR next year. This might be risky. Hard Rock Punta Cana. What we know podcast. JT was popping with the $5 says, Carnival Cruise Line has 14 home ports in North America. These ports include locations on both the East and West Coast, as well as the Gulf of Mexico. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, OTC. I bet you blame white people on everything. Rock and roll. I never heard a song telling you about murders on the song. Bro, you can't listen to him at all. Curtis with the $5 says, they literally have TikTok showing you how to sneak on liquor and weed onto Carnival cruises. Black Dawn with the $5 says, this nigga said Diddy. LOL. Reaper with the $5 says, white people at these music fests die from drug overdoses or get accosted by pervs every year, which could mean litigation but no change to policies. I think Reaper, I thought I read this one. Reaper with the 10 ounce says, salute HAMP. So Carnival and the CEO can easily make substantive changes to the business, even if the perception is greater than the reality. Example, fights, especially if it's portrayed as black and ghetto. Yeah. Bino with the $5 says, I seen a big brawl on Carnival started in the club, ended up in the casino, and one brawl is too many for the brand! Exclamation point. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, Key, come on. Yes, the fight. Yes, they be fights. Yeah, it's not all black people, but it's always black people. He not telling the truth. Aaron with the $2 says, passport bros and sis, we out. This might be risky cruise. Fo, what's goody?
What's happening?
How you?
Nah, I'm good. How you doing? What's up to the panel, everybody? For sure. Now I was just gonna say, coming from another aspect of the whole club situation, like I worked with my uncle. He got like a big ass club down here in St. Louis where it's a convention center connected to a club, and there's a whole bunch of rooms in the middle of that he used for like repasses, small parties, and things of that nature.
Mhm.
And then he got another room, a big super room with a stage that hold like almost 1,800 standing. And then there's a whole nother club on the other side that can fit like probably 800. Well, when I'm getting to it, like people don't look at the side of people that actually had to put their money into those type of businesses and with the risks they take and losing money, you know what I'm saying, all type of shit. Just fucking the insurance up, losing a whole bunch of money, buildings, costs, paying security guards, things of that nature. Because when I used to do that shit with my uncle, well, I still do it now, but I'm just not hands on. Like I help people, like, or I help my cousin where he's hands on with it, but I help him like find artists to bring to the club. But just the tedious nature that you have to have, the like, oh, I can't bring this artist because I heard he got beef in the street. You gotta do your research on these artists now, because you can't just bring certain people to the city, especially here in St. Louis, where we've been number 3 in the murder rate for the last probably 15 years. Not bragging on it, but I'm just saying we have to actually strategically bring people down here, because these little cats down here with no structure, they will try these rappers, dog. I don't know why they do. They feel like they can or want to when we trying to bring some entertainment in, but they will try these folks. But I'm just saying the aspect of just knowing the ins and outs, all the exits is where can we sit these niggas at, because we know these niggas got beef and these niggas got beef. So if we do want to make this money tonight, they gotta sit over there. They gotta sit over there. You know what I'm saying? There's so much to watch that goes into this shit that, like, I don't think people even think about the people that actually throw these events and things like that. The people that really put their money into these things, like, it's really big on them too. So yeah, that's all I want to put out there. Like, it should be.
Bro, you got real close. I was waiting for somebody to say it. You got real close to it. Has anybody been on a cruise or on a vessel that is at sea on the panel?
No, I haven't.
All right. So, okay, have you ever seen a stampede of panicked people?
Yeah.
Right. And so my question is, what do you think is going to happen when people panic and a stampede of people develop on a vessel that is at sea, 25, 35, 45 miles off the coast, traveling at a rate of 19 knots? You can't see land, and it's 2 hours back to wherever it is that you can walk on. Think about the environment. If things go chaotic, and how much security, how much authority do we have on this vessel to be able to neutralize this? If people go apeshit, which they will, where are we? First of all, okay, let's say we quarantine the people, the progenitors of it all. Where are you going to put them if you run out of space? And what are you going to do with the panicked people? It's bad enough that you at sea. I think people really miss the importance of that and the fragility of the environment. This is not a big city environment where you know what I mean? Like, you don't have liberties to take. You have to really have a tight rein on the behavior of all of those who are on board. Shit will go sideways quick. You don't need a storm to flip that boat.
Shit, no cap. Yeah.
Cheek was goody. Yo, you can hear me?
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you.
How about now? It should be.
Yeah, you good now. What's popping? You been listening or you just got here? What's goody?
Yeah, I've been listening, but I had a gap between the first half to the carnival. I wasn't talking about the carnival, so I came back.
No, we was talking about that shooting in Philly. You saw it?
Yeah, no, I saw
Talking
it
about
because I saw that.
Indianapolis, and just the modus operandi and the stereotypes that a lot of us can't escape from, even when we try to separate ourselves, you know. And we look at systemic things, and then look at systematic things that have been implemented, and then systemic oppressions. But I just wonder, this behavior, from what we see most often, follows us everywhere. You know, they cancel so many different things, different weekends, like the weekend in the Hamptons. You'll see this behavior rear its head, regardless of location, regardless of demographic, not being siloed to just the projects or the hood. You know, a lot of the behavior is perpetuated, or at least allowed, or we're complicit by being silent or passive about it, you know. And the shootout, and I've seen a lot with my two eyes in person and whatever the case is, but the shootout on the steps, you know, for the whole world to see, right? You know, the lack of fear, the apathy, you know, just looking at it, I'm just like, you know, I put Black culture banned. You know, we give merit to so much stereotypical shit every single day. And I'm like, what are we looking at? And is the origin, like Gary alluded to and many of us alluded to? Is it the parenting? Parents suck.
No, I don't know if that's it.
Yeah, no, that I'm just giving you like a synopsis. You go ahead, talk your shit.
Yeah, I don't know if parenting is the problem. It's the influence, right? Like you can raise a kid to be a good kid. That doesn't mean that he or she will be a good kid. Like for whatever reason, there's just I don't know. I can't put it on parenting all the time, and a lot of times I don't know if that is the issue because I know plenty of good kids that end up in their jail cell. Like doesn't mean that they were bad or they didn't have good parenting, but they make their own decisions and choices. They was put on a path and didn't follow it. So like I can't put it on parents because everybody's got their own perspective and viewpoint and influence that they have to go through. To be honest, I don't know what it is because it is something that I feel like is unique to Black people. And the only time I see some commonality between it is when you look across classes. So like the lower class behaves in a way that's a little bit more degenerate because they're trying to find ways to survive or trying to do things to get by, right? Like just like in poor white neighborhoods, it may not be weed, or it's weed, it's definitely weed, but it's also meth, right? It's opioids. It's a different drug, but it's still a drug, right? It's something that's different. They're just as defiant, against authority, but they're also poor. So to a degree, I think it could be a class thing, but when we start looking at race specifically, the things that are a Black thing is aggression. Like that is something that I've noticed for sure. Like, of course, white people tell their kids don't let nobody beat up on you, stuff like that. But if you look at that case, what's the kid's name? Carmelo Anthony. Why the knife? Why not just punch him? Like that? Why the next level? Like white kids get in fights. I'm not saying that they're not violent and they don't show any level of aggression because that's not true. Boys are boys, men are men. Aggression is in men. That's great, sure, and I don't disagree with that. But when it comes to that next level, if you hear shootout, what's the image that pop in your head? Then the question is why? Is that what you've seen, or is that what's been showed to you, or is that what you think?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So if you had to start somewhere, when you say you want to change the people, the mindset, the trajectory, right? Fight the stereotypes. If you had like a Thanos snap, you got 3 snaps from most impactful to least impactful. What would you get rid of first? Like, what would you like change? For me, I would make all the families nuclear. First.
Yeah, I think a stable home, a stable family home is one, right? Where you have a good mother and father for sure.
Do you think it's number one?
I think environment is number one before family. Because I know a lot of single mothers that raise single, I know a lot of single mother men, good men, but their environment is not bad, which helps them, be better. But if you're if you're even if you have a 2-parent home, the things that you still have to fight are the outside influences. So if the outside influences are better and more adaptable or more cohesive with the message you're saying, it's easier to reinforce. So if I tell you stay out them streets and we live in suburbia, why would I ever assume that it's hard for you to be in the streets when there's no one around you in the streets?
Okay. So you would, if the nuclear family exists in the same environment, the outcome is likely. But if
Yeah,
I
I
can
was
have a non-nuclear, but in an environment that
in
doesn't
a better
breed,
environment. Yeah.
yeah, and it doesn't
So
breed the things that hurt us, then you
so
think the person will be better off.
here's what I'd say. I think Kim Kardashian being a single mom in the hills versus a 2-parent home in the slums of whatever New York, you get
Better
something
off.
different.
Yeah.
I think that even with single parenting and or whatever the case may be, environment may dictate a lot more because of the influence that comes outside of outside of the home. I think that plays more of a part than we like to give credit for. And for the kids who did have 2-parent homes and did listen to their parents, that doesn't mean that they did it perfectly. And when you ask why did you not follow this thing according to what it is, they typically going to say because my friends, or because of some outside force that has nothing to do with parenting. It's got everything to do with the people they're surrounded by.
Yeah. Okay. Because Gary mentioned that too. He said it was more of a economic issue. And I have a buddy. He's one person, but his father, he was raised by his mother only, and his mother's a doctor though. So he grew up in the best environments, and a medical doctor. So he grew up in the best environments, went to the best schools. You know, he went to Morehouse. He has a master's degree as well. And so he never dealt with a lot of stuff because he had that environment. You know, I think how he is too, very driven too, like self-contained as well. And he's the only child. So if her time was in high demand, when she had time, it was only him, which I think helps, right? But I think that's a strong argument, you know, and just look at the current circumstances. And I just know the impact of a 2-family household. I don't even see a tangible solution.
I don't either, because even though 2-parent household is a big determinant of your environment because you have 2 levels of income.
Yeah.
So
sources,
they're almost intertwined, but because I have to make a decision, you know, I would put environment over because I had to pick. But typically just in a very neutral, you know, level-headed conversation, they're both typically tied to most Americans because you have 2 incomes. So you can't really separate the two, but because I had to rank it, I'd say environment. And then when it comes to tangibility of a solution, it's just it's hard because so many things mentally is happening with the people that are doing these things. Like, everybody has a conception of what a felon mindset is, but when you talk to a felon, they don't ever sound or behave in the way you think they really do if you sit down and talk with them. If you're in a position to where they're not robbing you or not, you know, whatever the case, but when they're not even really that crazy. They're really just niggas trying to get by. And when you hear them out, they kind of explain like why they doing what they doing. It's not as if it's no thought process to it. It's just they chose that route, and it's the easiest, quickest way to get to where they got to go for the next day. Because it's hard to explain to them, hey, look, you're gonna have a hard time making a compelling argument when they need food right now, and you telling them food will come in a week if you just do this.
Yeah. No, I remember I was home from school my first year. We riding somewhere. We actually going home. Right. We like 3 or 4 deep. We get pulled over. And so niggas had like weaponry or whatever the case is. And so I'm sitting in the back, yeah. And the cops like, why y'all got? And then we young, you know, but we was kind of like out of bounds too. But we go home. And one of my men said, the streets is mean, right? Black cop too. And we was legit going home too. And something about that statement, that cop like stopped for a second. You know, like it resonated with the cop because how my man said it wasn't even on no like boisterous shit. He just saying it like you asked, you know. And who knows if it was that mean or not. Just the point, right? That it resonated with the cop. But the cop didn't take nobody. He took all the weapons, but he's like, y'all get the fuck up out of here, you know, for all intents and purposes. And he was he was older than us, so we was young. So he probably what 30, maybe, you know, younger guy.
Yeah, I get what you said.
But no, that's it's just a shame, bro. It's just a shame. The thing that resonates the most in me is the lack of fear. When you looking at that shootout, them niggas ain't scared. The one boy unjammed his gun and didn't even duck. 140 bullets later. You know? The boy one of the three that died, one of them was a paraplegic because he got shot before. Yeah.
Yes.
And you could literally see them pulling him out the street.
Yep.
And as a father of one son, I couldn't imagine not raising my son. That's the one thing it's very difficult for me to wrap my head around. Like, I just cannot see it. And I know we hear all the stories, you know, she make it difficult for me or whatever the case is. I ain't want to have a baby by her. But it's a boy now, right? I'm just because it's the boys that you see in the video most. And the little girls be fighting too and shit. But I was saying a story yesterday. Like, we was walking down the street called U Street and these girls was fighting. It's like we like walk through they fight. You know what I'm saying? Like while they fighting, they like kind of bumping into us, but it's more of an annoyance. You know, men fighting is different. You ain't just walking through there. You know what I mean? Like you ain't just walking. You know, we just walking through. Like, man, y'all move. You know, like kids fighting and shit. But like not raising your son. I just can't wrap my head around that shit. I just can't. You know?
Yeah, I think before, but see, the problem is like your mindset is I can't imagine not raising my son, but the mindset that gets you to having a son with a person you don't want is I can't imagine having sex with somebody I don't really know, or I can't imagine having sex with somebody I'm like the mindset start way before then, because like you said earlier, before you called your dad to make sure you was playing, most niggas just appeared. They just got here. They didn't ask to be here. They didn't want to be here. Somebody got here because somebody's daddy was like, bruh, she good for the night, or she good for right now, or you're in a long-term relationship. I don't got to wear a condom. I mean, and those things are cool, but again, before you start saying, I can't imagine not raising a son, there's a lot more questions or a lot more imagination that needs to happen before that.
Yeah, no, I get it. The intentionality of the sex is non-existent.
Yeah.
You keep it
so
tall.
guess when you have no intentionality with sex, why would you get intentional men?
No, you're right. I'm just thinking because it's your son, my nigga. Like I think I feel, and I'm saying feel like it's that simple. Like, oh shit, my son here now.
Well, it's the culture, man, because the way people are nowadays, they delete babies, so it's not like they really care. They don't really think of it as their own spawn. It's not a person. Remember?
It's not. Yeah, you're right.
Children are looked at as a consequence.
That's true too.
A secondary event that follows an event.
Pleasure.
There you go. Thank you. Jackpot.
Yo, real shit, Aaron. And this is a heavy allegation, but I'm gonna say it. I've been talking trash all day. If she let you know her tube's tied and she can't have a baby, that condom is a 90% staying on the dresser.
98%.
98%. Nigga don't give a damn. Long as she can't get pregnant, that's what the condom for. That's what the thought process is most times.
Right.
If she can't get pregnant, niggas is swimming with the fishes, pun intended.
Hey, help, that's 99%, man.
Yeah. Nobody, but forget about pathogens and disease, right?
Oh yeah, that ain't nigga.
That ain't even in the conversation.
No, that ain't even.
Get a shot. Get a shot. Take a pill. You be all right.
Yeah, nigga. Shit, nigga, roll the dice, nigga. Roll the dice, nigga. If she don't mention it, that shit over with. And we talked about the complicit nature of men in abortion, right? Because most sex is unintentional, and baby is a consequence. So you get that phone call, niggas like, "What you gonna do?" That's what they ask her, but they don't want to be blatant.
So what you got to do with me?
What that got to do with me? That's what you told her, Gary? Keep it tall. I ain't gonna tell nobody else. Okay. All
Never get down with that.
All right. Good shit.
But I wanted to raise a point to what you said earlier. That's crazy that you said the kid literally unjammed his gun and went back. Like, you think you would only see like child soldiers in Somalia or something like that, but we literally have them here. The environment has degraded so much that these kids are literal child soldiers. Just like how they say they want to be soldiers, they want to be down for the set. They're literal soldiers. They're crash outs. They'll die for it, and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you're right. That's actually a good point.
And they're very resourceful because you got to think the same way we use Google, they use that. They use YouTube.
Go ahead, Miss Wayne.
Yeah, they use the same thing, and we say this often about kids. They're very resourceful, they're very resilient, and just look at the young dude over there, man. He's like a pro. he's seen this stuff before, or he's watched something online. He knew how to unjam that gun so fast. That wasn't his first rodeo.
It's still sloppy work, man. I'm just looking at how they handling their weapons, man. That shit's sloppy. That's just sloppy.
Look at how he's holding the gun, though. He's holding it with both hands. And
I was listening to
now this one right here.
I'm talking about this little nigga at the bottom is wicked. Like he ain't got to know nothing.
He's ready to
There were talks about them doing more for background checks in the military because of gang members joining the service and bringing the skills back to the streets, about increasing the thoroughness of the background checks too because of that.
See, they also need to do better with the gun shows and everything like that as well. And then there are old heads who actually do pass these guns around to these young kids. There are still gangs out here that a lot of people don't even know about. And they use the YNs to get things done. That's what they do.
Tell them, hey man, you only get juvie, man. Just go hit this lick for me. Go light them up real quick. You only get juvie. You don't do no real time. So crash outs.
The police out here making these niggas do moves now too.
Yeah,
especially out where I'm at.
Yeah, I can say the same down here too.
Yeah,
double back door, man. It should be fucked up.
Yeah, the YNs get the YNs get all the get the blame, right? But they learned it from somewhere.
Yeah,
they perpetuating the behavior. In DC back in the 90s or late 80s with the rifle days and all that, you know how many bodies was dropping on a daily basis?
Oh yeah.
But we got the videos now.
Yeah.
You know? And I just see it, man. And I think AFR made a good point earlier. They outside, man. And that, I get it. Look like they doing this shit on a consistent basis.
So yeah, here in Chicago,
this ain't target practice.
There's like an army of them marching downtown, just ruining the whole downtown area for people. So not just here too, in other major cities, it's always every year a major event, something happens downtown with the kids, and they always ask, "Well, where are the parents?" Well, You know what they say? What is it? Idle hands are the devil's playgrounds. You got to get these kids doing something. But to wrap that all up and suffice it, this is all we're talking about and trying to manage the symptoms. Like we said from the beginning, it starts at home with the parents. Are we having good nuclear families, father, mother, and are we, following? So what was our moral value? Are we with some type of religion, either Christianity, Judaism, Muslim? You need some type of order. The lack of structure is what's killing people.
Yeah. That's why I said earlier. I said it. You need to know where your kids are. You need to be knowing who your kid's peer group is. The peer group is going to be the main influence because they're at school so many hours in a day and all of that. And you have to meddle with your children. You have to go and meet the parents of who they hang with.
Hey, I'm not even that old. I'm only 27, but how my parents were growing up, they'll literally tell you, no, that kid can't be you can't be friends with him because they can already see it coming. They know just from how either kids act or if they're sometimes it's not even the kids, sometimes the parents are garbage. The parents are like, druggies or alcoholics or, just bums or losers.
Parents are just, and I don't even think and that's the thing, right? So Gary, sorry. You're right. But I think it's not even that deep. Pause. Like I genuinely think parents are lazy. Parents are not involved like they act like they are. The technology allows us to be lazier as well.
No, I mean, if we're gonna be honest here, Ham, I think the iPad kids are gonna be slow as shit.
They're fast with technology, but they don't have to think as much.
Yeah, they're gonna be really bad. I can see it now. Yeah, especially too with the AI that's gonna be coming out in the future. They're gonna be bad.
Yeah, the AI is crazy, bro.
Hey, yo, Ham.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, have y'all noticed that most of the community colleges, and also HBCUs are always surrounded by the hood? It's like even if you make it to that plateau to get out the hood and make it to college, you still gonna be surrounded by that shit. Like here in St. Louis, SLU University, and it's a HBCU called Harris Stowe that we got. And the only thing separating that shit is the street, literally.
Yeah,
and then surrounding all that is nothing but hood shit. And then they put the hood. Not to cut you up, but then they put the hood club right by the colleges because they want the colleges to go to the club. So it'd be the most ratchetest ass hood right next to the college. You'd be like, okay, we got these doctors and shit over here getting made. We got the HBCU, the sports people coming out this motherfucker. But at the same time, and when the nightlife hit, they in the same boat we all in. We want to come out and party.
Yeah, it's a lot more economical, and the reason why it happens because there's so much land taken up by the institution, the educational institution, and they don't pay taxes on that land. So you put things around it that kind of where you mitigate the cost. So Rutgers is in the similar place, Morgan is in a similar place, Yale is in a similar place. So they build around it kind of intentionally, right, to just kind of mitigate. So you'd be surprised. It's more. It's ironic, but it's intentional, if that makes sense.
I could tell once I started traveling, going to other places, I could tell like, okay, like I went down to Louisville, I seen how they stadium at. I went to Birmingham, seen what Auburn was, and I'm like, Auburn, the hood right here behind Auburn. I was like, this is crazy. So it like it's no different. It's like it's intentional.
A lot of them are, and but like obviously Penn State is like its own town, but a lot of the ones you name are like, they situated like that. Temple, right in the middle.
Temple and Philly.
North
Philly, that's Beirut.
Yeah, that's where we were staying at.
But you know what though? When somebody said something about the iPads and electronics, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'll go ahead.
Somebody saying something? Oh no! So I was just thinking, like, because I was watching the gunplay, right? And to me, it's a horrible display of marksmanship. Those fools didn't know what they were doing. They look like they do. I know where they get it from. Video games. Somebody mentioned something about tablets earlier. these cats are doing what they did in video games, and that's why it looks like they're so quick to reload, because in a video game you got to tap the reload button, so you know what I mean, and get that done now. They're treating it like a video game, but reloading requires a coordinated effort. You have to utilize cover and concealment, use the talking guns method and all that sort of thing, which these people are not doing, but they're doing it the way they do it in a video game. And I think these video games are removing the frailty of life from these kids' minds, and they're going into it treating it just the same way. And there's a level of bravery that looks like bravery and a level of skill that looks like skill, but it's not. It's stupidity and muscle memory. That's not bravery and skill. It looks like it though.
Well, I don't know. They ain't ducking. It look brave. That's for damn sure. And I say
they ain't learning that from video games.
Here's the other one.
They just outside.
Here's the other one too,
but
Aaron. They fighting, but here's the thing: the fight is with other video game niggas.
Right.
So the skill level is consistent with the opposition.
Right.
So that's the comparison. Now to a marksman, like a Marine sniper. Then yes, I agree. In coordinated efforts of movement and cover, I would agree. But in terms of their competition, the nigga with the backpack was Belrog.
He was open. Yeah. And see, I mean, and I acknowledge that, right? I'll concede to that. But how many rounds were discharged? 140.
Mm-hmm.
How many casualties?
4.
I'm not 3. Right. I'm not saying the casualties should be higher. It's a sad situation. 140 rounds and 3 casualties.
Yeah, you know, it looks like very sensationalized when you see the military and like the different movies. Like, you ever seen like a Tear of the Sun? You ever seen that?
Mm-hmm.
Or like Lone Survivor?
Yeah.
When you watch it and it be 5 or 6 American troops versus the whole slew of people, eventually you'll get overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But the skill level, when you see a lot of casualties on their side and not on the the United States military side, I think that's much more realistic than people give it credit for.
Yes.
Because of the skill and how to cover fire and when to reload, the conversation that's happening in real time, right? The coordinated effort, So, but I mean, the key is they trying to kill who they trying to kill. And that includes, and what I think we're not really realizing is in this shootout, everybody who partying with them niggas can get it too.
Yeah. True.
So 3 of them niggas died. It don't matter which 3.
Yeah.
No, not at this point. No.
And tomorrow it could be 3 from swap sides. Yeah.
And that's why they say just fuck the other side. Like, it's just easy to say that general term. They don't. You on that side, fuck you.
Yeah,
that's
that like you heard that song. I'm sure you did by Trick Daddy, right? He said, "What's the special way I flow my flag?" Yeah. He said, "Bitch, I'm alive. Fuck the other side, cause bitch, I'm alive." That's it. That's it.
That's it.
I think we want them to play a game that they ain't playing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like asking for a law of armed conflict for street niggas. You're not getting that. You're not getting the Geneva Convention. You're not getting law of armed conflict. None of that shit apply. All those old school, don't do this while he got somebody with him. That shit don't apply. And they letting you know, like, nigga, we in front of your mama house and your mama house too. She on your side.
And crime is down, right? Historically.
It is, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's majority that people are not getting locked up.
Either that
And
or
that's
some
why
reporting.
they doing the shit. I just think, especially in my city, they not reporting all that shit. What's been going on? We lost 6 or 7 people over 4th of July weekend.
Yeah.
But they reported
it's probably 10. It's probably 10 murders get solved in a year out this motherfucker, for real.
Oh yeah, 100%. But what it is, a dead body gonna get right sooner or later, right? But what I'm saying, for they may not solve, but it still goes into a crime status,
right?
Of somebody murdered,
right.
I
So
mean,
what about the?
I'm talking about actual sentences and shit. I'm talking about even the shit.
Oh, you can go.
That's who's reporting it. Facebook. For real.
So what about the? I don't know if you saw the stat that was saying that for the first time ever, New York didn't have any. Was it casualties or gunshots or wounded people for the first time ever this past 4th of July? So like, there's again, you do have Philadelphia, but then you got something like New York reporting on that. Like, so it's hard to. It's easy to say.
Kind of dope too. New York.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's easy to say and look at the mass shooting that happened in Philly, and then completely ignore. Well, you know what? New York also said for the first time ever, it's never had any gun violence happen on the 4th of July. So there's things that there's things to still be looked at. It's just
Hey,
the
Cheek.
more visually taken back thing is going to be Philly for sure.
Hey, Cheeky, would you say the internet helped that though?
Help what?
That slow down the crime and shootings and shit like that because of like TikTok and now the streaming wave is going crazy. So everybody wants to be a streamer. So nobody's really in the street trying to do all too much. But like, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of cameras out nowadays now. Because everybody's trying to do that streaming thing and TikTok and whatever. So I think that kind of slowed down, especially in a place like New York. I know a lot of them are involved in that type of thing now. So that's pretty good. Plus that gun law so damn strict, you don't go to jail. That shit over for you.
Yeah, I just think it's a minimal amount of people that are causing the issue. Because if you look at the video of all the people there, it's only like 3 or 4 people that have a weapon. It's not the entire neighborhood, right? You may have dumb behavior, like I thought they was fighting on the floor, but maybe they was just trying to take cover or whatever the case was. But even with them being, even if you look at that video over and over again, count how many people count the gunmen. It's 3. That at least that we can see.
And I want to say it's another one on the other side, 2 on the other side. I want to say it's 3 on this side. No,
Okay,
right,
so
4 on this side, 3 on the other side.
So if even with that being the case, that's not the majority. Everybody don't have a weapon on them firing back. Whoever.
And then you got.
I just seen them 2 guys in the back. They got
they
on the street. Yeah.
Let's say I got them eyes. You got to peep everything, man. You can't look at what's in front of you. You got to look around, man. My uncle used to pay us to sit on the porch and watch cars pass by, and we had to describe what people look like in the car. And he'll pay us like a couple $3 or something like that. We could describe that shit because he was so cold at it. So he just put us on game early because we live by a main street. You like once they stop at the stop sign, I need to know everything that you see in that car. and then they used to be on point, and we describe it back to him. Shit, he just give us whatever. But yeah, that shit wild, bro. And then you gotta think about stoplights in that. Street lights in that city. They so far spread apart. They probably this nigga down there shooting. All you see is flashing. You don't even see the people. That's why they just shooting reckless like that. Especially the nigga with the switch. You don't even know where the shit coming from. He just seeing flash, flash, flash. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
all of them. You can tell they don't got a good vantage point or any type of sight on these niggas. Whoever's shooting at the air.
Right.
And then there's a lot of people out there. Yeah, there's too many casualties out there too.
It's again, I think it's the smaller amount of people in totality that have the weapons and then are firing the weapons back. It's not like everybody there is shooting back. So I mean that's also to take into account too. Like while the scene is horrific and there's nothing good that came from it. Most people weren't involved in that violent crime. So it just kind of shows you it don't take much for a few people to just literally cause destruction. So again, I think this is more of a sign of I don't think most people, especially most black people, are the perpetrators of these violent crimes. It's just a select few. And when they do it in a very destructive way. 140 shots from 5 people is a lot.
That's a lot. Like
I can get a whole complex going with 140 shots. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You know what I'm saying? Like 140 rounds is a lot. You can go to a gun range and mag dump, and for a couple of an hour or two, if you're trying to hit a target for 140 rounds, like So it just kind of show you what kind of
And Chicky, what you said earlier about like fuck the other side. So people that don't know who the fuck you around and what the fuck they got going on. People don't ask people around them what the fuck do you got going on for real. Like I know you and I know something else going on beyond what you got. Like talk to me.
Yes.
If we really friends and family like that, let me know what the fuck you got going on before I go out with you in the earth. You hear me? And that be the problem. Like you said, like you don't know who with you. To an op, all y'all got the same color on to me. I don't care if you're a girl, child, woman, man, grandma, all y'all got the same color on that side. And that's just how it be. That's why that should be real.
Just to provide some perspective, you said there's 5 gunmen, 140 rounds. Let's round it up to 150. That's 2 15-round magazines per gun. It's 30 rounds a gunman to get to 150. If there's 5 guns.
And I don't know if that's the people that's firing back as well. So I don't know the whole story of people if that was counting.
Hold on, I'm just giving you perspective.
Yeah, but that's what. But yeah, we're on the same.
Everybody
page.
shooting. Everybody shooting.
So it's just
everybody who was shooting. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's terrible, man. So they're killing each other. They don't even know why. And it's not even just from a hood perspective or a black perspective. It's all around. It's human nature. Same thing's happening over there in Israel and Palestine. People killing each other, and it's been going on for so long they don't even know why anymore. They just know that's them. Go get them.
Yeah. As long as they on the other side, it is whomever, right? Yeah. No, I just I agree that the mindset we see it happening in other places. I just don't care about the other places, especially the place you just named at all.
So it's just hard to break those type of cycles once they start.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, it's just a perpetual cycle, man. A hell, But the thing that is the most concern is my son, Aaron, 2 sons. Well, Mr. Williams' son, a little bit older, can be mistaken. Like you think about it, right? What's that boy's name that they killed? Gilly's son, Cheese, I think his name was.
Yeah, Cheese.
He just got killed. Wrong place, wrong time. Hanging out in his city. And they can mistake any one of us for that. You are the perpetrator when you outside at night, hoodie down, scarfed up, whatever the case is, casually dressed. You don't get to avoid these stereotypes. You don't get to avoid these narratives because you can't speak for yourself. The news speaking for you. And we don't speak out against it. And a lot of us will reconcile it with it being just simply how things are. And I agree, we can't change it overnight, but I think Gary made this point, and it's been made before. You complicit if you passive.
Mm-hmm.
Like Callie's son. I think he got dreads, right? Just like every other young nigga that's outside that got dreads. But he ain't them, but you can't tell.
So now that you bring it up, him, I actually just cut mine off. I had mine for like 10 years.
Is that right?
Yeah, I did. I had to cut it off because I was like, this is starting to be a bad look out here, man. Like, I'm trying to separate myself. I just graduated college. I'm like, I'm trying to set an image for myself so people see me as who I want to be seen as, not as what other people are.
Yeah, no, 100%. I can't see you with dreads though.
Fuck no. You like CEO Rick Ross, nigga.
Yeah, you more like
after seeing Dr. T. Johnson, I think I can see anybody with dreads. Like,
you got a clean face too. Oh, you don't got no hair on your face neither, Gary.
Oh no.
And then somebody spelled your name wrong. They put those 2 R's in it. You know that, right?
No, that's how my mom gave it to me.
I need to holler at her.
She's a doctor, so you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, she's a medical doctor. Grammar is not a part of it. You know, doctors got the worst writing in the world. Hey, Gary, next time you talk to her, let her know DJ Hamp says she spelled your name wrong. All right. Go ahead, Mr. Williams. We're going to get out of here.
But one thing that my family did do in our old neighborhood, we took that over. We made sure even now, you can't come in there wilding. We don't care young, old, cat, dog. And we do community givebacks constantly.
What?
I'm serious. Like, hey, you can look on social media if you don't believe me.
What
the hell cat dog got to do with it?
It's just a phrase.
I'm just saying in general, it can be done. But it does take family. It does take community. I'm just saying. We not having it.
What is it? What is it, Mr. Williams?
Our old neighborhood. We took that over. And it's positive everywhere over there. We not having that. You act the fool, you got to go.
Mr. Williams, we seen that movie.
Yeah.
With Jim Brown and the original gangsters. Come on, Mr. Williams. I seen every movie you could think.
I'm not talking about in a volatile way though, Ham. I'm just saying.
It gotta be volatile. You seen the original? Let me tell you.
Look, I'm just saying.
This is what he's talking about. I got you.
It can be done. It can be done. You just got to put it forth to work and hey, let that fur go.
Yeah, that's actually an interesting idea. Now that you say it, Mr. William, should black people, because usually we see it as a bad thing, should black people start, those with buying power, of course, start gentrifying their own neighborhoods?
The light skinned one that's strong.
We seen original gangsters.
My family kind of deep, man, so we ain't have to do nothing volatile, man.
Bro, I'm telling you, man. I think you can patrol a place, right? And you can have, I think, to Mr. Williams' point, right? Just to make it palatable, you have mitigating factors. Mitigating factors can be people, right? You had the brothers in Detroit pumping the gas at the gas stations and things of that nature. You'll be able to quell, the foolishness, generally speaking, if there's presence and such. But things are certainly going to happen. But what we're talking about is mitigating factors. So when people give back and mentor, out of the 10 boys that enter the room, 5 will come back the next week, and then it'll be 1 or 2 that you really gravitate towards you and you can really make an impact on it, and you stay with them, right? That's why you often see 1-to-1 assignments, such as like Big Brother, as an example, and then when you have family intervention, there's oftentimes where you could almost double team the kid, right? And then if his best friend is with him, you may have more effectiveness with that kid. But it's gonna be 1-to-1 to 1-to-1. To think it's gonna be changed overwhelmingly, and you're gonna get a whole group is unrealistic for sure. And it'd be kids that you pour into and they still fail. I had one kid named Sugar because he had such a bad attitude. I call him Sugar his whole football career, right? And you pour into him, but he always had an attitude that you try to break. Well, he got shot in the face, went down for a murder. And so the trajectory, the path he was on that we thought we could change, didn't change. But for that 3-4 years he was playing football, he was doing better overall. But then he went back outside after school was over, being raised by his grandparents. His grandfather, would continue to decline. And then his future was what we were trying to hope it wasn't going to be. So everybody acting like it's roses and bubbles is not, Same
with my youngest brother. On trial for murder.
God damn, Mr. Williams. I know you usually got a 1-up story. Can I get this one or what you think?
A 1-up, man. I just understand.
Jesus, right, man.
Hey.
I think
pass on information. That's all.
Cheek, what's your final thought, Playboy? You look shiny today. What you put? What your mom got you dressed? You put Vaseline on your face or something?
No, man.
Don't act like you. I know they Vaselined you up before you went out when it was cold.
When I was a kid?
Yeah.
Absolutely. My dad would always be like, yo, because he would leave early in the morning because he was a cop. And then my stepmom, being a Southern belle and all, just smack. I mean, whole face, can't breathe because my nostrils is full of petrol oil. Not even damn, what you call that? It's full of petroleum jelly. It's not even Vaseline. It was the Walmart brand, so we didn't know it wasn't called Vaseline. With the blue top.
Yo. And your mom, remember your mom used to stand behind you so you couldn't get away?
Yeah,
and just
right.
And it's
got you
trying to
like
breathe. Sitting there trying to breathe, can't even do it.
Wiping your ass down like a bowling ball.
See, that's what they call a church special. My grandma had me all shiny, talking about, let's go, we're going to church.
My parents never did that to me.
Because we was light skinned.
We dark skinned. We gotta get green.
Like duh. We are. It's first of all, me and Fo said it at the same time.
Nah, but we can, Terrell. We already knew that hanging bottom lip usually be slightly chapped, so we figured you ain't had. Yeah, they didn't instill it in. See, we had it a lot, so we have residual. That little hanging bottom lip.
You a hate ass nigga.
Nah, that should be hanging.
Send me half of the extension.
You. Yeah, no, that bottom lip. And see, the thing about it is, we wasn't gonna say nothing. You brought it up, but it hangs so it get additionally more dry. You see what I'm saying? Because it's out there by itself.
It's exposed to too much moisture.
Yeah. You see how you got the split in the middle? That come from eating that. You know what I mean? So, but never mind. I ain't gonna say nothing. But you know,
you don't know what you're talking about. That's why you're short.
I won that round, chick. She ain't had nothing to say.
I was waiting for it. I was about to say something about a pit bull. Maybe she said, "You don't know what you're talking."
She ain't have it.
She went straight to the facts. You just don't know what you're talking about. You don't know my life. I didn't tell you this. I don't know.
You're just making shit up at this point.
Oh man,
See, HAMP got a dog now, so that shit don't hit different no more. Can use that one.
That's a fact, though.
You got a real dog too, not on the bullshits. Salute.
Yeah, man. Gary, hey Gary, good shit today, Playboy. You know what I'm saying? We got to see you more often. You feel me? What's your final thoughts, man?
I just want to say to all the black people out there, you know what? If you want to start changing the reputation, the image of black people, stop always leading off with race. Stop trying to make always think it's a white person thinks bad of me. Think, hey, let me prove them wrong. Let me show I'm different, and then they'll take that with them the next time they meet somebody that looks like me. Be the person that shows change, and change will happen.
Makes sense. Mr. Williams was good.
This is second final thought.
Yeah, this is great, man. This was a great show. We have to do better. You know, we have to. If we want these, especially our younger generation, to be in good hands, we have to do something. But just hug somebody, man. Tell them you love them today. You know, everybody stay safe and just be mindful of what's going on out here.
Yeah, it's a fact, though. Cheek, you know you joined us late. Good shit. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, I think the best way to probably start off with just any solution, I guess, is policing ourselves in a degree. That's something that I realized that even in the 60s and 70s civil rights era, even with the protests, if there was somebody out of order, they corrected it. Nobody else corrected it for them. I don't know how we would apply that today because I think everybody just likes to be their own person. But I think maybe if we start there, just everybody policing their own areas in the best way they can.
Okay. Fo was good.
Oh, okay. You can be a product of your environment, but you determine the value. You know what I'm saying? There you go.
Yeah. Big up. Cheek. Aaron.
Yeah, we gotta like really see ourselves as valuable. See yourself as valuable, and that way you'll treat yourself as valuable. You won't let things that are toxic enter your life, enter your space. It won't even affect the way you speak and the way you treat other people, and that'll eventually permeate into them. If we all do that individually and treat one another as valuable assets, everything will self-correct. How would you treat the President of the United States, Barack Obama, if he were in front of you? Treat yourself and the next man like that. When you see a lion, greet him the same way. It's going to change the mindset. Look, thoughts become words, words become deeds. Just change the mindset. Everything else will fall right into place. It's all about loving yourself and one another.
Word. Really, what's popping?
You short. Thank everybody for coming. Shout out to everybody in the chat, everybody who super chat, everybody who liked the stream. Focus on yourself. Be the change you want to see. Surround yourself with like-minded individuals so that you can build groups of different color Black people so that you can show the YNs that it's better ways to be. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, good show. The ice at Chick-fil-A was hitting today. And HAMP can't grow. It is what it is.
Listen, man, I think this show is one of my favorite shows for sure, man. I want to make sure that we have perspective, and to push back the conversation is super necessary. And I just want to make sure I bolster this point. All this separation talk, we don't have the same luxuries as other people, right? We are connected to a lot of the people that we say are doing the bad deeds, And the one thing is, ain't nobody good. We got a lot of shit to improve on. Parenting is lazy as fuck, and we need to change it, right? We need to be more involved. One of my kids is left-handed. That's a totally different experience when she writing. But my wife literally bought these books to where they have to write, right? Because the world is changing. You have to make additional investments to make your kids well-rounded.
Facts.
Speaking for myself, I got to do better, period. Keep it tall with yourself. Generally speaking, I'm going to blame myself for all my kids' shortcomings if I could have made it better or could have changed it. It's better that way. When I blame myself or put it on myself, I could do something about it. The cheeky point, the faux point. One thing I want to just make sure to expound on their point is it's good that we agree, though. If Cheeky get a family and live where I live, we have a baseline of understanding. And then he polices his house and I do the same. But when my kids go to his house, they get a similar experience. And I can trust that they're going to be disciplined in the way in which they should because we have a similar, if not the same, baseline. I bring my son to boxing and he get yelled at by every other man in there because he's supposed to. But he should respect every other man in there. Move, Chug. Get out the way, Chug. Go sit down, Chug. Parents be overprotective, doing their kids a disservice. So I just want to say, man, let's grind. Let's keep getting it popping. This was a great show, for sure, man. I'm proud of everybody who hit the link, even if we disagree, man. I think all the conversation was fruitful, with the exception of Mr. Williams cutting Mr. Fantastic off a lot. He don't give a fuck. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Sherelle, chapstick on that lip. Get y'all tickets to DC.
It's going down.
Appreciate y'all getting the Discord. I know it's gonna be spirited. I knew she did it on purpose. Like, share, subscribe. Unmute, Shrell, so you can fuck up my phrase. Like, share, subscribe.
Tell a friend to tell a friend.
Yeah, we out.